welcome. Brand new day here at Sewing Street, and we have got an absolutely cracking show packed out for you today. Lots of wonderful things to see. We've got brand new pattern collection that we're sharing with you in this hour. Lovely Tracey's getting herself set up. We've also got Jo coming in a little bit later on, so if you want to maximise the space in your kind of craft area, doesn't necessarily need to be a sewing room. We can literally transform it so you can get all your goodies around you. And we've got some brilliant tools as well to share with you. A little bit of dressmaking as well. Told you it was a good day, didn't I? But we're going to start off the way that we always start off, with our early bird. And this is a cracking deal. If you are new to us here, because I know lots of you joining us from Virgin Media, welcome, 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 welcome. Every morning at around 8 a.m. we bring you an early bird, and this is a bumper deal that you will not want to miss out on, so it's always worth tuning in. And this one, because we have new viewers, we thought, well, we might have new quilters as well, so that's why we've got this bundle, although it's not necessarily just for quilting. And you are going to get everything here. So you're going to get a fabulous craft mat, self-healing mat. You've got your inches around the side there with your grid as well, so we'll have a look at that. No, not checked out the flip side. Oh, flip side's even metric, so we'll look at that in a moment. So dual purpose. You've also got two of the most useful quilting rulers you could possibly go for. This is one that is often recommended as the first ever quilt ruler if you are new to quilting, because it's 6 inches across, which is an optimum size. Many of the quilt rulers will be 6 inches across, good size. And then you've got all of that there, whopping great 24 inches there, which again is very, very useful for you to actually dissect up your fabrics and things like that as well. And of course you've got everything in between, so if you need to trim your blocks to whatever size you like, right the way up to 24 inches, you can do so. So that's a very useful one to have. Little hole in there so you can hook it up if you're needing to. So we've got that in there. You've also got the next one, which I often recommend to people, because this is a nice one to transport around, put into your craft bag. And again, this one is 6 inches across there, and you can see 12 inches there. So half the size of the previous one, but maybe a little bit more transportable when you go into your classes and your workshops. Nice, easy one to have just to the side of your work area as well for trimming off and neatening up. So that's a good one to have. But both are brilliant, but you need one of these. And this, again, from the Quilted Bear, brilliant rotary cutter. We are looking at a 45mm kind of wheel on this particular one, disc. What's the blade? That's the word. All the words, but not the right one. So you've got a 45mm blade. That is kind of what I call your Goldilocks blade, because it's not too small, it's not too large, it's just right. And this is often the first one that you will go for again, because you can use it in all sorts of scenarios, not just for quilting, but if you're cutting out your dressmaking pieces. I know a lot of people do like to use a rotary cutter as well. Then you can get larger ones, you can get smaller ones, but an initial one to go for is this one. And you've got your safety catch on there as well, so your blade isn't left out, because of course you always need to pop that away. Titanium as well, so you know that that is going to last for a good long time, and easily replaceable when you do need to get hold more of those blades. So you're going to get those. Quilt clips as well, bumper pack of quilt clips. So these are brilliant, 50 of these as you can see. You can never have too many quilt clips. I use them in all sorts of scenarios, not necessarily sewing. They're like big paper clips in my office as well, so useful to have those. Bags of rice, that's a good one actually, yes, use them for sealing up your bags as well. But that gives us the opportunity now to have a look at this fabulous cutting mat. Now, the details are up on your screen, but that's not the price that you're going to be paying. I'll just let you know that straight away. Imperial on one side, you've got your angles there. So if you're wanting to do things like your mitre cuts, you've got those there, 45 degree. If you want to do your triangles, you've got your 60 degree there as well. Obviously your inch increments, and of course broken down around the edge, but flip it over and you've got your centimetres there as well. So if you're working in imperial or metric, then you don't need to worry. It is all there. But let's talk about that price. $69.99 is what you'd be paying if you were shopping for these all individually. So if you were going out and thinking, right, what do I need? I need my rule, I need my rotary cutters, you need all of these different bits and pieces. Well, here we bundle it all together, so it's almost like a one-stop shop. It's a situation that you're new to quilting or sewing in general, then this is a brilliant kit for you to get started with. But the price is coming down. It's an early bird deal, and that's when we bring you a cracking deal, $34.99. That is a brilliant price. So even if you are out there and you're thinking, well, I need to get a new quilting rule, it might be that you're out there pricing up quilting rules, well, you'll probably find that by the time you've bought just maybe 3 of the elements that we've got here, you're covering the $34.99, and it means that everything else is a little bit of a bonus. But it is a bumper bundle, definitely one to consider. Works out $6.99 per component. Wow. You wouldn't get that for $6.99. You wouldn't get that for $6.99. You wouldn't even get that. I don't think you could get any of these individually. Maybe your quilt clips, I don't know. But you certainly wouldn't get the quality of the quilting bear with all of these for that price. That is an amazing deal. Now, it fills my heart with joy that so many of you are shopping for this one. The sad thing is we don't have huge quantities. Quite often we will have plenty to see us right the way through until 1 o'clock. But with this one, we only had kind of double figures to start with. So it is going to be kind of quickest finger first to get hold of this one. And a brilliant value bundle. So there you go. I'm going to leave that one with you. Details are on your screen. Now, what else have we got coming up? We've got lovely Tracey. You can hear her whirring away with the sewing machine. I'll introduce you to her in a few moments because she's coming up at 8 a.m. And then we have got, obviously, Owl and Sewing Cat. Brand new bag patterns to us here at Sewing Street. And there are some cracking patterns. You're going to love those. Lots of different ways to shop for those as well. I mean, look at these. You're covered for all of it. I love that duffel bag that we've got on the back there. Got my heart set on that one. And beautiful. Covered for all kinds of situations, really, aren't you? Love it. So that is coming up between 8 and 9. 9 o'clock, I will be back with loads and loads of sewing room tools. So things that are going to fill your area, your crafting area. So it could be that you need new bits and pieces. Maybe it could be, well, I can't remember what we've got in there, but lots of fabulous things as well. So I'll tell you about those. And then, I mean, look at this. This is coming up between 11 and 12. But you can see all your crafty bits and pieces in there, which are brilliant. So we will be talking about storage for crafts at 11. Through till 1 o'clock. But prior to that, we've got another hour with the lovely Tracey, and we're looking at dressmaking. And you know how well she does her dressmaking patterns. And they are a phenomenal deal, those as well. So I love it. Brilliant morning. Told you so. Told you so. Now, let's kick things off with the lovely Tracey, who's been waiting very patiently over there. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm very good. I love these bag patterns.
Thank you. Brand new. It's a really nice collection. So we've got a whole variety of different bags for different purposes, but also with different techniques in each bag as well. So you're really going to move your bag making on, your skills on.
I mean, you say, I mean, you mentioned dressmaking there by accident, but a lot of the skills will transfer over as well, won't they, when you're constructing things? So I love it.
Definitely.
Brilliant sizes as well. I've got everything from kind of like a crossbody bag right the way through to a weekend bag.
Exactly. So yeah, like you say, really large bags there, really small ones. You can make them all in the same matching fabrics if you wanted to. So you've got a whole collection to take away with you, matching luggage.
So you'll find yourself in the glossy mags with all of that, wouldn't you? Now, there's loads of different ways you can shop for Tracey's patterns, making it a very affordable way. So I'm going to move the USB out of the way just for a few moments, because what we have got here is not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 paper patterns for you with all of the different designs that you've got coming from Tracey as well. The price is not going to stay at the same price that's on your screen. In fact, we're going to get that moving straight away. So $49.99. Now, if you want to shop for them individually, you are looking at £9.99 per pattern, which is a brilliant, sorry, £9.50 a pattern, I do apologise, which is a very keen price for patterns. But now you are looking at $49.99, which means that you're now paying £7.14. So you're saving a good couple of pounds on each one of those. Kind of equates for a whole pattern and a bit of the next one. So brilliant value for money. So rather than your £66, you're now paying £49.99. And as we look through these, you can see you've got bags for all occasions. This is a fabulous one, the Westminster bag. Love this crossbody. I love a crossbody bag, I must admit. for a security kind of idea as well, because your hands are free, aren't they?
Exactly.
When you've got a crossbody bag.
Yeah, and it's got a nice zip at the top. We've got an extra pocket on the front, so I've made it here in oilcloth. As you see there, we've done it in nice tweed, so you can really play around with different fabrics and make it look very, very different.
Dress it up or dress it down,
yeah,
very easily. Like that in the oilcloth. We'll be looking at that one a little bit closer in a little while. We were all in the studio fighting over this one, the duffel bag. I mean, this is brilliant. It's such a big bag, brilliant for the weekend.
Yeah, shall I bring it in?
It's a fabulous one because obviously you've got your two different types of strap, as you can see there. So you've got your shoulder strap there, but you've also got nice long kind of carry straps. So I suppose those could still go over your shoulder if you wanted to as well.
Exactly. And you can make them attachable, detachable if you want to. We've got a pocket on the front too, but you've got your, most importantly, your big handles here as well. It's got piping around the edge here, which is a nice little detail to do. Yeah. Nice bag to make.
Yeah.
You're going to get loads in that, aren't you, if you're going away for a weekend?
I never have a bag big enough for the weekend for putting all your bits and pieces in there. Then if you like your kind of backpacks, then we've got a lovely rucksack as well for you as well. Again, a nice one if you want to keep your hands free as you kind of are wandering around. So you can see there, you've got your flap on there as well. We'll be looking at these in closer detail when we get to Tracey. We'll go through them all and have a proper look at them. Messenger bag as well, another of my favourites. I like a messenger bag, I must admit. So you've got that one in there. You've got the Valencia bag. Oh, this is posh.
Yeah, so this is a new one. It's actually quite an easy one to make. It doesn't take a lot of fabric, but it's just a really nice, coming into spring, we're hoping the weather will warm up.
I like these kind of contrast ties that you've got too. That's a clever idea.
It's nice to play with different fabrics, isn't it? And put them together and coordinate.
Style it out.
Do it in a denim and put a nice William Morris or something like that with it. It'd be lovely.
Like your idea. Three-way bag with this one. Oh, this is a clever one. So you can make all three of these out of that same pattern.
Yeah, it's the same bag. You just adjust it to how you want to wear it. So
you've got one there.
Yeah, so you might want to go out and have it as a rucksack on your back, and then, you know, sometimes then your shoulders, or for security, you might want it on the front, so you can then change it so that it's on one shoulder, or you can adjust it so it's over across the body, and we've got the adjustable straps. So we'll, in the pattern, show you exactly how to do that. But you can also just roll it up. It's not a big, bulky bag, but actually you can get quite a lot in there, which is what we want.
I like that. That's a clever style, that, isn't it? Transforming it. And then the last one, which I must admit, when we've got these on our steppers, I was blown away with the fabric because we've got camper vans on it, so it lost me attention. But this is a lovely one as well, and again, good size straps as you can see with that one. And is that a pocket across the front?
Yeah, it's got a pocket across the front. It's got a pocket on the inside. So the straps on the actual pattern there, you'll see we've done. We've put the leather straps on.
Yeah, I like
But
those.
on the sample, sorry, the straps are falling down, but they are. Let me grab it quickly.
Like a webbing, isn't it?
I've put a webbing on there on that one, so you can do it either way. It's got a. It's constructed in a different method, and we've got magnetic clips and things on the side, so you can get a lot in there under your arm, nice and safe as well.
And they're brilliant because it's like having a good kind of pantry of ingredients, because you can go on and use whatever fabrics you've got in your stash. Some of them just need like a little kind of focal point of fabric, so you might not necessarily have to make the whole bag in that, but what you can actually do is make a feature of that fabric that you've got that's going to work potentially with one of your garments that you've made, which might be from the patterns that we've got coming up a little bit later. So you've got your paper patterns as your first option for these. $49.99 for all 7 of those. Rather than paying £9.50 for each one, which they are available on the website, you're only paying £7.14. Was it £7.14 or £7.19 per bag? £7.14, there you go. So it brings the price right the way down. But you have another way of shopping with us here today, because what you could actually do is be printing them all off on your USB. So this is a compact way for you to actually get hold of all 7 of those. And the first question I'm going to ask as well, first of all, that's not going to stay at the same price on your screen. But do I have to have a big fancy pants printer for these?
Nope, just a regular A4 printer. Doesn't matter the quality, doesn't matter what paper you're putting in there, and it's not going to use a lot of ink either, because we're really just looking at a black outline that you're going to cut around. So there's no shading or anything difficult like that. There's not lots of colour on there. The instructions are in a separate file, so you don't need to print the instructions, because all our instructions, if you use them before, you'll know that they're Very clear, very simple, lots of photographs all the way through. But you don't need to print them, they're on a separate file, so you could just have those on your tablet or on your phone next to you if you prefer.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and just print the pattern off.
And it's nice as well if you envisage yourself making a lot of these, because obviously a paper pattern you can use several times, but over time you might need to replace it. With this, you can just print off another one when you're ready.
Exactly, and as I always say, I'm a messy crafter, so I often lose pieces as well, and that's the problem. If you lost it from the paper pattern, then obviously you're stuck, but with this, you can just reprint that piece that you've thrown in the bin by mistake.
Now, if you're making the bags to sell, so you might need more patterns in the future, are we okay to do that? I didn't ask that to start with.
We allow people with our angel policy to make and sell for charity. So as long as you're using them for charity or giving them as gifts, obviously that's absolutely fine, but rather than selling. But for charity, bags are a great way of making money.
Absolutely,
Lots of these don't take a lot of fabrics. You can mix and match them, as I've done within there. So it might be you've got an odd fat quarter you're going to put to really make the pocket look good, but you can use a basic canvas or denim or something for the construction.
I love it. Or on that little USB there, pop a little pocket rocket. There's loads of information on there, and you're only paying £38.99. So again, if you're limited on space and you don't necessarily want to store the paper patterns, then this is a very easy way for you to work with. And we do see lots of different USBs come from Tracey. So it could be that you literally have these stacked up like a little set of books on your shelf at home, ready to print off as and when you are ready. So that's another way for you to shop for these too. So I love it. Brilliant idea. We're giving you lots of different ways to shop. If you've got any questions, though, do get in touch. You can either message us through the Facebook page, message us through the website, or speak to the call centre, email into the studio, whichever way you want to get in touch. So loads and loads of different ways that you can go for them. Now, if you want to shop for them individually, you can do. They are available £9.50 each. They'll each have their different item number. They're all on the website. To be honest, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because most of you are going for the bundles, which makes sense because it brings that price rather than £9.50 down to just £7.14. And I know how much I would rather be paying. So there you go. That's the way to shop with those. But we're going to kick things off with the fabulous Westminster bag. Now, this is the crossbody one.
Yeah, this is the one we were looking at earlier. So we've done it in a nice tweed, as you see on the photo there, and I've got a sample here of it. But we've also made the oilcloth one because, of course, you can do that if you want to. You can use the bags and in different ways. So we've got slightly different clips on the front. It's up to you what clip you put. You can even just put a magnetic clasp if you want to on there, or a fancy button, however you like to finish your bag, or just have it as a flap. So you don't necessarily need to use those clips if you don't want to.
Okey-doke.
So we'll start by making that one. So what I've done is I've taken the two front pocket pieces. Like this, we're putting the two right sides together. And you might have heard me, I just whizzed around that little bit there just to get going. Okay, so we've stitched around those two edges there. The patterns are all going to be very simple to follow. They're on, if you're buying the printed ones, they're going to be on the really thick, heavy-duty paper. So you can cut those out, lay it down. It will say cut one in main and cut one in line in fabric. Okay, so you choose those. Now, anytime we've got a curved edge, you'll probably know that we need to snip this curve to allow it to turn nicely. So go right up to your stitching without snipping your stitching. If you did accidentally snip the stitching, do not panic. You can then just go back over it the little bit that you snipped.
Just as Tracey's snipping that, I thought, right, I'm going to have a look in one of these envelopes and have a little look. So the paper patterns, this is going to be similar across the board, but this one is the Westminster that we're looking at. So you've got your full instructions there, full colour instructions, lots of pictures that I'm not going to share with you because you have to buy the patterns to see those. You've got all of your kind of elements that you need. You're looking at less than ½ metre fabric for your main fabric and your line fabric, again, similar sort of quantity. But this is the bit that I wanted to look at because you have got your, is it AO size that you've got with the pattern?
It's going to depend on what size the bag is.
Right.
So yeah, whichever size. But it's all going to be on one sheet. There's never any pattern pieces overlapping.
No tracing.
No tracing. I want it really, really clear, really simple instructions to follow.
So there you go, comprehensive pattern. So definitely worth going for. Sorry, Tracey.
That's okay.
Carry on.
So I've snipped around those corners there, just on those curved edges. And now I'm actually going to trim a little bit of that excess off because we don't need quite so much seam allowance on there because I've got a tweed, this is. It's quite a bulky fabric. Trim that off. And turn that through. I said I was a messy crafter. I made a mess within the first 5 minutes.
That does that.
And then we're going to turn that through like that. So you would at home give that a nice little press. Okay, so that's our front flat piece. Now I'm going to top stitch around it. You do it in a matching thread at home. So to top stitch that, will just hold it nice and flat, particularly if you're washing it. So to top stitch, I'm going to change my needle position because I want to do that closer to the edge. So normally all of our patterns have got a 1 centimetre seam allowance. If you're working on a brother machine and lots of machines, if you keep the edge of your fabric on the edge of the foot, that will give you a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Now I want my stitching to go a bit closer, so I'm going to move my needle to the centre position, and that way I can still keep all my fabric under the feed dogs, and I can still keep the edge of my fabric on the edge of the foot. So instead of moving my fabric over to get closer to the edge, I'm going to move the needle. Just makes it a bit easier.
Now I know you're an ambassador for Brother, and this is a brilliant machine for doing all the things that you've just spoken of.
Yes, I've just been very busy at the NEC with the sewing show all weekend, so my voice might be a little bit hoarse because we've sold so many machines. But yeah, it was great. So thank you to all the viewers out there as well who came to say hi on the stand. It was lovely to see you all. So yeah, we were showing the Brother machines because I believe you still have some stock left of this, don't you?
We have, yeah. I mean, I think it's on the show. So if you are in the market for a new sewing machine, it's worth checking it out. And Tracey's regularly here as an ambassador for Brother as well. So it's her go-to machine. Oh, not necessarily this model, but brand-wise, should I say?
Yeah. Because you often sell out, don't you? As soon as the stock comes in, it flies out on here. So you have to be quick. Okay, so I've stitched along there. Oops, just going to change that back to a normal straight stitch. Okay, so I've just top stitched around the edge. Mine's a bit wobbly because of the studio, but you'll do it at home nice and neat, I'm sure. And have a matching thread as well. I've done it in a contrast. So what we're going to do, I would put one of these clips on. Okay, these tuck and lock clips. Fold those in half. I want to find the centre point. I want to know where to put that, so you can find the centre like that, and then I can just pop that clip on. Okay. There, it does have a little prong as well. So this prong, simply you make 2 holes in there and then you'll pop that one through and fold the prongs over on the back.
Okay, right.
If we get a chance, I'll do that in a little bit, but for the moment, I'll just put it there.
I don't know if we said, do we sell those on the website? I don't know, actually.
If you start, we have them at Alan Sewing Cat on the website, so alansewingcat.com, we do have those.
There you go. That's right. So yeah, hold them
get those. So I'm going to fold my fabric in half again to find the centre. I just want to make sure that I get my flap nice and centred, and because this is checks, obviously if you are doing it in checks, just try and get your checks so they line up.
Incredibly neat, I like that. And I suppose that's something you need to consider when you're cutting out your fabrics.
Yeah.
Cutting them from.
But even though this is quite a big check, I still didn't need any more than the amount of fabrics on there. So it's less than ½ a metre because fabrics are quite wide and these pieces are quite small. So that's our front flap, that's where that's going to go. And then this one's going to go on top here. And I'm going to stitch all the way along over all 3 pieces now. It may be at home, it may be worth keeping the patterns on the pieces until you're ready to do it on this bag, because the front pocket and this are quite similar in size, so you wouldn't want to get those confused. If you did, you simply unpick it. It's not a problem.
I love the way that you've broken down the construction so concisely with the actual instructions as well. So it's not very difficult for you to kind of find where you're going because you've got the photos in there. Do you do videos or anything like that?
We do have some videos, yeah. Okay. Time constraint, we don't have lots, but do. If you go to alansewingcat.com, we've got videos on there and some on YouTube as well. So it may not be the same bag, but there'll be techniques on there that you can use, even ones for sewing with different fabrics and things like that, blog posts as well.
Okay.
So what I've done is just attach the small little bit that goes at the top. If I grab my bag, you can see where that is. So that's going to be this panel that goes here.
Perfect.
And you can again top stitch along there, which is quite nice to do. So we'll put that one to one side for the moment. If we get a chance, we'll top stitch. So now I'm going to do the front pocket.
We've just had a message come through. I don't know if you can see that on the screen there, but Jackie, congratulations on your retirement. Oh, can you imagine that, retired and being able to sit there and watch Sewing Street?
Yeah, what a nice way to start your retirement.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Yes, enjoy every minute of it.
Absolutely. Another one that as well, a lovely Elaine has got in touch. Thank you for joining us so early. So glad that Sewing Street is on Virgin, isn't it brilliant? Spread the news, let everybody know. And I can see Tracey again with her great patterns. Her patterns are so easy to follow. So there you go, Elaine's a big fan.
Thank you, Elaine.
I love it. And of course, yes, if you are watching on Virgin Virgin Media. I believe you have the facility to actually record the shows as they're going out as well. So I know lots of people have been doing that as well. Morning, both. It was lovely to see you both on Friday at the NEC.
Oh, thank
yes,
you.
I was there Friday too. Love Tracey's patterns, and I'm a member of her club, so I've made a lot. What's this club?
So we do a monthly subscription. We do one for dressmaking and one for craft and bag making. So we've got loads of members. So thank you to all of you. And when they sign up, we send out a project like this in the post. In fact, this was last month's project, so they get that delivered then in the post. So not patterns, but full kits. So
wonderful.
A bit different to what we bring here.
Okay.
So what I've done there, just top stitch that panel you'll see along there.
Looks good.
Then this is our pocket piece. So as I said, I put the two pieces together, open that up. I've put the clip on already, very easy to do. It shows you in the instructions how to do it. On the pattern, it shows you where to position it. If you're trying to find the center of anything, it will be marked on there. Just fold your fabric in half. Press it with your finger and you can see. So this is going to be our front pocket. I'm going to fold that over. You would give that a little press at home, and I'm going to top stitch along that edge again there. It was fun at the NEC, wasn't it?
It's lovely to be able to see people and speak to them face to face.
Yeah, really lovely. And so many Sewing Street viewers there, so it's nice, wasn't it?
It was wonderful, yeah.
John running around on Thursday or Friday. And
I don't know where he gets the energy from, I really don't. But no, it was lovely, and we had some lovely demonstrations on the stand as well, and I know lots of people took the chance on the tombola and won some lovely prizes as well, and they had loads of different exhibits you could look at as well.
Yeah.
There was a Dalek there yesterday.
There was,
apparently.
there was, And I guess you're probably back for Festival of Quilts in the summer.
Yeah, I should be there
Street
for
normally
that,
have a stand, don't they? So okay, right. So I've top stitched along that pocket. So now we can put that into place. So you can see it's coming together very quickly. Lift that flap up, put that there. Okay, and then that's the front panel. If I move that down, you can see that's the front panel of our bag then constructed. Okay. So now we're going to put the zip in. Don't panic over zips if you've not done zips before. I know people sometimes worry about doing zips, but it's really not that difficult. We're going to take our zip, I'm going to lay it face down, okay, on the right side of a fabric. And then I'm going to take one of my linings, which I've stitched up here. So I'm just going to unpick a little bit.
Okay. Just as you're doing that, just to let viewers at home know, I've now got Facebook Live. So thank you and good morning as well to Claire, Lulu and Sue, who are all saying good morning to us both.
Oh.
So thank you as well.
You.
Don't forget, we're talking about these fabulous patterns, and that's exactly what we're seeing Tracey put together at the moment. Details are on the screen for 7 patterns, so including the Westminster bag that we're seeing demonstrated. These are paper patterns. You can get them all together and save. You're only paying £7.14 per pattern rather than £9.99. They are available individually at £9.99, and you've also got your USB, which I'll tell you about this in a little while. But of course, Tracey is working with regards to the paper pattern for your Westminster bag, and the most popular way for everybody to get involved in this is all of those patterns together as a bundle. So thank you. People are loving your bag patterns.
Good. Well, it's great value, isn't it?
Absolutely,
everyone loves a bag. So when it comes to presents and things, it's always good to have decent bag patterns and ones that are going to show you different techniques as well, and different shapes and sizes, because we always end up with odd bits of fabric that we don't know what to do with them. It might be left over from a quilt or dressmaking.
That's it. For example, I mean, the bag that you're working on here, the flap could be in a different fabric to the main body if you've got smaller pieces.
Yeah, you can patchwork the whole thing together. So just for speed, I'm going to do it without the lining. So as we were saying, that's the right side of a fabric, put the zip right side down, and you would put the lining on top right side down as well. And I'm going to stitch along that zip. Okay, so keep the edge of your zip tape along the edge of your fabric and stitch down there. You can pop a zipper foot on so you can get a bit closer to the edge.
What type of fabric should we consider using for the Westminster bag?
Well, I mean, you can use anything. So if you're using a finer weight fabric, like a quilting cotton, you might want to use a backing to it. You have your, what's the bag?
H640 that you might want to use for that lighter weight. Or I suppose you could use your phone backing if you wanted to.
But if you're using just a regular Hessian or denim, you wouldn't need that. So, yeah, depends.
That's a good point, Try it with anything, really.
Yeah.
And I suppose if you're not using a wadding or a foam, that it makes it quite a lightweight bag as well. So you could almost roll it up and put it inside another bag if you needed to. So,
exactly. So you've seen it even made with the oilcloth as well. It's one of those universal bags that will go across all fabrics. So it's only if you're using a finer fabric, you might want to consider putting that extra in there. So I'm stitching down the zip. Now I've come to a point where the zip head is in the way here. I don't really want to stitch around it and have my line of stitching a bit wonky. So what I'm going to going to do is stop the needles in the down position, which it always would be on this machine, and I'm just going to take my zip head and I'm just going to slide that past. So my fingers, I'm trying to do it so my fingers don't get in the way. If I do it sideways, you can see, like that. And now the zip head's out of the way, and then I can continue stitching down, doing your little lock stitch at the end onto one side. So you would have your lining on there as well. And then we're going to do the other side the same way. So we're then going to put that right sides together. So if I flip it over, it's probably going to be easier for you to see. Excuse all my ends. Do trim as you go. I'm terrible.
Yeah, it's one of those do as I say, not do as I do situations. Yeah.
I always mean to, and then I get excited and just keep sewing. So we're going to put like that, the zip. So exactly the same as before. That's the right side of my back of my bag. That's the right side of my zip, face down, and then you would put your lining on top, face down as well. Photographs all the way through the instructions, so don't worry whether you're a visual learner.
That's one thing that I noticed there, and you must pride yourself on the layout of your instructions because there's so much content in there. You're not going to be left on your own at all when it comes to making these up. With regards to the level of experience with the patterns, would you say maybe what I call an enthusiastic beginner?
Yes, I mean anyone could make these bags. None of them are difficult. Maybe this, probably the messenger bag's probably the easiest one to start with.
A good one to start off.
Yeah, because there's no zips or anything in there. You're going to learn about magnetic clips and then move your way up. The briny bag's easy. To be fair, none of these here have got anything that's too tricky. There's instructions all the way through, photographs and written instructions, but you're going to learn different things. You can learn about adjustable straps. If you buy the whole collection, you've got adjustable straps, magnetic clips, you've got one with pipe in there, you've got one with different clips on that box rucksack. This one here has got the tongue and lock clips. So yeah, and some have got gussets in the bag.
Experience of different techniques by the time you completed these.
Absolutely. I mean, it would run as a, like a 10-week course if you went and paid to do a bag making course. You'd have all of these in there, but it would probably be a 10-week course to help you learn that.
A lot more than $49.99.
Yeah, and exactly. And you've got the patterns that you can use over and over again. Bags are great for charity. They're great gifts for presents, and I think all ages as well. Whether you're going off to uni, maybe you know someone who's travelling, maybe you know someone who's retiring, you just want to give them something. We never have enough bags, do we?
I've got so many of them. But you have them and you can make them to coordinate with an outfit then as well. So if you like your denim, you could be making this one out of denim. Don't forget, it only works out £7.14 per pattern. So you're saving overall £16.16, which it kind of equates to a whole pattern and half a pattern there or thereabouts. But these are the paper versions that you can see, all of them coming together to create these beautiful bags that you can see here. It's certainly the most popular way for you to get hold of all of the inspiration and patterns is with that big bundle there as well, which is fabulous. I love it as well. So yeah, beautiful.
And of course, if you're buying the USB, they're even cheaper, aren't they?
Absolutely. Well, this is it. Because you kind of print to demand then, don't you? When you need the pattern, you print it off.
Yeah.
So yeah, the USB brings all of those patterns down to $38.99 and you just print them out on your A4 printer.
Yeah, and we'll do a little demonstration in the next show when we're doing the dressmaking. I'll show you how to print those because I know some people are a bit worried about using PDFs, but it's so simple, it's so easy. That's it. I'm not very good with technology. I can manage it, so I've had to make it very simple so that.
And that'll be in your 10 o'clock hour.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. So, and we'll be showing different patterns, including like the top that I'm wearing now. This is one of our patterns, the Lexi top. So I've got it in lots of different fabrics. It's nice for this sort of time of year.
Oh, that's perfect. You must have like a sixth sense there because somebody's just said, I always love Tracey's demos. I have several of her patterns. Do I recognise Tracey's top? Is that the Maggie top?
It's the Lexi top.
Oh,
yeah.
Nearly.
It's been, it's been a really popular one actually. So we're bringing back some of our most popular designs today because we sold out previously. So we have brought them back in today. So yeah, we'll do that at 10 o'clock.
Wonderful.
So now I'm going to stitch around here. So I've put the zip in the top and now I'm going to stitch down. Don't stitch the corners. We're going to keep those open because we're going to do some box corners and we're going to stitch around the bottom as well. You would normally have your lining at the top, but don't worry, the photograph's going to show you all of that as you go through. So I'm just going to stitch down and around all these edges here. So always do your little knot forwards and backwards at the beginning and end and always down the sides. just a few pins to hold it. I mean, the number of pins you're going to need is going to depend on the fabric and how much it's moving. I've only put a few just for speed here, but you'd probably want to.
Well, in our early bird, we've got those quilt clips, so I
they'd be
actually
good.
use those.
They'd be really good for bag making, actually. They'd be great for the duffel bag as well, where you've got that piping going in there. So I need to make sure I've got all my layers together here.
I find myself using a rotary cutter more and more when I'm cutting out patterns.
Yeah.
I certainly have been doing so with recent patterns that have got straight edges to them. I'll use a quilt rule on top of the pattern and then kind of use the rotary cutter to cut out rather than with scissors. But so yeah, do check out our early bird. I think it's still available. I know we didn't have huge quantities of them, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've cut all of these with a rotary cutter because you get that nice sharp edge, don't you?
You do, yes, yeah.
Yeah, and down that last side here.
Wonderful. Just as Tracey's sewing that, shall I show you what the early bird is? Because I know some of you weren't here. I won't go through it in great detail because obviously it's a Tracey show. But the early bird, perfect for cutting out your pattern pieces where you've got straight edges. Because what I tend to find is I will use the shorter ruler and then actually use the rotary cutter. So you've got your paper pattern underneath, and that way sometimes you can use kind of the weight of the rule on top of the pattern rather than pinning it and things like that. So early bird, you've got your 24x6 rule, you've also got your 6x12 rule, rotary cutter, and you've also got your quilt clips that we just spoke of, and you've also got this fabulous mat, which is imperial on one side, metric on the other, just £34.99. And to be honest, when you're shopping it worked out at, what did we say, Ben? £6 and something, wasn't it, per element? £6.99 per element. Where on earth would you get a 24x6 quilt rule for that price? You wouldn't. You wouldn't. Don't even waste your time looking, because you wouldn't. And this is a brilliant bundle, as I say, not just for quilting. We've called it a quilter set, but as I say, I use quilt rulers and a rotary cutter for cutting out all of my pattern pieces. So yeah, do consider going for that one as well.
Okay. So now we've stitched down the sides and I've stitched across the bottom here. So now we need to do these box corners. We need to make sure, because there's a pocket on the front, we need to make sure that all those pocket layers are all to the right side. So when you put your finger in here, you can see and just feel and make sure that you've got it that way. So your back of your bag will only have one layer, and here you're going to have all those pocket layers in there. So it's going to be much more chunky on one side than it is the other. I'm going to lay my seams, so I've got one going one way and one going the other, or you can do it open depending on how you prefer and the thickness of fabric that you've got going through your machine. So I'm just going to go forwards and backwards, and this just gives the bag that little bit of shape on the bottom so that we can put things in there. And I found this bag is great for travel. I can fit a tablet in there as well. Obviously, depends what tablet you've got.
Yes,
extra compartments in there. You can add an extra pocket if you wanted to. So the pocket that's on the outside, you could easily cut an extra one and put that onto the inside, onto your lining.
That's a nice idea, because obviously we start thinking about holidays before long, so things like your passport and stuff like that you need to have close at hand.
Yeah.
I do.
Like we said, you could pick a couple. You could do this, you could do the over body bag,
all in the same fabric.
Yeah, the duffel bag. And just make a really lovely matching set.
We've had a message pop up on Facebook. We did cover this earlier, Helen, but I don't know when your message popped up because I've only just seen it. But the club that we were talking about is a subscription that you can find out about on Tracey's website. So yeah, if you're looking for that, Owl and Sewing Cat.
Yes, thank you. So I've stitched the corners, and that gives us, as you see, that box shape. I'm doing a contrast though, just so that you can see it a bit clearer. Obviously at home you'd use a matching one. Turn that through.
Well, that's coming together a treat.
It's not, doesn't take a long time, but I think it looks like a really professional bag. I said I was messy. I've got threads everywhere. And you would obviously normally have your lining that would pop in the middle there. Then you can put your straps onto that. Okay, now the pattern comes with, oops, I've got my pins still in there. Let's grab those out. You've got, on the pattern, it's got a fabric strap, which sometimes people like to do because it can be a little bit cheaper. But if you want to do a webbing strap, you can do that too, which I will do. Oh, where's that pin? There's always one pin, isn't there? Can't find. There it is. Got
I did.
There you go. Okay, so then you can add your strap along the top. So on this particular one, we've done the webbing. On the original one and on the pattern, you have got a fabric strap that you can make. So just two straps. Stitch them together and turn it through. The instructions are going to show you how. So it depends what you prefer. But on this one, we could just put this nice webbing just to make it quick and easy. I'm actually just going to pin it so I can show you something else if we get a chance.
Yeah,
so we're going to take it, fold the end over, and you would pin that into place. You could make it adjustable if you want to. Obviously, if you're buying the whole collection of patterns, you will learn how to do adjustable straps. So just take that instruction off one of the other ones, maybe the the box rucksack or the three-way bag, the one that you can wear as a rucksack or you can wear it across your body on one shoulder. This one here will show you about doing adjustable straps. That's probably a good one to use if you wanted to take that strap and put it on this bag. So mix and match them as well. Enjoy that process that you'll have learned all these techniques. And then you would take that and do exactly the same. Suck it and fold it under and pop that in the other side. And then we would just stitch that on.
Lovely.
Okay, and then your bag
is pretty much done.
Pretty much done.
Comes together so quickly.
Yeah, and I think it looks like a really nice professional bag, doesn't it?
It does. I love it.
Choose the fabric and have fun.
Really enjoyed that. I've just noticed the time. We've only got about 20 minutes.
I know, it's gone so quick.
You get yourself ready for your next demo. And I'm going to mention to you guys one of the most popular individual patterns as well. Because obviously we've got the bundle that we can get hold of everything, including the Westminster bag that we just saw the lovely demo on. But the Bryony bag is available not only in the bundle, it's in that bundle of 7, but some of you are shopping for this one by itself. £9.50. Details are up on your screen, and that's okay if you're wanting to shop for the individuals because you will find them all individually. But of course, when you go for them as the bundle, that is where you are making the biggest saving. And this is a brilliant bag. You can see there you've got kind of your pre-made handles on there. You've got the pockets at the side with little dividers in there, so there's plenty of storage. I think this would be a nice one as a hobby bag, maybe a knitting bag as well. I mean, it's practical for obviously taking out and about. And of course, all of your instructions and your pattern is included in there. There's no tracing or anything like that you have to do. It is all good to go. Just cut it out and away you go. But the pattern individually is £9.50. If you can stretch to the bundle of 7 though, you're bringing that individual price down to £7.14. And you will have 6 other beautiful bag patterns featuring in there, as you can see with these as well. We just saw a lovely demonstration of the Westminster bag. We're going to go back and see Tracey in a few moments. But every single one of these bags is a useful bag to have within your your bag wardrobe, shall we say, because you'll find them in all sorts of different scenarios. And as you can see, they're really effective. So many different varieties of fabrics as well, which I think is lovely. Now, if you want an even more affordable way for you to get hold of them, then we have got the USB. So obviously you can shop for the paper patterns if you want, but bringing that price down to just $38.99 is the USB. And on this little USB, you will have all 7 patterns, and you don't have to worry about printing off your patterns because they all print off at A4, which means that you can just use your household printer without having to worry. And it works out at £5.57 per pattern if you are doing it this way, which is brilliant when you consider how amazing those and professional looking those bags are as well. So if you like the USB option, the details are on your screen. We will chat about the USB format more so in Tracey's next show because we've not got a huge amount of time in this hour, but you literally are just going to pop it into your computer, find the project and then print off the pages. But we'll chat more about that as well on a regular A4 printer, so nothing complex about that. But we'll save that for the dressmaking show that we've got coming up in a little over an hour's time at 10 o'clock. But we're going to head back over to Tracey because I can see you brought the Bryony bag in. Yeah,
I thought I'd bring it back in because as it's popular, you'll see on the instructions we've used the original leather handles that you can buy. I think you sell them on your website, don't you?
Yeah.
But I just thought I'd show you because I've just adapted this one, quickly made another one. Our sample we couldn't find. Our original sample has just vanished, so I quickly made this one. It took like an hour to make this bag.
Wow.
It looks big and substantial, but actually it's really simple to make. It's got 3 pockets on the front. You can do the same on the inside. It's got, oh, excuse me, one of the plastic wadding in there. Plastic magnetic clips here, and I've put some at the side so that it can really open up if you've got extra kind of stuff in there. And in here I've put the fusible fleece, the HS, what do you call it? So
H640.
H640.
Took me ages to remember it.
No, I'm sure I'm dyslexic, so I have problems with letters and numbers. But anyway, the iron-on fusible fleece, which you've got on your website.
Absolutely.
And this is just a regular cotton fabric, but it's just...
I love the fabric, it's brilliant.
So I've adapted it by putting the strapping on, which is the same strapping that we were just looking at. So if you want to adapt your pattern and do that, it's not a problem. You make the strap handles the exact size that you want. Just tuck the end over like we did there. But what I've actually done on here is when I've got past there, just maybe I've done it like 3 inches up. I've then folded that strap in half and stitched all the way along because then it makes it less bulky and I think it just looks more expensive, doesn't it? You can even put some tubing in there if you wanted to, but I think with this webbing, it's absolutely fine as it is, but sometimes you do put tubing.
I like the idea of making the Westminster and maybe the flap on the Westminster the same fabric as you've got for your pockets on that one. So both coordinating again. That's the beauty when you've got a pattern. You can make them into whatever style you like.
Yeah, you could take the strap from the duffel bag and you could add that to this if you wanted an over-the-shoulder strap to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, just really, I think once you've got a good catalogue of patterns, you'll use them over and over again, won't you? You'll use technique from this and move it on to there. I saw some lovely people at the show at the weekend and they were saying, oh, I've got this bag and I've just adapted it because I wanted an extra pocket. Like, yeah, you find your way and then you'll probably make lots of those bags. So yeah, that's how you go.
Thank you for that. So that is the Bryony bag, which has been one of the most popular ones when people are shopping for them individually. But again, it's in the bundle. It's also on the USB. So whichever way you're choosing to shop for these, you will get them. Now, we've seen a real surge in people shopping for the USB as well. So yeah, if you like the idea of saving even more on those patterns, then the USB is the way to go. We're going to pop the details of that back up on the screen. It means you're saving even more. So rather than £7.14 for the patterns in the bundle, you're looking at £5 and I forgot what the odd pence were, 57 was it? Something like that. 5.57. Oh my goodness, that's impressive for me before 9 o'clock in the morning. My brain doesn't usually wake up till about 10:30, so that's good going. I like it.
Well done.
So there you go, USB details popped up on the side of your screen there, as you can see, if you want to shop for it that way. Lovely. So, right, well, what are we doing next?
So I was going to start a little bit of the Valencia bag. We won't get a chance to make it all, but that's this lovely new bag here. So it's got really nice contrast ties on the side. Easy to do, though. The straps aren't tied themselves, so the straps are fixed, so don't worry, they're never going to come undone. Got a nice magnetic clip in there, but it's a really nice shape as well.
I love that proper boho look, that, isn't it? Like
and of course you can make it straps longer if you want to have it across the body. Okay. So you've got that one there, and then we've just done it different fabric.
Oh, I like the pink and grey.
They can look so different, can't they? Just different fabrics. Again, doesn't use a lot of fabric, so it's a chance to use like those scrap bits that you've got. You could patchwork it, you could have a different fabric here to here if you wanted to. And you could use a regular, like a denim or something like that for the main thing. Or you can use your fancy fabrics. It's one of those nice sort of styles that will work in a pattern or a plain. I'm going to do it in a nice, we've got a nice flamingo here. So on this one, I'm going to make the mane a bit fancy. And then I'm just going to put that stripe with it. But have fun. That's the fun bit. Once you've got the shapes and your patterns, then you can do the fun bit of the fabric shopping, which we all love.
Well, this is the thing, because you'll go off buying fabric and you'll have your patterns kind of in the back of your mind and think that'd look brilliant on that.
Yeah, otherwise you never quite know how much fabric to get, so it will save you wasting. Always get your patterns first. So what we're going to do is do some darts. Now, the darts are marked on the pattern, so don't worry if you've not done darts before. It's really simple. It shows you here. A dart is a triangle that gives us some shape. So this is what's saying about lots of different techniques you're going to learn in here. So yeah, it would be like a really nice course, but you're going to have it all at home that you can do in your own time. So I've marked it here, 2 little marks here, and I've put a little dot there, which is going to be the end of our dart. So to do a dart, we're going to fold the fabric in half like that. I'm lining up the 2 snips. I'm going to put a pin there, and I'm going to do a straight line of stitching all the way to here. So you could mark this in as well with a pen if you want to, like maybe a vanishing marker pen. But I'm just going to do a straight line from here to there, tapering off gently at the bottom. So when you get to a dart, just taper it off nicely. We have got a blog post on darts at owlandstonycat.com if you're worried about doing darts, if it's your first time. But it's just stitching out a triangle. You just don't want a big jump at the end of your darts.
And I love this. And this is a technique that will cross over into dressmaking as well, because it can give garments shape as well as bags.
Yeah. So we've got 2 on the front there, so I'm going to do the same one here. And the lining on this bag is going to be exactly the same. Fold those over and stitch down there. None of these are ones that are going to take too long to make. The longest one's probably going to be the duffel bag, because we've got piping on there. Obviously, it's a big bag. Yeah. You've got piping, you've got circles, and you've got a few. We've got shoulder straps and over the shoulder, across the body straps as well. So each pattern, different techniques. Same again on this side. So we've got a front and a back, and I'm just going to whiz those. And this is how the shape's made. So some bags are constructed. Obviously, the duffel bag has got the circles on the ends, which give the shape. Some of them, like the messenger bag, has got a gusset, which gives the shape. And some will have the box corners that we've just done on the last bag to give the shape. So you really are getting a great variety of of techniques and choose from with them.
Absolutely. And this one's another one that strikes me as being kind of like a user-friendly or a beginner-friendly bag as well.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And nice, it's kind of a bit more summery, I feel, or maybe that's just the fabrics that I've done it in. I suppose you could do it in a wintry fabric, it would work just as well. But yeah, it's just one of those lightweight bags, I find. I mean, you can put the heavyweight fusing in there if you wanted to, but sometimes it's quite nice to have more of a soft bag, isn't it, over your shoulder? More of a dressy bag. So we've got 4 darts in there, so 2 on the front panel and 2 on the back panel, and then we can just put these 2 together. So as always, it's going to be the same for our dressmaking. 9 times out of 10, we're putting our 2 right sides together, so make sure they're lined up. Always a 1 centimetre seam allowance on our patterns, which is always included. Now what I need to do is make sure I've got my darts lined up and push them going downwards. All of this is in the pattern and photos as well.
So the excess fabric that you've got from the dart, what do you do with that when you're kind of pinning it together? Do you have
I'm pushing it towards the bottom.
So do they both go in the same direction?
Yeah, they're both going in the same direction, yeah. Because it's on a curved edge, if we started pulling them up, they might stick out a little bit.
Okay,
So I'm not going to trim the excess off. I'm going to keep those there, and I'm going to push it that way. If it was on a straight edge, it would be a bit different, but because it's on that curve...
Yes. I suppose there's no definite rules with it, is there really?
No, and what actually having that fabric and that bulk in there means that it gives a little bit of substance to the bottom of the bag as well.
Fabulous.
So I'm using a slightly heavy, this would be like what we call a Hessian weight fabric, like a canvas weight fabric. Not too heavy, but like an upholstery fabric. I know you've got loads, haven't you?
There's loads and loads of different fabrics on there, yeah, definitely. And it might be a fabric that you've already got in your stash, or you could go and have a little look. And I like the idea of fun fabrics as well with the flamingos on there. You could just make it something that almost like a seasonal bag, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
One for each season.
Absolutely. And I suppose if you wanted to, you could piece your fabrics together beforehand. So if you haven't got a complete piece to make the whole of the bag, then you could literally take sections, stitch your fabrics together, and then cut out your pattern. Or if you're into quilting, you could be doing your little kind of patches and putting them together, literally making a bag out of your scrap bag.
Yep, so absolutely. What you've got is just a really nice collection of different shaped bags that you will tap into and use time and time again. So if you've got the USB, you can just print those off anytime you need it.
Good point, yeah.
If you're buying the printed patterns, it is going to be on heavy duty paper, so you can still use those time and time again. They're in those lovely string and washer envelopes, so you can keep your patterns in there.
Fabulous storage, yeah.
Yeah, what I find frustrating is when we end up losing pattern pieces and we can't use them over again. You know, you use them once and they're a bit tatty. Those tissue paper patterns, you know, you never want to use them again, do you? Never quite the same. So eliminated that.
Sorry, something popped up on the preview screen there. Oh. I didn't see it, so I do apologise. So I just thought, oh, there's 2 of us. I need to go with that one. Or I could just literally disappear. Look at that. No, I was having a little delve into one of the envelopes. Tracey's quite right. The storage envelopes are brilliant, and they come with that kind of washer and string closure on there. And the quality of the paper that the patterns are printed on, phenomenal. So, yeah, brilliant. Oh, that's looking good.
Yeah, so it comes together, again, very quick, but the darts give it that shape. You obviously give that a nice press as well, but you can see that lovely, like you say, boho kind of look coming together. We're doing exactly the same on the lining. Okay, same thing, and you're going to add some magnetic clips to the top of the lining. You don't have to, but it's quite nice to do that on the inside.
Could it be reversible, this pattern?
Yeah, yes, it could be. Just don't put the magnetic clips.
Oh.
Yeah. We need to leave an opening in the lining so that we can turn it through, but you can just hand stitch that. And yeah, like you say, it can be reversible. Good idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to start the straps. You won't get the bag finished, but you'll see some of the techniques. So we're just going to do the straps. So to do those, I'm going to stitch straight down one side and straight down the other. I'm going to leave both ends open because we need to turn it through.
Perfect. We are running out of time. We've got about 5 minutes left with Tracey in this hour. But Tracey, thankfully, is going to be back again in a little over an hour at 10 o'clock. We're going to be looking at a dressmaking project. So you could have your garment that's going to match your bag, maybe, or vice versa, using that excess fabric to create a bag that's going to work alongside your ensemble, if you will. And we will have paper patterns in that hour as well as USBs as well. If you have just tuned in, just as Tracey is sewing the strap, let me explain to you what we've got for you here. Up on the screen, you've got the details of 7 beautiful bags that you could be creating utilising the paper patterns. Now, the paper patterns come to you beautifully packaged as I showed you just a few moments ago. And you have got all of these coming together. Now, they are available individually at £9.50, but when you are shopping for them as a bundle, they work out at just £7.14 because you've got a saving on the bundle price. Now, obviously, every single bag here is really easy for you to put together, but you're learning lots of different techniques in the process as well. And you're going to be learning about putting darts in this particular project. It was clasps that we saw and bag flaps a few moments ago. And these are maybe afternoon or weekend projects that you might not have a huge amount of sewing time, but you can make something very productive and very quickly. And you can see the details on the screen for your bag bundle. Half the stock has gone though, so please be quick with that one. I'll tell you about the USB in just a few moments, but I can see that Tracey has finished stitching that strap that we were working on a few moments ago.
Yeah, that's okay. So I've stitched down both sides, left the ends open. So I'm going to put a safety pin, just put it on one side of the fabric, like that, facing that way. Hopefully you can see that. And then I'm going to take that and I'll just pop that through and just keep turning. So what you don't want is it too bunched up. So let it bunch a little bit and then put it like that. So just
kind of feed it through.
Just feed it through bit by bit as we go. You pull that through, give it a press, and then top stitch down the end, and that would be your strap. And the ties are done separately, just so you're aware. Like this, you put two right sides together and stitch around and turn them through, and they're added on at the same time as the as we do the lining, all included in there. So that's how you get those nice ties in there. So we're not using them as functional ties because I was a bit worried if they suddenly came undone, and you don't want that knot to look big and bulky or anything like that. So they are just decorative ties that look really lovely.
I love them.
On the bag.
It's a brilliant idea.
Just put in like that.
Just using a contrast fabric, very effective.
It's nice to use all your scrap bits. We always end up with a stash of scrap fabrics that we don't know what to do with.
Absolutely.
So projects like this are great for it.
And again, that turning technique that we've just saw, you'll find yourself using that over and over with your bag making. So thank you, Tracey, for that. Now, I promised you the USB, so let me explain to you what the USB is all about. I'm just going to move the patterns out of the way just so as I can explain to you more so with this. That way, Hayley, there you go. I still get mixed up with my left and right. Now, the USB is a fabulous way for you to print off those patterns using your household printer. Tracey's going to explain more about printing from your USBs in the next hour, which is at 10 o'clock. But on here, you've got all 7 of those patterns that we've just been talking about that you can print off as and when you need to. Then you can go on and create all of your fabulous bags that you can see here. So it could be the duffel bag that you're going to be creating. It could be the Westminster bag, which is that gorgeous kind of tweed crossbody bag that we saw coming together. Or it could be the bag that we've just been working on a few moments ago. The Bryony bag with that mustard fabric on there has been a very popular pattern by itself, incidentally, as well. So that's one of those situations that if you want them individually, then you can shop for them. £9.50 each if you're wanting to go for them individually. But the most affordable way for you to get hold of them is via the USB, and that will include the Bryony bag that we've just been looking at. All 7 patterns on there, on that USB, ready for you to use. It's a nice way of actually storing these because it doesn't take up a lot of room at all, does it?
Exactly. You can put them on your shelf. You can take them out and about with you. If you're trying to decide what fabrics, you've got a guide there in front of you.
That's a good point.
And I know lots of you have been collecting them, so thank you. We're up to collection 21, so this was a brand new launch today, so it's your first chance to get this here.
I turned 21. There you go. Coming of age, which I love. So there you go. Do check out some of the other USBs that we see from Tracey as well, because there is a whole host of those, and we are going to be looking at the dressmaking one at 10 o'clock. Now, when you're shopping with us, there's loads of ways you can shop. You might have been watching us on the website, because on the website you can see the products as we speak about them. Now, as you scroll down, you will see the show deals. So here you go. You can see the individual bag patterns that we've been speaking of available individually. Just pop them into your basket, and of course your one post and packing is covering you for all of your orders throughout the day. So please don't make a list of what you need and then wait until the end of the morning to check them out, because some of these can be quite vulnerable, especially things like the early bird deal that you've got there. And I've done this myself personally, thought to myself, right, I've got my list, I'll check everything out at the same time, maybe even keep it in my basket until I am ready to do so. But the problem is when you come to check out your order, that will kind of check the figures of what we've got available, and some of those items you've got your heart set on will have sold out at that stage. So what I've done personally is when I've seen things that I like, I check out my basket there and then, safe in the knowledge that my basket order is not going to be processed until around midnight. So you'll have one payment go out, you'll have everything batched up on that one order and one post and packing, but it means that you don't miss out on anything. Because if you're ordering now, you know that you've got it, check it out, it's there, you know you've got it, you can rest in the knowledge that you have. Whereas if you're shopping later, you might not have that opportunity. So do make sure that you take advantage of that. Now, Tracey is going to be back with us a little bit later on, so looking forward to that.
Yes, can't wait.
And one of the garments that you're going to be featuring is the one that you're wearing.
Yeah, the Lexi top that I'm wearing. So it's a really nice dressmaking collection for you.
I love it. Looking forward to that as well. So let Tracey grab herself a bit of breakfast and maybe a cup of tea. I will be with you straight after the break, and we're going to be talking sewing tools. So I hope you can join me in just a few minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to Sewing Street. And I am here with an hour of fabulous tools that are going to help you with your sewing, maybe improve the quality of your sewing and certainly give you inspiration for your sewing as well. We've got all sorts of wonderful things, and this, I am very excited to tell you about this because this is actually an arc of light, which is brilliant if you want to illuminate the area that you are working in. But we'll chat about that in a little while later because we've got all sorts of goodies. Now, they are all available on the website, so if you want to jump ahead, you can do. And if there's anything that you want to know a bit more of information about, just let us know. This is your hour, so you let me know what you want to know, but I will work my way through things otherwise. So, yeah. It's all about interaction. So if you've got any of these products and you've been working with them and you've got any hints or tips, then do share them with us as well, because we love to hear about your experiences too. But something that I believe is brand new to us here at Sewing Street, this is your little box of goodies. And this is brilliant because you can see it's really good size, so it's not going to take up a lot of room within your craft room. But what you've got here is your half square triangles, and this is your quilt block design deck. So within this box you have got loads of fabulous little tiles that are going to help you create quilt blocks in whatever sort of format that you like. So you can see those are all there, and you've got loads of these. Now these little tiles are double-sided, so you've got different kind of colours or light or dark fabrics depicted with these, and the idea be that you are going to be able to use these to kind of start designing your different projects. So you can lay these out in whatever combination you like. So it might be traditional blocks that you're starting with, or it might be that you're kind of just literally playing around with them and putting them wherever you choose, and then that way you kind of building up a design as you go. So you might think, oh, actually I like the idea of that, and I'm going to pop that one there. It could be that you're making a run of fabrics with these. It might be that you want to pop that in there. You can see, so you've almost got like a label there. It might be that you just want to use that and replicate that over and over again. And you can kind of get an idea of what your kind of quilt block is going to look like when you're working with these. You become the designer, and that is the key things when you're playing around with this. You become the designer and turn it into whatever you want. Now you've got a variety of different pieces. So you've got your full squares, and your full squares will come to you in a variety of different colours. So you can see there you've kind of got your three-way colours with those. There might even be four ways with these, actually. Is that, yeah, there you go. So depicting your different colours of your fabrics, maybe. And then you can just literally use them in whatever way you like. Flip them over, and this will be almost like a planning device when you're working. But you can see you've got lots where you've got the plain on one side and you've got your combinations on the other. And you can literally play around with these and turn them into whatever project you want to turn them into. So it might be that I need another one of those. So I'm now visualising what this is going to be looking like when I actually put it together and stitch it together. Now I know I've got a different colour over there, but I might want a different colour over there. But you can see you're building up. Now that could be that I repeat that and make it into a 16 patch piece, or it might be that I just want it to be a border running down the edge of my quilt, because of course it could be vertically that it's going down your quilt, or it could be that you're making up your quilt blocks. So you are going to be able to play around with this and do all sorts of fun and funky things as you go with it. So yeah, you're just making whatever design you like. Or you could lose hours, couldn't you, playing around with this one? That one is offending me though, because it's got the wrong colour there, so I'm going to flop that one out. There you go. Isn't it brilliant fun? I love it. Oh, you're going to have loads of fun with this. Loads of fun as well. So if you bear in mind, if you are new to quilting, these, incidentally, that we're looking at, you're looking at your full squares. Now, your full squares, when you actually come to make up your quilt pieces, could be whatever size you like. So here, you're looking at, what, about 1.5 inches, something like that with regards to the sizes. But you could cut these to whatever size you like with your fabrics. So it might be that you're going for something. Are they 2 by 2? Oh, they are 2 by 2. I must have a very short thumb. Or very long thumb, should I say. Yeah, so you cut your fabrics then to whatever size you like. So it might be that you want to work with 4-inch squares. So you could cut your full squares to 4.5. And then with your 1/4 inch seam, you finish sizes of 4-inch square. And that's the thing, you can turn them into whatever you like when you start playing around with these and turning them into your own personal design. Now these ones are half square triangles, so you will use, well, there's a variety of different techniques you would use to put your fabrics together to make your half square triangles. But these are some of the most commonly used patch shapes when you come to quilting and when you come to designing. And the beauty is you've got 4 different colours that you're working with. So you've got your black and your lighter grey, you've got your black and your your darker grey, but then you've also got things like your dark grey and a light fabric, and you've also got your kind of mid-tone in there as well. So you've actually got 4 different gradients of the grey, for a want of a better phrase, which means it's going to give you lots of different kind of ways that you're putting them together. And it's nice because it strips out the colour, so you can start using and kind of using these to work on the design and then incorporate the colour afterwards. So yeah, like the idea of that as well. And the beauty is it all goes back into the little storage box. I've mixed it up now. I don't know if they're in a particular order when we opened it up, but not anymore. But they just go back in there like so. Whoops-a-daisy, pop them in there. And then you've got this handy little box that they sit in that you literally can just keep in your sewing bag or your sewing room, and then away you go. And I think it's something that you'll be having loads and loads of fun and playing around with it. And yeah, as Ben says, once you start using it, you'll be thinking, well, how on earth did I manage to get by without it in the first place? It's just when you know is one of those phrases, isn't it? So brilliant idea, as you can see there. So you're going to get 100 of your 2-inch squares. They're double-sided and perfect for doing all sorts of different fabulous quilt patches that, of course, in turn, become your quilt block. So there you go, $15.99. Popular item, that one. Lots of you shopping for that one as well. Now, something else that is going to be useful. Obviously, when you've started designing your project, then you need to start cutting your fabric. Now, this one is a rotating cutting mat. So, excuse me as I open that up, because I need to show you how it turns around. I don't know if that's meant to have come off, but it has now, so never mind. Slide it out, and it's 12 inches square, so it's a really good size for your quilt blocks, and you've got loads of kind of ideas and suggestions how to look after it, how to keep it going for longer lengths of time. But I like the blue finish with these. I've not seen a blue one before, I must admit. You've got your inch increments, as you can see there. You've also got some guidance lines here as well. So these are useful if you're wanting to cut and dissect your pieces. Things like your 45 degree that you've got there, your 30 and your 60. So they're going to be useful for your triangles, things like your hexagons as well. But it rotates. Now, this isn't rotating at the moment. The reason being is you've got this locking system on the back. So all you do is that inner circle that you've got there, you've got these little sliders. So you'll slide those in, so they come in and out. So you pull those in together, and then when you turn it round, there you go. It will spin around. Oh, it sent my eyes a bit giddy then. But that is useful because if you're cutting your fabrics, rather than you having to kind of pick your fabrics up and move them, you can literally move that and then cut again. Move it and then cut again. Move it and cut again. So that is the beauty with regards to this particular one. Absolutely fabulous, as you can see there. Very affordable price at $16.99. And then if you are wanting to transport it, just put the little locks in place like so. And that means that, oh, I don't think that one's in place. There you go. They lock right into that foam mat. Incidentally, that foam mat is going to give you that kind of stability when you're cutting with it, so it's not going anywhere. And of course, if you don't want it to rotate, just lock it and you can use it in the same way as you would a regular cutting mat as well. Nice size, nice and easy to go into your quilt bag if you're wanting to. And also, you might not have a huge amount of area, so that is something that you could literally just keep on the corner of your desk and pull it in and out with regards to those. So there you go. If area is of a premium to you, then you definitely want one of those. There you go. So nice, I like the colour of that one as well, so that is good as well. So I'm going to pop that over there as well. Now, seam guides. Now, these are good because These are important when we've got two different sizes, so I'll start off with the small one. So these are important when it comes to actually stitching your fabrics, because when you're working with your fabrics and you've got a seam allowance, sometimes you don't know where it is that you haven't got like a little guide on your sewing machine or something like that. So with these are going to allow you, you can draw a little line if you need to, and you've also got the slots in there so you can draw your intersection line there as well if you need to. And you've got a handy little kind of turning end to these as well. So with these, are we looking at 1.25 inches with this one? I think we are. So the length of it is 9 inches. You've got a little bit of a grippy surface on there as well. So when it's on your fabric, obviously it's not going to be on a kind of laminated surface like this, but that will grip onto your fabrics. But it also means that you could have the edge of your fabric there, and you can put a little marker there for your stitching if you're wanting to, with a heat erasable pen and stuff like that. But yeah, useful little tool when you're needing to do your 1/4 inch or your 1/2 inches with those. So yeah, like that. $14.99, very affordable if you're wanting to get hold of that one. But we have got a larger version of it, so if you do want to go for the full 12 inches, then you can do. Oh, is it 15 inches? I was trying to see whether there's a number on there. Oh, it is, yeah, it's 15 inches on the end there, it says there. So nice because it's oversized. If you're working on quilt blocks at maybe 12 inches, then that is going to have this extra area that you've got there as well. So yeah, useful tools. 15 inch if you wanted to go for the 15 inch, the details are up on your screen, but the 9 inch is also available if you want something that might, I mean, that might even fit in your accessory box on your sewing machine, mightn't it? So you've got it close to hand. So yeah, useful tools and all helpful when you're getting started with your sewing. So yeah, especially your quilting. So there you go. If you like the look of those, pop those into your basket. So there we go. So there we go. I'm going to pop those to the side. Now, this light is amazing. Brought to us by Native Lighting, and we've had some recent shows from Native Lighting showing you exactly how these work. And what you've actually got is an arc of light. So I'm going to bring this in so as you can see. And also we might make use of the overhead camera as well. Now, it doesn't come with this mat. We have got this mat available for you as well. But the idea is this is going to be illuminated with LED lights. Now, we've got, I should have looked where the actual, did you just switch it on at the wall? Whoops. There's a, where's the on-off button? Where's the switch? Have I gone crazy? Hold on. A rocker switch. It dropped off the edge of the desk. I was thinking, now, where is it? So you've got this little kind of element that you've got here, and it's kind of got all, sorry, I feel like I'm looking to the side there. So you can see there, you've kind of got your controls with regards to this, including that little button in the middle there, which is going to turn it on. So you can see just how amazing it illuminates that area. Now, with this area that you've got, it's going to give you an area that's got no shadows. So if you are into filming tutorials and things like that, or taking photographs of products to put on your website or your page, blog pages, things like that, you've got a lovely area. You can see there's no shadow there whatsoever. But you've got complete control with regards to the light as well, because you've got your 2 different arrows with these. So these will allow you to drop that light down. So obviously it goes to the off point. If you wanted to increase it, you can do it just by pressing that. And it kind of goes up in stages until you get to that full illumination area, and you can see there fully lit, and it gives you the natural light as well, which is so important when you are looking at matching your fabrics and things like that. Now on the top, if I move this in a little bit, you'll see you've got this fabulous little magnetic device here, which has got that rotation. There's kind of like a ball in there, which gives you the ability for that to rotate round. The idea being with that is if you have got a mobile phone with a magnet on the back or any other phone, then you can literally use that and you can film the area underneath, and you've got all of that illumination, meaning that you're going to get a brilliant kind of video of whatever it is you're creating, or maybe a photo. So you can literally, say if you were doing things like your quilt blocks and you wanted to take a photo of the design that you'd come up with, you can literally use that in the area here, take your photo, fully illuminated, and you are good to go. So really useful device, that one. As I say, The lighting, that arc of lighting is brilliant, and it's a good amount of area that you've got, so it's not going to be kind of taking over or hindering you, but it will give you the ability for you to see everything so clearly with that lighting on there as well. And of course, if you look at it and you think, well, it's a little bit too bright for me, then you can just knock it down a bit, and you can see there it's going to change the light until it goes to almost like that little glow that we've got at the moment, right the way through if you're wanting to go through the different stages. And you can see there how brilliant it is. Also as well, it covers a good area as well, so you can see that you kind of almost got your light, I'd say from that point right the way to the edge of the desk that you've got here as well. So yeah, really good idea, and I know it's always been a popular one. So yeah, split pay with this one as well, so if you are wanting to take advantage of that, you can spread the cost over 2 payments, but it's a really good idea to have good light, isn't it, especially when you're doing things like cutting out your fabrics and stuff like that. Very modern look to it as well, isn't it? Hello. So yeah, if you fancy taking advantage of this one, the details are on your screen. IPN104, £129.99. It's the height wise you're looking at 41 centimetres, so a really good area. And also as well, if you're working with maybe things like your rotary mat, then you can see there you've got a good illumination of area. It's a good one if you're working in dimmed light. Quite often at home we have kind of like the mood lighting, don't we? And you might not necessarily have bright lights. And the thing is, this is going to give you that area that you can literally just work with, and you've got that illumination that you've got there. You're looking at the top. So if you're looking and you're thinking, oh, that's obscuring what you're working with, at your kind of regular height, I'm 5'4", so I'm not the tallest of people, but I can still see that area. That is, I'm not looking through that, if that makes sense. So obviously on our overhead camera, you're looking directly through. The reason we've got that angle is because you can put your mobile phone on there if you've got your magnet. Pop that on there and actually film or record or take photos of what you're working with. So I know lots and lots of people will do things like Facebook Lives, or they'll do videos to go on YouTube. Or maybe you just want to remember how you did something. My dad, bless him, he used to do this. He did like a plumbing course as an evening class. And what he would do is he would record himself taking something apart. Because when you take something apart, you've got a video then of how to put it back together if you work in reverse of it. So yeah, it's a very useful thing to have, and brilliant idea. Love it. So if you fancy getting hold of this, it's a good idea. Nail technicians as well, you could be using it for your nail work. So yeah, like it a lot. Brilliant value, and it's one of those ones that we do struggle to keep in stock. So if you've missed out on it previously, it looks ever so dark when we turn it off, doesn't it? So yeah, very weird, but a brilliant idea. Do check out Native Lighting. We've got a whole range of different kind of things that they bring to us. Desk lights, tall lights, and the light is a very important thing when you come to work. So I was working a few moments ago, you saw this just a few moments ago, your anti-slip mat. Now, this is a brilliant idea if you literally want something and you don't want it moving. Now, it's not a cutting mat because obviously you've got that kind of plush feel to it, and it was designed to work alongside one of the Elna sewing machines, but it doesn't mind what sewing machine you put on there, to be fair. So you can pop whatever you like on there. So it might be like the Brother machine that we've got on the show today. You can literally pop that on there and it's not going to move around the area that you're working with. So yeah, useful little mat to have. It's also cushioned as well, so you'll probably find that it stops that kind of vibrating noise. Will stop your sewing machine. If you've ever sewn with a machine and when you go full throttle on it, it kind of starts sliding away from you. This will prevent that, but it'll also kind of deaden the sound as well. So yeah, if you've got a bit of a rattly machine, and those little tiny vibrations that you get from your sewing machine can affect the electronics. So it's not a bad machine for you, bad mat for you to have. So as over time, you're kind of protecting your machine. So there you go. That's a good point, actually. Speakers, music speakers, you would put onto pads as well. So yeah, all makes sense. It's all about the science, which goes over my head. Details on your screen. So £14.99 if you fancy getting hold of that. So since we had it in the area that we were crafting with, then made sense to mention it, didn't it? So I'm going to pop that back over there. Where are we going next, Mr. Ben? Oh, now, friction pens. We love our friction pens, don't we? And we've got 2 sets. Oh, those aren't the clicky tops. We've got clicky tops. I've not seen the clicky tops. I like the idea that they come in this case as well. So you're going to get all 3 of these. So you're going to get the black, the green, the red, as well as the green. The blue. It's a good idea to have all the different ones because obviously when you're working with different fabrics, you might need the different kind of colours with regards to these. Now, I haven't got any fabric or anything to draw on, but basically these are clicky tops. So like a ballpoint pen, you're going to click on the top with regards to these, she says. Oh, they're not clicky. Oh, no, it's not the top, is it? Of course it's not the top because the eraser's on the top there. Forgot about that. So you click down the actual clip. The reason being is you naturally, like I've just done, gone to click at the top, but that's actually an eraser that you've got on there, I believe, anyway. And the idea is that you would use this to draw your line, and then obviously with an iron, that would heat erase, and away it goes. I don't know how well the eraser would work on your fabric, because you wouldn't usually, you just get an iron and get rid of it. But I think if you do it onto paper, oh, Kat, oh, she's on it today. She's listening to every word. She's so good, so good. So this, if I was doing it like so, and I use these in things like my planners and stuff like that, because you can literally rub away some of those areas as well. So say if it was a case of, I don't know, 12 o'clock in your diary, you were putting dentist, but then it's a case of that appointment changed, and it's like, oh no, it's 4 o'clock now, so I can just erase that and put that in there and change it. So it's nice for diaries to use as well, not just with your fabrics. So do bear that in mind. But obviously when you put it onto your fabrics, get a hot iron and that will disappear over time. One thing that you should be aware of, and I will mention it when you're using your heat erasable pens, is just be mindful that they're there for your fabrics and you're putting your marks on there. I tend to only use these on areas that I'm going to stitch over the top of, because what you might find is in extreme circumstances or extreme temperatures that you might have a little kind of shadow of that colour come through. So just to safeguard that, just make sure it's the areas that you're not necessarily going to see, so in your seam allowance or on the back, or it might be a case of that you're going to stitch over. So yeah, just be mindful of that. So yeah, if you're going to make something and then put it into a cold area, then you might find them come back. What I've sometimes done, and you can try this if you want to, is when I've got a scrap of fabric for a project, I will draw a line on there and I will put the iron over it so it disappears, and then I pop it in the freezer. And then you can see with those extreme temperatures if that line is going to come back, and you know, saves you damaging any projects that you're working on. But as I say, it's just one of those situations that if you're stitching over the top, then you won't see anyway. And also as well, don't make things like shopping lists or notes and then put them on your, where you've got kind of your windscreen in your car. Because the heat of the sun coming through, or a windowsill, then you suddenly come back and your shopping list has got nothing on it because the heat from the window has got rid of it. Or put it on a radiator or something like that. And don't sign legal documents with them either. Because it could just be, unless you want to get out of the contract, and then you just say, what contract? There you go. There's no signature on there. There you go. So all 3 of those come into you. You've got your blue, your red, your green, and your black. They're all clicky, so you've got that little kind of, what do you call that? It's like a clip, isn't it, I suppose? So when you get them back, don't try pressing on the end, because if you put the ends down like that, don't send them back because they're not clicking, because that's the bit that you need to click. Oh, Tracy, that's a brilliant idea. Use them for crosswords, etc. When we were kids, my mum used to always say that. Always do the crosswords in pencil, because then you can erase it and then do it again. So there you go. Or things like Sakudo, isn't it? I'm not very good at Sakudo, but if you use a regular ballpoint pen, you're kind of committed, aren't you? But with something like this, you could erase it. So there you go. Those are your clicky tops. Now, if you don't want your clicky tops, well, we have got the alternative. And these ones will work in the same way, but they haven't got the clicky tops. They're literally, your cap goes on and comes off. You've still got your eraser there, and they still will disappear with heat. And again, you've still got the same colours, your green, your red, your blue and your black, and you have got your nice little handy case that they're going to sit in as well. So those don't have the clicky tops, just pull those off, and at £10.99, a very, very affordable option, I'm sure you will agree. Same rules apply. If you want to do a little test piece, test it, erase it with heat, pop it into the freezer, and then you will know how it's going to behave so you don't get any nasty accidents on your fabrics as you go. But if you do keep them to areas that you're not going to lose on the back of your fabric, in the seam allowance, or you're going to stitch over them, then you don't have to worry as much. But there you go. Good choices there, like that, 2 choices. So there you go. Where should we go? Walking foot. Where's the walking foot? Oh, there it is. So, walking foot. Now, this is a universal walking foot that we've got for you, and it's what we call a low shank. So that means you can use it on the majority of sewing machines that have kind of been released since probably the mid-80s. The majority are low shank. There are measurements that you can actually take on your machine if you're wanting to, just to make sure of that. But what a walking foot does is it regulates the fabric that you're passing through your sewing machine. Sometimes it's called an even feed foot because it, as I say, it regulates everything. And the idea is that as you are sewing with this, what will happen is it will actually move, the little feet that you've got on the bottom there will move backwards and forwards as they go. Now, when you first get these, obviously they've come straight out of the factory and they've come to you. So sometimes they might have a little bit of a kind of a bedding in process. So use it and free it up as you sew. But the idea is that you will attach this where your regular foot would normally fit on your sewing machine. You've got a little guide here which explains to you how it fits. So you will take off the regular foot and the ankle. You pop this in place. So that little fork goes around where you've got the screw that holds your needle in place. That will go around the bar that's usually vertical on your machine, and that means that you can then regulate your fabric as it passes through. In addition, excuse me, you will get one of these little lines here, this little kind of, well, I call it a hockey stick, but it is a guide that will pop through the back of your walking foot or your even feed foot, and that basically means that you can make lines when you are sewing that you can follow. So let's get one of the friction pens and show you. So if you imagined that this is, and you're stitching away, and you imagine your needle is here, so you've stitched a line like so, okay, dub, 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 there's your stitches, and I wanted to do some parallel stitching. What I could actually do is put that guide on the existing stitches, and then when I sew, I have got whatever distance I chose to put there. So you could go on and do your quilting like so. Please don't judge me on my sewing. It also goes both ways. So if you did want to pop it onto the other side, you can do. So then you could actually go in the opposite direction if you're wanting to and do your sewing that way as well. So that's what that is all about. So yeah, quite often we'll have those come with our sewing machines and we don't know what they're for, but that's what that does. And then also you have got the gap there is 7mm. So that means you can actually use this alongside any of your decorative stitches when you are working with these as well. So nice little foot there that's going to regulate your sewing, regulate your fabrics, and the idea being is it's going to kind of keep your fabrics feeding from the top as well as the bottom. That's important if you're doing projects where you've got multiple layers, so slippy fabrics sometimes, or if you've got wadding, multiple layers as you're sewing with them. It just means that all of the layers will pass through at the same rate as you're sewing. £16.99, it's a universal walking foot. So as I say, just check out that it's a low shank. Sometimes when you are shopping for walking feet for sewing machines, they can be quite a costly affair, I have to say. So just bear that in mind when you are thinking about getting hold of one of these, because it's literally a case of universal. You can use it on different machines. Just needs to be low shank. So just bear that in mind. So there you go. If you are in the market for an even feed foot, then there you go, can't go wrong with that one. Full instructions on there as well if you're wanting to follow those, but really easy for you to fit onto your machine, so that's the key thing. So there we go, pop that away so it's all neat and tidy. So there you go. Now, inspiration. Inspiration comes in many forms. About half an hour's time, we've got the lovely Tracey coming back with some of her patterns. But books are a brilliant way for you to gain knowledge. Now, here's a little insight into the world of Hayley West. When I was at school and we did dressmaking, or it was sewing in general, I think they used to call it needlecraft or something like that. The first garment that I ever made was awful. My mum, in fact, had to unpick it and re-sew it together to make sure that it was kind of all done right. So I am self-taught with regards to my sewing, and if you've got books, books are a brilliant way for you to learn. So get a good book and it will teach you all sorts. So that is the brilliant thing. And you've got all of these different books that are going to be at your leisure. Now, paper piecing, maybe into your paces, maybe you're into it. I love that, Instant Softies. That's the title, isn't it? I love it, all these characters. Surprisingly simple projects. Shall we have a look at that one? Let's have a look at that one. I'm intrigued. None of these books I have ever seen before. So, yeah, I like this. So, this one, Instant Softies. Oh, you like this one, Ben, do you? Okie dokie. It sold out when we launched it. Oh, okay, all right. Well, let's have a little look. So all these gorgeous little softies that you've got here, soft toys that you can be able to create. Basic techniques are covered in here as well. So you've got McBear, you've got Nelephant, Little Mouse there. You've got Robin, Neddykins, Woofy, Fab Foxy. And you've also got little outfits for them as well. That is so funny. Absolutely adorable. Oh, look at these in their little outfits. Welcome to my book. We're going to cover how to make 7 enchanting softies, each using 3 pattern pieces. So 3 pieces to your softie. That's not bad going, is it? That is not bad going at all. So maybe a novice sewer, novice crafter. Talking about fabrics, as you can see there, talking about sew on eyes, things like your scissors, your threads, the stuffing, even down to how you thread your needle up. So everything is covered in there. And then, of course, you've got all your fabulous templates at the back here. Yeah, loads of fun projects. I like it. So if you are into your soft toys and you want something nice and easy, then you can't go far wrong with your softies. Beautiful, I like those. Isabel, thank you for that. Nice book. Like that one a lot. So there you go. If you like the idea of that, then the details are on your screen. What about a little bit of mindful sewing? Well, a lot of people will do this, won't they? Slow stitching and taking time and sitting and just relaxing with a bit of sewing. Well, Sophia thought of that with her Sew Mindful cross stitch. So you've got 22 projects in here. She mentions that they are beginner friendly, so nice and easy. And that means she's going to talk about all of the different components that you've got, including your fabric and your frames as well. How to thread up your needle, how to create, whether to knot or not to knot. That is another thing, isn't it? And you've got all these lovely suggestions and patterns in here as well. Good sizes as well, so that is a good size piece there. And of course, you can utilise this with whatever size Aida fabric that you choose to work with, because obviously it might be that you do an 18 count, it might be that you're doing something like a 12 count. And just a nice little projects, nice little gift items these as well. Like these, I am exactly where I need to be. That's good, isn't it? Today is a new day, and I love that. You've got like the sun coming out over the horizon, which is always good, isn't it? And a guest interview. Love it. Love it. It's a nice little coffee table book, this one, isn't it? Beautiful. Beautiful. So I'm sure we all have a need for this in our lives. Relax and unwind. What a brilliant idea. Nice little book. Take a moment to meditate. Ooh. Like it. Good book. Also a nice little way here of how you can utilise your hoops to actually make them into like decorative frames. So there we go. Like that one. Bring you colour and calm. Like that idea. There we go. Next one. What have we got next? Shall we go quilting? We've been talking a lot about quilting, haven't we, with things like the early bird, the rulers, and all the different bits and pieces. So here, you've got Big Stitch Quilting from Carolyn Forster. Search Press, so brilliant company when it comes to books. I know we had a birthday show, didn't we, with books, and I know there were lots of popular ones there. This is nice as well, because this is giving you some of the kind of historic information about quilting, how quilts come together, how to choose your fabrics, what type of backing to work with as well. Stitching your patchwork together, so all those different pieces, learning about chain piecing, finger pressing, all in there, tacking and basting. Quilt designs, so again, how you can come up with your own designs potentially, and how to put your different layers together with different forms of hand quilting. Because the phrase quilting is all about stitching the layers together. So that is the quilting process. Quite often we'll look at a quilt and say, oh, I'm going to do some quilting. The quilting is the stitching of those different layers together so as that they don't move around. When you're putting your little pieces of fabric together, that is your patchwork. So that's where patchwork quilting comes together as a little phrase. But then you've got loads of different projects in here as well. So it could be a large quilt that you're wanting to make with those gorgeous navy borders. Other colours are available, I am sure. It might be that you're creating something using your octagons. Very, very nice, like that one. Swedish bars. I've been in a few Swedish bars, but that's a different story altogether. And, well, with Husqvarna Viking, they are Swedish-based, so there you go. Stepping stones, there you go. Nice. I love it. Brilliant. And in here, not only are you going to get the inspiration from, that's a nice one, isn't it, with just those little kind of scattered flowers in there. You're going to get the design, obviously, so loads of photos, so you know where you're working towards. But then you've actually got your measurements, your instructions, right the way through your project, so you're not left in the dark at all. And there you go. Coasters, projects that are going to be table size, projects that, oh, that's a nice idea, a little sewing roll. So weekend projects that you're going to build up over a matter of time, but lots and lots of projects for just £14.99. 20 study projects. Like it. So there we go. Loads of other books, so you do like the idea of looking at those. If you're into your cats, 50 cats there. So healthy and happy. Mindful sewing again. Quilts made for using your scraps. Paper piecing, we have books for all occasions, so check those out on the website should you need to. I love it. Loads and loads and loads. Where shall we go next? The ruler finger guard. Now, this is clever because I don't know whether you'll be able to pick up on there. In fact, can I get that off there? Does it come off? I suppose it's been left on there. I'm going to leave it on there just so as you can see. So the idea behind this, if you are nervous about kind of creating and using a rotary cutter, then this is going to make it nice and easy for you to kind of safeguard your fingers. I know a lot of people are shy away because they are a little bit nervous with regards to that. Now, it's a brilliant idea because what you've actually got is the suction cups on here. So the idea being is when you've got a quilt ruler, you will use the suction cups on here to basically protect, and it will actually allow you to pick up your ruler as well. So it's nice and lightweight, so you could use that and literally cut along if you're wanting to as well. With regards to this, I'm just looking at the picture on there because it doesn't look like there is a... I suppose if you're just using it in general, you could use it on your fabrics, couldn't you? You don't have to put it on a quilting ruler. It just means that when you're actually moving your rotary cutter, your fingers aren't really close to the edge. So even if you're kind of putting that on your fabric and you're kind of freely following a pattern, then you could do that. Keeps your fingers out of the way. It is predominantly used, though, with regards to your quilting rulers because of the suction cups on there. So you just press that down, nice and firm. That means that you can then pick up your rule, use your rotary cutter there, and you don't have to worry about your fingers being anywhere near it. So very affordable, that one, isn't it? 18 inches in length, so any of your rulers that you're working with that are 18 inches or shorter, then you've got plenty of room with regards to that. And you've also got your little kind of tabs on there that you pull, and that will release the airlock on there, and it just means that you kind of not scooting around, because quite often when you're working with a rule, you'll put your hand on there and you'll start doing that, and it's always that last little bit that you kind of go, it kicks out and goes off. When you've got something like your finger guard, then that's going to hold it, and it's also going to apply pressure all the way along, so you're not going to find that you're going to have that scooting off as well. So it's, yeah, it's like a handle and everything, isn't it? So yeah, very useful tool. I like that one as well. Yeah, I like that. I've got a similar sort of device, but it's much bulkier than this. And it kind of, yeah, it is a bit like the telephone one, yeah. But this one, very slimline, that could quite easily go into a pencil pot or something, couldn't it, until you're ready to use it. So, yeah, like that idea. Brilliant value for money, £24.99 as well. So, yeah, not seen that one before. So, yeah, if you've missed out on that one previously, not seen it, now's your opportunity. If you're wanting to take advantage of that, pop that with those to the side. Ooh, what have we got here, Visaline? What have we got here? I've not seen it. Oh, Bondweb. So Tool Hour, we're covering all sorts of different bits and pieces. So, yeah, we've been talking about different tools that are going to make life easier for you. But this is something that you might wanting to take advantage of, I don't know, a bit of applique. Then this is brilliant because what you've actually got is your Vlysavix Bondweb. So you've got a 5 metre piece, 30 centimetres in width, so really good size. Like the idea of storing it in the tube as well, which means that you've got somewhere safe for it. And also you know exactly what it is with regards to that. You can just straight away go to it and off you go. So, yeah, like that one, £23.99. So if you fancy taking advantage of that one, you can do. What else? I've just seen that. What's this little thing there? What have we got here? A retractable tape measure. That's a posh one, isn't it? I like that. I've not seen this before. This is one that I wouldn't be letting anybody else get their hands on. Let me just get... Oh, I can't get into it. There we go. I've got it now. So, this is a nice gift idea for somebody, isn't it? And that is a nice price. Got a nice little kind of padded case for it. But what you've got here is your retractable tape measure. Isn't that good? And I guess it's just, oh, there you go. You've got a little button. You can't see it, but you can feel it. It's on the inside then. You just press that and it retracts in. So 150 centimetres, so 1.5 metres measuring length with regards to that one. But you can see there, brilliant price, £6.69. If you're wanting to take advantage of that, please do so. So, yeah, lots of you doing that. Like it. But we're running out of time in this, Anne. Now, we have got Tracey who's going to pop in and join us in just a few moments. Tracey's going to be coming up in the next hour, and she is an advocate for, or ambassador, should I say, for Brother Sewing Machine. So we're going to be having a chat about the machine that we've got on the show as well. But she's going to be here with some beautiful dressmaking patterns. So we've got a whole range of different garments. Tracey makes some amazing projects. This is the one that we saw her wearing earlier on. So they're very much usable garments that you'll find yourself creating over and over again, making a whole wardrobe of them. So that is the key thing. Now, we've got the early bird for you here. So the early bird, this is a brilliant deal. So let me explain to you what you are getting with this. So the early bird, we launch here. Oh, you don't get that. Let me move that out. I don't think you do we? We didn't have that last time. I think that's just kind of jumped into the shot. So early birds are launched at 8 o'clock every single morning. So if you are new to us, and you're coming from Virgin Media, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you on board. And an early bird is a deal that comes at a phenomenal price. So you can see on this one, originally £69.99, dropped right the way down to £34.99. Means that the individual items, if you were to kind of divide up that across all the different components, you're looking at, what was it, £6.99? £6.99. Where would you get a 24 inches by 6 inches ruler for £6.99? You wouldn't, frankly. Also, as well, the cutter mat, you'd be paying way more than £6.99 for that. Again, a rotary cutter, we're talking the quilted bear, we're talking quality with a titanium blade. Again, £6.99, you wouldn't manage to do that. You might manage to get your quilt clips at that price if you were shopping for those, if you were looking at a good place. But altogether, this is a brilliant package. If you are new to quilting, perfect, because naturally we start thinking about rotary cutters and quilting rulers. Clue is in the name, but I tend to use a lot of rotary cutters and quilt rulers for cutting out bag pieces and things like that. Any garment that you've got that's got a straight edge, then quite often I will use these. And don't forget, if you've invested in the finger guard as well, you don't even need to kind of hold your quilt ruler down. You can use the handle on there. So you've got your rotary cutter, which has got a 45mm blade. I often refer to this as your Goldilocks one. It's just right in the middle. It's the one that many of us shop for to start with as our first ever. So it's not too large, not too small. It's just right. just right. And it comes with one blade. Replacement blades are easily available on the website, and you've got a little slider there which will enable you to retract that blade for safety at all times. You've got your 2 quilt rulers there, so you've got your 24-inch and your 6-inch, so your 12-inch as well, which is half the size. This is the size that we always recommend if you are brand new to quilting, because it covers all opportunities. And then after that, we would suggest this one. So you can see there, you've got the 2 most useful quilt rulers that you could have. And then, of course, you've got your quilt clips. Also got your self-healing cutting mat, which is brilliant because it's a good size mat, so a good work area to start with. Broken down into your inches, as you can see. You've got your inch squares on your grid, and you've also got your angles there. So perfect 45 degree for your mitre edges. You've also got your 60 degree there for your triangles. But if you flip it over, you have then got centimetres on here as well. So again, useful whether you're working on metric or whether you're working with inches. And again, you've got your degree angles here, 60 degrees as well as 45 there as well. So yeah, nice that to have, because this is the area that it covers, so you could have this out all the time, couldn't you? That's the key thing. So nice bundle, brilliant value for money, and when you consider you're paying $6.99 per item in this bundle, I'm sure you will agree that that is a cracking deal to be had. AMQ049 if you fancy shopping for that particular one. So pop it into your basket. Do check out the other things that we've had on the show as well, because of course we've had loads of other rulers and handles and things that are going to help you. Inspirational books as well, and of course the little cards that we saw for your half square triangles, they've been a popular one in this hour as well. Now Tracey is going to be joining us in the next hour, as I said, with lots of fabulous garments that we're going to be sharing with you. But what she's also going to be doing is spending the next few minutes on the run up to her show telling us about the Brother Sew machine that's going to be featuring in her show as well. She's an ambassador for Brother, so a big big player when it comes to tuition and training, and we're going to be looking at the machine with her in the next few minutes. So we're going to bring those details up, and in fact I might wander over and have a little chat. You all right if I come and join you? Mind you, I might have to weave in and out because we've got lots of mannequins.
There's loads of people here. Really.
Now, I was right in saying that you're an ambassador for Brother.
Yes, I am.
And you use Brother Sew machines for your regular sewing and everything that you do?
Everything that I do.
Okay.
So when I first started teaching back in the day, I found that Brother Sew machines were so intuitive. They're so easy to use when you're teaching classes, and when people are using them at home, it's just really easy to find your way around the machine. So that really helped.
That's what you need, isn't it? Especially if you're running a class, you don't want to turn it into an hour of how to use your sewing machine, do you? Now, this is a brilliant price. You've got 3 split pays on this one, so the details are there on your screen if you wanted to take advantage of it. So very affordable at £399. So why do we need this sewing machine in our lives?
Well, it's a really good all-round machine.
Okay.
So sometimes people don't know where the sewing journey is going to go. You might start quilting, and then you might want to do some dressmaking, you might want to do some upholstery. We've been playing with this all weekend, and it will stitch through like 6 layers of denim.
Wow.
So for those bags that you've just seen on the previous show that I did earlier, it's going to go through all those heavy-duty layers for you. It's got some really good dressmaking stitches, so we'll be talking a bit about that later. So if you're doing jersey, you've got a stretch stitch on there. You've got overlocking stitches. Yeah, you've got the ability to do your writing with it, because we've got fonts hidden at the top here as well. So 3 different styles of lettering. It comes with a crazy amount of accessories. So you get your bog standard feet on there, which is normally 6 feet. And then in addition, we're going to get a big set of extra feet that will come with it. You get things like a wide table is going to come with the machine. Oh, and this, as if by magic, we have all the feet here to show you.
This is beautiful. Yours won't come like this. I will warn you.
But they all do come in that lovely compartment at the front of the machine, like this. Okay, so all your standard feet will come in there. So that's really nice.
Oh, I knew that had happened. I knew it had happened. But, oh, so did they come in at that little canister?
Yeah, your
standard
regular feet will come in there. There's extra storage at the bottom that you can put them.
Okay.
All the extra ones that they're giving you. So I think we worked it out before, because you get the wide table, you get the hard carry case, and then on top of that, they're giving you a whole variety of different feet there. So, for example, we've got a gathering foot, we've got a corslet foot, we've got one for doing narrow hems. You've got a pin tuck foot, you've got a non-stick foot, so when you're looking at maybe like the all-cloth bag that we were looking at earlier, all those feet are coming with the machine for free that would normally be extra.
Twin needle in there as well.
Yeah,
wow.
so I think the additional extras with the wide table and all of those feet, it comes to something like £150 worth of extra freebies that you're getting with this machine.
And you're only paying $399 to start with. Gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah, which is a crazy discount on the original price of the machine. You still get your 3-year warranty with Brother, which is brilliant. I mean, they're really intuitive to use anyway, but there is a help centre and an app that you can download. So all the help's there if you needed it with your machine. And it also comes with a manual, because I think that's great no matter how you learn. So I'm a visual person, so I like to go online and watch the videos that Brother have. But if you're somebody who likes a manual, it comes with a really good manual as well. So you've got whichever way you prefer to learn, really.
Now, you guys, I'm going to let you into a secret. We've been doing a little bit of digging around, and we've actually gone to the Brother website, and we've searched out this machine, and the price that they've got this at, oh my goodness, you have got such an amazing deal here. So this is if you go and shop on the Brother website, you'll be able to find the exact same machine with this one here. But you can see it's £799. That's what you would be paying for it if you were to go off and shop for this today. But if you shop with us today, then £399 is the price. That's a huge difference.
It really
Look
is.
at all that fabric.
I know. And for a machine that's really going to last you as well, and take you on whichever way you want to go with your sewing. So
now you've got all the different stitches that you're talking about here. So the fact that you've got an alphabet in there as well is phenomenal. But you literally just use the details that you've got in here to select and then just key it in.
Yep, so each stitch above there you'll see a little number, and we change the screen above to that number, so you can go up and down the digits.
Okay.
And just here. Oops.
Sorry, I've moved it around now.
So
So there you go.
Power off, haven't we, on that one? So yeah,
Oh,
on
there
the
you go.
screen it will light up, and you can select the correct stitch that you want on there. So 00 is for straight stitch, so it will automatically set to straight stitch. But you can just select any stitch you want. It's going to change the length and the width for the stitch that you need, so it will automatically select that for you.
Oh,
to make sure that when you're using your decorative stitches, that they're using the right width and length. But you can still override it if you want to do those narrower as well.
And I've noticed as well, you've kind of got a speed regulator here as well. So if you are a little bit nervous, you can go at a slower pace.
Yeah, and that's really important because we can work this machine without the foot pedal.
Okay.
So all weekend and next week when I'm in London, we'll be using all these machines without the foot pedal. Okay, so you don't no longer have to use a foot pedal. It comes with one, so that's not a problem. If you prefer, I find 50% of people use foot pedal, 50 prefer to keep it in the box and never use it. It's just what you get used to, really.
Absolutely.
So if you're not using the foot pedal, then the control obviously really comes into its own. It's also great for when you're doing free motion, because you can drop the feed dogs on the back of this machine. So the speed control really comes into its own then, because you can kind of slow it down. The other thing that's great is whenever you stop, the needle will always be in the down position.
Oh, that's good. You don't have to remember to select it then.
No. You have got the flywheel on the side as any normal sewing machine, but you don't really need to use that because it's always going to stop with the needle down, and there's a button for raising the needle up. And it's so intuitive that to raise the needle up, you press the button that's got the needle on it. So even I can work it out. It doesn't take long.
And you can see here, you've got the little buttons there, so I'm guessing if you're wanting to go into alphabet mode, you'll use that. It's very logical the way that it's laid out.
Yeah, it really is. And it's got a really nice bright light, it's quiet. You can take the front compartment, obviously you've got your sleeve roll arm here as well, which I think is really important.
Yeah.
And as we were looking at earlier, I really like that nice compartment on the front that keeps all your feet nice and safe because they're all labelled in here.
And this is the thing, you know if there's something missing to go off and go looking for it. So, yeah.
And when you select your stitch on the screen, there'll be a little letter above it. So it's probably saying J up there now, and that means we need our J foot. So it really does talk to us and help us through it, because sometimes we don't make the most of the feet that we've got because we don't really know what they're for.
Sometimes you forget. I mean, whenever I do a blind hem, I always have to kind of look at the guide again to remember how to fold the fabric and things like that. So it doesn't matter how long you've been saying, it's useful to have that information there.
Definitely. So with Brother, you know, the logo's Brother at your side, and it really does feel like that because, say, you've got a great manual, but I use the online help. I use the Brother support app all the time.
Talking of which, I mean, there's not many companies that will literally put your customer helpline in your eye line there. Sometimes you have, that's a task in itself, isn't it, to try and find a phone number to speak to somebody. But that is there on a sticker already on your machine. So, yeah, the support is going to be there should you need it.
Yeah, and you automatically get a 3-year warranty as well with Brother, which is brilliant. It says how confident they are in their machines. So you don't pay any extra for the extended warranty at all.
A 3-year warranty shows the confidence that a company's got within their machine. You can see there you've got 250 built-in stitches. You've got a variety of different one-step buttonholes as well. And, of course, you've got that lovely LCD screen with your digits, digital stitch length, should I say, on there. So you can get real precision when it comes to kind of figuring out the different sizes of stitches. Uppercase font in there as well. You've got a needle threader built in. Drop feed, so if you are wanting to do drop feed dogs, should I say, if you want to do your free motion. And you've got 14 accessory feet, including specialist sewing feet as well, which I love. So it doesn't matter whether you're a quilter or a sewer, it's going to be a quilter or a dressmaker, should I say, bag making. It doesn't matter what you are creating. I am a firm believer that every home should have a sewing machine.
Oh, definitely.
It's almost like first aid for your fabrics,
exactly,
isn't it?
yeah. And when
turning things up.
And when you kind of invest in a machine like this, all those simple things like stopping with the needle down, it's got a built-in needle threader, all the things that used to frustrate us on, and still does on the cheaper end machines. You know, you're buying a real quality machine here that's got a built-in needle threader. It's going to automatically go in a straight line as long as you trust that machine and make sure you've got space around you. And use the wide table. It comes for free with it. I haven't got it on the machine at the moment, but there is a wide table
like
that comes for free. Extension table.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that really helps as well. And then just let it take the fabric through. So all those things that have been kind of tricky in the past have been eliminated now.
There you go. And the top and the bottom of it is that you are getting a machine that's valued at £799. We saw that on the Brother website, but you're only paying £399. So you could be forgiven for looking at that price and thinking it's a basic machine, you've not got that many features on there, but really is a cracking machine. When you go onto the Brother website, you will see that you're going to be paying that higher price and getting the bundle that we've got. So it's pretty much half price, the deal that we've got, isn't it? So, yeah.
And when you think about the accessories that are included in there,
absolutely,
so it's crazy.
Yeah, especially in, what did you say, £140 worth of?
At least, yeah. And then you've got the wide table and the hard case, showing the quality of the machine really as well. It's not got a flimsy dust case.
Now we will actually see it in action because we've got another show coming up after the break. Tracey's going to be back with her fabulous dressmaking patterns. You're going to be able to kit out the whole of your wardrobe for the next 12 months and beyond with these gorgeous garments that you can see. We've already had emails in from viewers singing the praises for the patterns, so make sure that you do tune back in after the break. So we're going to get ourselves organised. Grab yourself a brew. We'll see you in 2.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there. Hello and welcome back. We're having a lovely day. Lovely day here. We're covering all sorts of different areas of sewing, which is what we do here at Sewing Street. And if you aren't new to joining us, because I know a lot of you have found us via Virgin Media, welcome. Welcome. Where have you been? Well, I know where you've been because you haven't been able to watch us. But we have got the most amazing shows that we bring to you here on Sewing Street. Cover all areas of sewing. So there'll be dressmaking, which we're addressing in this hour. There's also quilting that we talk about, bag making, embroidery. We will even help you kit out your sewing area. We're going to be doing that for 2 hours after this show. But for this show, we've got the lovely Tracey here from the Owl and Sewing Cat. And they bring us amazing, amazing patterns. And that's what we're going to be looking at in this hour. And I love it because I did have a little look on social media on the break. And we've got the lovely Fiona who said, I love how Tracey changes her outfits so glamorous. We're going to see a few outfit changes in this show as well.
Well, yeah, I just think it's quite nice to see them being worn rather than on a still mannequin. So
absolutely,
change in between.
I love it. So this is Tracey. Tracey, we saw you earlier on. We were talking bags, but this hour it's all about dressmaking.
Yes, so something very different to what we were doing earlier, but still really simple styles that anyone can do. Doesn't matter what your skill level. These are going to be really simple. So we're showing you how to make the top that I'm wearing now. We have things like, you might have seen the different one that I had in the previous show. At 8 o'clock. That's available. That's the Lexi top.
We've got that one on the mannequin.
The whole collection. Yeah, I'll be able to talk you through the mannequin, show you the styles and do some demos.
I love it. Now, what Tracey also does is bring us a very kind of very affordable way of getting hold of those patterns, and also a very varied way of getting hold of them. So we'll start off with kind of a very traditional way of you working with your dressmaking, which is your paper patterns. And that is something that we have got for you here. So we have got a series of your 5 patterns here, all coming together for that fabulous price of £49.99. What you've actually got is 4 patterns, and you've got a bonus pattern, which I'll tell you about in just a few moments. So these are brilliant because it works out at just £12.49 each, and that is kind of taking into consideration that free pattern that you're going to get in there. And these are patterns that are going to be just so useful for your everyday and potentially your special occasion wardrobes as well. So we've got the Lexi top. This is the one that we saw being modelled in the first show today at 8 a.m. Love this here, the cocoon cardigan. You feel like you've wrapped in a little cocoon. Oh, look at that. There we go. That one is the Lexi top, like that one a lot. Then you've got the cocoon cardigan. So this is something that's going to be very, very useful. Nice use of those stretch fabrics that maybe you've got waiting for a project. Maybe you've treated yourself to some of that and you're just looking for the perfect occasion that you got. So that is wonderful. You've got the Amelia drape top. This is the one that Tracey's wearing at the moment with a lovely tie waist there as well. And then also, in addition to that, you've got your coatigan pattern. I like a good coatigan. Oh, there we go. There's that one. So that's the Amelia. Like that. I like that little belt there as well. Very forgiving. The Coatigan pattern as well. So that's a useful one if you want something that kind of takes you through the seasons, doesn't it? Because it's going to be one that you can throw on when you need to, but not too heavy. Well, it depends on the fabric, I suppose, but nice, that one. And then you've got your bonus there, which is your little clutch bag pattern. So all of these coming together for that one price of £49.99. Tracy, I have to say, this strikes me as almost like a capsule wardrobe. You've got bits for all occasions.
Exactly, it really is. And that's what we're looking for. Classic styles that you can make over and over again. Easy to sew, but also easy to wear.
Yes.
You can dress up. You can dress down, you know, it's the kind of thing you can throw on if you're going for lunch, you can wear it for a dog walk. Some of these, you know, I would wear that top, you know, out to a wedding. I had this with a nice wide pair of palazzo pants and you're ready to go. Or equally, the one that we're looking at now, the Lexi top, that would be lovely with just a pair of jeans. You could belt it in, tuck it in if you want to, or just have it free flowing as it is there.
I love it. And of course, it's one of those areas that people might be a little bit nervous about trying dressmaking. We don't have to with Tracy's patterns. They're very, very easy. But one thing that struck me, especially when we were looking at the mannequins there, the length of these, I love the garment length on these because, dare I say, there's a multitude of sins that need covering up.
Yes.
Certainly with myself. And this is just a lovely kind of length that it's going to be very forgiving, shall we say.
Exactly. I feel the same thing. The same thing as you. We need styles that are forgiving. So you can belt them if you want to. So the one I'm wearing now and we'll be looking at is the Amelia top. It's such a simple make, but it's got nice floaty sleeves, but it covers areas that we sometimes worry about, our upper arms.
Yeah.
But we're not going to get too hot in this, okay? It's not a clingy thing. It's not like a tight fitting jersey, so you're going to look nice and stylish, but you're going to also feel very cool and relaxed in them. The cardigan's a lovely throw over one that you can wear on top as well that we're looking at there, the cocoon cardigan. Again, that nice length that's just really flattering when you've got it on as an extra layer. Also, I've put the little collar details on there.
Yeah.
It's flattering, it detracts from our neck when we're kind of like, not our favourite part sometimes as we get older.
And it's nice, it reminds me almost of like a little Mandarin type collar.
Yeah,
It's nice, yeah.
But not difficult to do. And the same with the Coatigan as well. I've put that really flattering collar line because what that does is you draw your eyes straight down. So when you're wearing that, your eye comes straight down. It's still got pockets, but they're in the side rather than at the front.
Okay.
So it looks flattering and stylish, but you've still got that space to put your kind of phone and the essentials that you need. So yeah, it's a really nice sort of capsule collection. And you can see that they look so different in different fabrics. So this one I've got now on is exactly the same as this one that you're seeing here, but they can look so different.
Very, very different.
They're all size 10 to size 28 as well.
Good.
So
good
it covers
range.
all those sizes for you.
Perfect, and all within those paper patterns. So with the paper patterns, you're just choosing your different size. It's not that you're going to be choosing to fit your particular personal size. So multi-size patterns going from the 10 through the 28, all within a fabulous wallet envelope with that little kind of toggle tie that you've got on there. All printed as well on the most incredible weight paper. So you've got your full instructions. Everything is detailed that you need to know in there. You've also got your size chart, as you can see there, to depict which are the sizes that you're going to be working to. And then, of course, you've got your pattern pieces. And your pattern pieces are going to have all of the pieces that you need with the directions that you need. So we don't have to trace off other parts. It's single-sided, this as well, yeah?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that.
There's nothing overlapping. There's nothing difficult that you have to trace off, enlarge or worry about. It's very, very simple. It tells you on there, cut one, cut two, cut a pair, cut one in interfacing if required. It'll tell you all on the pattern.
And I think the thing is, once you find yourself a pattern that you're confident in and you enjoy making and it looks good on you, then you'll find yourself making these in all sorts of different fabrics from your stash as well. Yeah, do like that idea as well. So there you go. Patterns all coming together in that bundle, £49.99. It would usually be £55.96. You're going to get the bonus of the clutch bag if you are shopping for these, because you've got all four of those there. They are available individual. So if you were to go for these, so forget about that. This is these. So these four, if you were shopping for these four, £55.96. So you've got the discounted price and you've also got the additional clutch bag in there. So it's almost like a double saving, really, isn't it? So if you were to add that in as well, then it would actually take you up to £65.46. So yeah, that really is a huge saving across them. You can shop for them individually if you wanted. Did we say £12.99 the dressmaking patterns? £13.99, do apologise. So if you do want to shop for them individually, you can. We'll chat about that as the hour progresses. But a lot of you are shopping for the USB. Now, we are going to chat about how you kind of get your patterns off here, because obviously the garment pieces are going to be larger, aren't they, with regards to, we were talking about bags earlier on. So with these, we're going to print them on an A4 printer.
A4 printer, yeah.
Okay.
The whole point was to try and avoid this. Okay, we all end up, we hate it, you use it once, it gets torn, it never gets back in the envelope again. Messy storage, we don't want. So you either buy them, like we said, in those lovely gusset envelopes that we have, you store everything in there, or as you were just saying, you buy them on USB, stack those up on your shelf. Really nice collection. You've got a whole selection of different designs, different collections to choose from. So with the USB comes a lovely little USB stick inside, which engraves each one with the collection number, because I know lots of you are collecting those. And on the USB, you just pop that in your computer or your tablet, however you're working. When you open it up, there's going to be two files. One says instructions and one says patterns. I've separated them out because you may not want to print the instructions. The instructions have got lots of photographs taking you through step by step, because I'm a visual learner. Or as much as the writing's there's also really clear photographs. So some people worry about cost of inks, which I totally understand. So you've got the option. You can print them if you want to, not a problem at all. But if you don't want to, just keep that as your folder. Maybe have your tablet next to you or laptop next to you when you're working through your projects. But what you will need to do is to print out the patterns. It's just one pattern per style. So when you select your style, so say you want to do the cocoon cardigan that I'm wearing, click on the cocoon cardigan and just press print. That's all you have to do, just press print. Just have regular paper, A4 paper and a regular printer. You can use recycled paper, you can use different colours for different sizes or different styles. Sometimes I do that to make sure I don't get confused if I'm printing a few. The first page that will print out will be your guide. So it will be like this. Obviously, for this is a simple pattern. This is going to be for the bag that comes free with this collection. If it's dressmaking, it's going to have lots more sheets, because obviously we need it big scale to fit our bodies. So this particular one has got 6 sheets of paper in there. So this is your guide. It automatically comes out first. That'll be the first thing that comes out of your printer. And then you'll get 6 individual sheets of paper. What we've done is put a border on all of them, so you don't need to worry about whether you're printing full scale or margins or anything like that. You just press print and you'll automatically have this border added, and the sheets will come out like this. Okay, then you take your guide, have a look, and I can see on here how the pages are joined together. For example, this is page 5, this is page 6. So I'm going to take those two. I can see on here that they go that way. So you just fold over to that folded line there, pop that there, line up those triangles and just run some tape down there.
Oh, that's easy.
And then you cut out your paper pattern as you would normally to whichever size. Now, the really nice thing with the USB when you're dressmaking is that obviously you can print that as many times as you want. So you might want to print it and cut size 10, and then your friend might say, oh, I love your cardigan, I love your top, which happens all the time. Can you make one for me? And you go, yeah, because you can then print the size 28. You can print whatever size you want as many times as you want.
See, that's really good, because when you actually look at a paper pattern, you've kind of got to follow a line, haven't you?
Yes.
And I know different people have different techniques. Some people will trace off the paper patterns for just one particular size. For me, no, that's too much work. I wouldn't want to do that. What I would tend to do is just follow the guidelines for my personal size, which means then if I want to make it in another size, I might not necessarily be able to do so because I've committed and I've cut it out. But with the USB, I like that idea of being able to print out the size that you want.
Yeah, and because if you're like me, sizes fluctuate from time to time, before Christmas, after Christmas,
that's
always a little bit different. So yeah, it gives you the chance to do that. And as we were saying earlier, it does mean that if you lose any pattern pieces or they get a bit tatty, you can just reprint that piece. It's not a problem. Yeah, and you'll have access. The USB and the printed patterns are all going to include size 10 up to size 28 for you.
I love it. There you go. Thank you for explaining that to us. So that's all on that little USB stick. Tracy's going to get herself ready for her fabric demonstration, but that is what you need. You need that USB set of 4 patterns, and you are still getting that bonus clutch in there, so you're not going to miss out on that one for £38.99. Bear in mind that each one of these dressmaking patterns, it usually is £13.99. So a couple of those, or even 3 of those, and you more than covered the cost of the USB, but you've got that 4th garment on there and the clutch bag as well, so definitely worth going with that. So please do take advantage. Now, very quickly, I'm going to fly through some different fabrics. In fact, I'm going to go through these ones that we've got here, because I can see Tracy's working on some beautiful dressmaking fabrics, and we've got 2 gorgeous fabrics that would potentially be perfect. This is a pretty one with the gorgeous flowers on there. So details are popping up on your screen. So these are being sold by the ½ metre. So we'll give you an idea. If you've got a particular size that you're looking to kind of make from the pattern, do message in, and then I can tell you how much meterage you need for that particular garment. So ½ metre with regards to this one. So who have we got a message in now? How much fabric for the largest size of the Amelia top, please? And this is from, or missed the name. Was that Ada? Ada, good morning. Did you say the Amelia? Amelia, right. So I've got
tell you on the front, actually. Don't need to open
it on the front?
No, it should be on the front.
Also, it is there. 2 metres. There you go. There's your answer. 2 metres. It could be that you're using viscose, jersey, or cotton lawn. So a fabric like the one that I've got here, that'd look lovely in that garment,
it'd be really nice. Yeah.
So 4 units. It'll come as a complete piece. So with this particular one, £4.99 for each ½ metre. So less than £20 you are making that is going to look absolutely beautiful, as you can see. Gosh, that's really good value for me. Not only the pattern, but also the actual fabric as well. So there you go. So that's one suggestion. This one has got a bit more of a stretch in it, so a bit of a kind of watercolour look with this one. We don't have huge quantity of this one. We've only got 3 opportunities for you to get hold of this one. So £1.5 meters worth if you are looking at shopping for this one. So that's not going to last for very long, to be honest. So yeah, the details are there should you want to take advantage of it. But yeah, we're moving on from that. We've got lightweight denims. We'll go through all of these in a little while. And we've got some fabulous sweatshirting as well. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But it's all on the website if you want to shop for it now. As are the patterns. Now, which pattern are you working with first?
So I'm going to start with the Amelia top, which is the one that I'm wearing. Very simple, really quick make. Okay, it's going to suit every shape and style. It's got a nice curved hem on the bottom as well. I've got it gathered in with the belt, but you don't need to have the belt if you don't want to. It's an optional extra. You can just have it as a loose fitting top. So what we've got are 2 pieces of fabric here. We've got a front and a back. Okay, and the pattern, you've got a pattern piece for each. If I pull that down, you can probably see the neckline. So the neckline is going to be slightly higher at the back than it is on the front. And you're going to line up your shoulder seams. So we want right sides together. Okay, always right sides of the fabric facing, like that. Line up your raw edges together. And then we're going to stitch along here. And then I'm just going to repeat the same on the other side. So we're going to line that one up. Pins here. And pin along here.
So I'm guessing fabric-wise, if you've got something that's got a nice drape to it, that would be perfect for this.
Yeah, I've done one in a silk jersey. That was lovely, but I'm using viscose fabrics here today. This is one that came in recently, and I really like it. I think it's a lovely colour. It's like a nice teal colour.
Yeah, I like it, yeah.
Again, the one that I'm wearing is another viscose. But yeah, you could use a light cotton lawn, just something that floats.
And viscose is a very affordable fabric to get hold of as well. So if you are a novice dressmaker, you might be thinking, well, hang on a minute, I've made bags in the past, or I've done quilts, I've never actually made a garment. Then this particular garment that we're talking about, you're only talking about 2 pieces with regards to the main garment itself. But it's just such a simple way for you to create something. And I think sometimes people, and it frustrates me as much as it kind of makes me smile, that people will think, oh my goodness, dressmaking is so complicated.
Yeah.
But quite often you're just looking at simple seams that come together and all the pieces create a beautiful garment.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about it before because I think, you know, back in the day, the machines weren't as capable of going through the fabrics. We didn't have fabrics that stretched or draped, and the styles are very different. We used to have everything was tailored, you know, with darts and zips. Yeah. Whereas what we're wearing now, you know, the kind of thing that I'm wearing, you see it on the catwalk, we see it on the high street. You all want to wear things that are just relaxed fit and floaty. Yeah. So let the fabrics do the work. As long as you've got a good pattern, it's going to drape and allow the fabrics to do that work for you. So therefore, the actual sewing involved is quite easy because in none of these, we haven't got any kind of zips or pockets or zips or darts or anything.
It's buttonholes that are my nemesis.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, on this machine, they're so easy. You just put the button in the back and you literally can go and make a cup of tea and leave the machine making the buttonhole.
Okay.
I'll have to show you.
Maybe I'll be converted.
No problem at all. So what I've done is I've stitched these 2 shoulder seams here. So this is the seams going down here. So I've joined the 2 pieces together. You would neaten that edge, so we can do that with a neatening stitch. On this particular machine, you've got a really nice overcasting stitch. If you have got this one or looking to buy it, just so you know,
it's like an overcast stitch.
Yeah, overcast. Okay. I normally use 0.8 on this machine. Again, we've put blog posts on irelandsewingco.com about using viscose fabrics, about neating your edges, because we really do want everyone to get the patterns home and feel confident making them.
Okay.
So you would neaten those edges, okay, and then we're going to turn it through the right way round. Then we're going to do the hemming all the way around. Now, I won't shoot all of it because it would be a very long demonstration, but just so you get the idea, you're going to fold the raw edge over onto the wrong side by 1 centimetre, and then repeat again by another centimetre. Press that, and then I'm just going to stitch close to the edge. So I'll just do a little bit here, and then I can show you what that looks like. So we're just doing small hems all the way around. Because it's a curved hem, it's really important that you fold it under and press it as you go. And that would hold it then, and you wouldn't then need lots of pins. You could just, actually with a viscose fabric, it will just press really nicely and hold its shape like that. Perfect. And then we've got that nice little hem. So you would do that hem all the way around the whole edge.
The edge, lovely.
Okay. Do the same around the neckline.
Okay.
So this is a very, very quick top. And essentially that's the shape done.
So there's no facings or anything like that?
No facings or anything.
Right.
Very, very easy to do. So you're just going to turn that under and do it. We've done the neck wide enough that you can do that. So just take a small turn in on there. It's all written in the instructions how to do that. And then I'm going to line up our side seams together. And what we're going to do is we're just going to stitch a straight line down here. So this is our side seam. It seems strange because we're stitching it on the right side of the fabric, but that's what gives that floaty shape here.
I see.
So I've done the shoulder seams, I've turned it the right, hemmed it, turned it the right way around, and now I'm going to do the seam, which is just a line going down here. If I undo the belt, you can probably see.
That's a really clever design.
Yeah, so, and then it just falls. So it means that we're not going to be exposing anything that we don't want
Yes.
to.
Oh, yes.
Then you can add the belt onto it if that's something that you want to do.
Oh, I like that. And I suppose you've got a certain amount of leeway with regards to where you put that line in. So if you do need it a little bit further out,
Yep.
then you can do. If you need it a little bit further in, you can.
Yep, so also if you know, you can just stitch it with a long stitch length first. If you're not sure, pop it on and just check that's correct
I like
for
that
you.
style, very clever. And so much easier than actually putting a sleeve piece into the kind of shoulder and the side part.
Yeah.
So really is a brilliant pattern. Having seen this come together, if you are a novice crafter, first time that you've made a garment, then I would certainly be encouraged to look at the Amelia drape top. 2 pieces of fabric, I suppose 3 if you're talking about the belt as well, all coming together to make a garment that's probably going to become one of your firm favourites. It's kind of almost like what I would call a glamorous twist on a T-shirt, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's something you could quite easily just throw on, but it looks amazing.
Sometimes I find T-shirts quite hard to find the right shape and cut that looks flattering and that, you know, it looks like you've made an effort when you go out.
Yes.
You still want to look nice, don't we? But it's just really floaty and cool, whereas T-shirts I find can be quite restrictive.
Yes, yeah.
It can look, sometimes, you know, they obviously are a casual look, so this is just dressing it up a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm going to repeat the same on the other side, and you'll see that is the only construction needed on here.
I was about to say earlier on, is it a weekend make, this one? But literally within a couple of hours, you could have a garment that you're wearing out on the same night.
Exactly. These are all projects that you could easily do in give yourself like 3 hours, and you could make any of these projects that you see here.
Brilliant idea.
And it's lovely to do because you feel great when you've made something yourself. And if you want to make it a bit longer, take up the sleeves a little bit, we can do those alterations very, very easily, which we probably wouldn't bother if we were going out to the shop. And once you've got a really nice set of patterns, you will probably make them in loads of different fabrics and make them look so different. You know, this one is going to look very different to the one that I'm wearing. And the one on the stand, I feel is like a bit more wintry sort of look to it, whereas this one's a bit more summery look. But yeah, people are going to think you've got loads of different tops, but actually it's just the same pattern. Find those styles that suit you. And these are size 10 to size 28. And they're going to suit all of those shapes and sizes because you don't have to wear the belt if you don't want to. To do the belt, so we've essentially made the top, so you've got the hemming to do. So that's those lovely flattering sleeves there.
Like a kimono style, I love it.
Exactly. And if you just wanted to do the belt rather, what we do is 2 large buttonholes, one here and one the other side, and that's where you put your belt from one side, from the back through.
Okay, right.
All the way
I
around the
can see
back,
it feeding through now.
through the buttonhole and back round the front, and that way you're not going to lose your belt, and that's
Yes.
tied in nicely, and it means that it's not draping tying the side bits into it. It comes with the belt pattern. You're going to make the belt very similar to how, if you watch the earlier hour, or if you go back and watch it on repeat, how we did the strap.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You're going to do that the same sort of way, turn it through. So when you're saying a lot of the process is kind of going to go go across. So yeah, that is how, and that would be your top finish. So it's really not a difficult top. None of these patterns are going to take you into.
I love it, and that is one that caught. Oh, now who was it who messaged in earlier on? I forgot who the lady was. She was asking about the fabric size. Was it Ada? Was it? I've forgotten what the lady's name was. We're going to have a little look and see. Because she was asking about the Amelia top. Ada, it was Ada. So Ada was asking about the Amelia drape top. Oh, Aleda, was it? I haven't got the right lenses in, so I couldn't see that. Aleda. Oh, that's a lovely name. Like it. So Ada's a nice name as well, but there we go. This is the pattern that was in question at the time, the Amelia top. That's the one that we've just seen coming together. So simple. It's just taking 2 metres of your viscose, your jersey or your cotton lawn. So fabrics that have got a beautiful drape to them, because naturally that gorgeous kind of flowing that we saw with the sleeve there. What a clever way of putting a sleeve in place. I've not seen that done before. Really, really clever, but a beautiful top. $13.99 for your pattern, as you can see. It is part of the bundle as well. But I have to say, the fabric that we've got on the show, this would be a beautiful fabric for you to create that top in as well. And we have got this available. It's only $4.99 per half metre. So I think as a first ever garment, then this would be a lovely one for you to put together as a combination. The fabric itself is a linen viscose, so perfect, but it hasn't got a stretch to it. So if you don't fancy the idea of using a stretch fabric to start with, this is going to be a beautiful one that you can be able to press easily to get that turn that we just saw coming together, but giving you a gorgeous design. And I think that echoes that almost like kimono feel that you've got with that kind of blossoms on there. So I think those two would come together as well. Now, I've had a question come through from a lovely Christine. Hello, Christine. Thank you for joining us. She's asking about the model number of the machine that you're working with. So, which one is this one?
This one's the Brother FS250.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Brilliant machine, isn't it? The end of the last hour, we were chatting about it, and the deal that we've got, it's only £399. But if you go on to the Brother website, you're actually paying £799 for the exact same machine. And we've got a cracking deal with it. So, yeah, if you do want to take advantage of the deal, the details are up on your screen. And that is the machine that Tracey's been using throughout. And there you go. £799 if you are shopping on the Brother website. We are half the price. And it comes with an extension table and accessories as well. So, yeah, brilliant deal that one is as well. Good morning, ladies and gents. We have gents in the gallery, so there you go. Would you wash the fabric before making a top? Leela's asking for that one.
It depends on what the fabric is. I don't actually know the fabrics that you've got there, but usually with viscose, you normally shrinks by like 5%. So.
And also, I suppose it depends on how fitted the garment is.
Yeah.
So these have kind of got a lot of freedom to them. So personally, I potentially wouldn't. But if I was making something that was very fitted, as in there were kind of panels and darts and things like that, then potentially I would. It's entirely up to you, really. But as you're quite rightly with viscose, it doesn't shrink very much at all. So pattern $13.99, available in the bundle. And I know we're going to go over for another demonstration. So I'll mention the bundle briefly because you've got all the different garments that we were featuring. So we saw earlier on the Amelia top, $13.99 if you want it by itself, but it is part of the bundle deal that we've got. The Lexi top, we saw that in the last hour at 8 a.m. this morning. But we've got another change that's gone on in the studio as well. Is this the cocoon cardigan you've got on
It is,
now?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I put it on a bit earlier. So I've got the Lexi top underneath.
Oh, it's a different style, different fabric.
Different fabric to the one that we were looking at on the stand that I was wearing earlier. So yeah, they can look so different in different fabrics. And then I've put the cocoon cardigan on top because this is just my go-to, throw it on, cosy cardigan.
Fabulous.
But also, yeah, and you can dress it up. You can wear a big belt with it if you're wearing it to an event. But I've made it a really nice length, which we can't see behind the table. But yeah, it's a nice long length as well. It's easy to shorten too if you wanted it shorter. But yeah, very simple style to make.
I like it. I will warn you, if you're shopping for the Lexi top pattern on its own, $13.99, I think over half the stock has gone, so half the stock has gone of that one. So yeah, $13.99 if you're wanting that one. We've got some lovely sweatshirting fabric that might be suitable for your cocoon cardigan, which is something that we're chatting about. But nice one if you've kind of got those knit fabrics that sometimes we don't know what to do with them, do we?
Yeah, but we want something that's nice and comfy, really, don't we? We don't, knitted jumpers and things, that they're lovely, but sometimes they're not quite Right, are they not quite dressy enough?
If you're of a certain age where your temperature can fluctuate,
yes, I know what you mean.
Having a jumper on can be very inconvenient if you suddenly have what I call a power surge and you need to take that off. If you've got a cardigan, then you can just slip it on and off as you need to.
Just layers. And the same with the cardigan that we were looking at earlier. I'll pop that one on a bit later, but that's got the nice the collar on it. But again, it's like a very smart, you could wear that indoors, although we call it cardigan, but because it's kind of in between.
Yes,
you wouldn't look out of place. If you're a bit cold when you go somewhere and you just want that extra layer, you can wear that one without feeling like you've got a big puffer jacket on or anything.
I love it. It's only $13.99 if you want to shop for the pattern by itself. Details are on your screen. All the others are available individually as well. Obviously, you've got the paper patterns and we've also got them on the USB. Again, I will tell you about the USB in a little while, but basically you're going to print off the patterns. Beginning of this hour, Tracey explained to us how you can take those A4 prints, because you can just do them on your regular home printer, put them together to create your pattern, and then you are able to create all the different designs. On the USB, you're able to choose the size as well. So you've got all the different sizes from your size 10 right the way through to 28 on some of the patterns. So you select which size you want, and it makes it a very easy way for you to get the pattern for the exact size that you need. £38.99. So you are saving on the price of the paper patterns. If you fancy getting hold of that, the details are on your screen. So we're going to look at this fabulous cocoon cardigan, which I love. I love the style of this.
As much done as we can. So what you've got is you've got a nice back panel, one long panel, and then we've got two front panels here, a pair. So I'm going to take those. So this is our back panel here, and we can see that because of the curved neckline. And then I'm going to add our front panel on top, just as before, right sides facing. We're going to start with the shoulder seam, and we're going to stitch across here. Now we're doing it in like a rib fabric here. There's no reason why you can't do this in a viscose, why you can't do it in a jersey. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need the stretch. The stretch sometimes makes it extra comfy. But yeah, you could do it in a fleece as well.
I notice as you're pinning this in place, you started with your outermost pins.
Yeah.
And then kind of worked your way in. Is that a good way to work with stretch fabric?
Yeah, and because these are going to move, because the ones that I'm using is a rib, so it could move. So yeah, as you're saying, always start with the outside, and then we're just trying to get those raw edges lined up, because it's easy to push the excess that way and go, oh, it doesn't fit. Yes. Actually, it will do. So start on those ends, and then you'll see the middle two will fit in nicely.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm just going to stitch along here and along there, exactly the same as we've just done, basically, on the other top.
And I'm guessing that if you've got an overlocker, I've got an overlocker, I could actually do that and overlock the edges at the same time. So
dead easy and quick to do on an
or
overlocker.
use an overcasting stitch that you've got on your machine. I know the one that we're working with on the show today, that has got an overcast, so you could stitch your main seam and then go back and neaten those edges if you need to, really. So
yeah, lots of people ask, you know, I'd like to try dressmaking. I've never tried it, but I'd like to do it, but I'm just worried I haven't got an overlocker, I haven't got a mannequin. Yes. You don't need that. These styles are really forgiving as well. We're not doing tight fit tailored thing. If you're doing tight tailored thing, then yes, you're going to want a mannequin your size. That would certainly help you. But with these, it's really not. We're looking at the size small is a 10 to 12, size medium is a 14 to 16, because they're not tight. It's basically like small, medium, large, as we would in the shops. Yes. In the States, when we look at all their tops, they never have sizes on them. Like in the UK, we have 10, 12, 14, 16, etc. Over there, it's simply small, medium, large, extra large, extra, extra large. So we've kind of gone with that, and then we give you the guidelines.
Perfect.
There's a size chart in each pattern to show you, so you can just measure your sizes, and then you know what size to make. But they're very easy to take in as well. So if you did make it and it was a bit big, it's really easy to run the side seams in and make it a bit smaller. Particularly, I mean, you saw the top earlier. Really easy. You've just got those two small lines to stitch in. So if you're unsure, just do it in a big stitch length first, which is like tacking basically. And then if you need to take it in a bit, you can.
Wonderful. So that's the second shoulder all stitched.
Second shoulder done. Okay, so now we're going to add our sleeves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that all the way up. So that's the seam that we've just stitched here. So that's our front, that's our back, and then I'm going to grab my sleeves. So the two sleeves, actually I'll move that over so that you can see here. Take your sleeve. The wider bit is going to be the top, the head of our sleeve, and the narrow bit's going to be the hem here. I know they look really small, but that's because it's got a drop shoulder. And I want to find the centre. So rather than snip the fabric and do lots of notches that I know we all end up getting confused and we do our notches too big, so I don't tend to do notches unless we really need them. You just fold it in half. It's that easy. I want to find the centre of the sleeve, so just fold it in half. You cannot make any mistake that way. So I've put a pin to mark the middle of my sleeve, and I'm going to line that up with that shoulder seam there. open that up and line it up, right sides together, just as before. Put your pin in line with the shoulder seam and pin there. And work along, lining up all those raw edges, keeping those together. And this is going to insert the sleeve, basically. So we don't make it as a separate sleeve.
Well, that's easy enough done, isn't it?
Yeah, and just like before when we were saying, you are going to learn lots of different processes and different ways of constructing. So it is like doing a dressmaking course, but a lot cheaper, and also you can do it in the comfort of your own home, and you can stop and start whenever you want to.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So we pop that one underneath and just stitch. Always do that forwards and backwards to reinforce. And stitch in and stitch down.
Do you have to think about the type of stitch that you're working with when you're working with the stretch fabric?
Not with this style, because we're not relying on the stretch. I'm only using the stretch for comfort. At no point is it going to be under pressure.
Okay.
So you use a stretch stitch if the threads were going to pop. So say it was a tight skirt.
It's a bit more fitted.
Yeah, what happens is the fabric stretches, but the stitching doesn't, so it snaps then. So that's what you want to avoid, and that's when you'd use a stretch stitch. But for this, I'm just using jersey fabric because it's comfortable. There's no point of stress. It's just a big, nice, comfortable top to wear. So I'll take that one out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to then fold our top back over again. So my sleeve was here that I've just stitched in. I'm going to open that out and I'm going to fold that back over. Okay, and you can see this is our sleeve here coming down. So now I can do the underarm of our sleeve here, and I can go all the way down the side, all in one go.
Okay, right.
So it'll take me a while to pin it. Just put those edges together, just like before, as you were saying, start at the top and then also at the end. So I'm going to use that as a break point there.
Well, while you're doing that, shall I show people some of the sweatshirting fabric that we've got? Because it might be an idea to do it if you want that kind of leisure feel. And then we've got 4 beautiful sweatshirt style fabrics that you could be potentially using with regards to this. You don't always have to have elasticated cuffs when you're working with what I call leisure wear, and this is a lovely way for you to work with. So let's start off with the blue, shall we? So this is beautiful. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous soft denim colour, as you can see. It's got a lovely kind of soft fleece on the back. This is the kind of fabric that you could quite potentially be using for your cocoon a cardigan that you're making, and it's got almost like a soft marl effect in there. You can see you kind of got peaks and troughs of colour. It's £7.49 if you are looking at shopping for this for your half metre. Let me bring the pattern in so I can tell you what sort of quantity you are going to need if you're shopping for this one. So you're looking about 2 metres 15 centimetres of jersey fabric. So if you're going for 5 cuts of this one, then you will have it there, and it is a reasonable size with this one as well. If you wanted to kind of make it a little bit shorter in the body, potentially you could get away with your 2 metres of that one, but you can see there, gorgeous drape, and this is the kind of fabric that would be perfect for that one. So £7.49 if you're wanting to go for the denim colour. Next one that we've got, it's almost like a dark denim colour, this particular one, which is almost like a very dark grey. Now the contrast of this one has got that lovely lighter grey, almost fleecy backdrop too as well. Really nice, and we have called this one dark grey. Not a huge amount of stretch in this one as well, so it's not going to be a scary one for you to sew with. So again, another one that is going to be lovely for your cocoon cardigan. If you like the look of the dark grey, then the details are on your screen. Again, increase your quantity, you'll get a complete cut with regards to that. Yeah, so for instance, 2 metres, you could just go for 4 repeats. If you like the lighter grey, maybe you're thinking more of a springtime look to it, then this one again has got that lovely pale tone on the underside there. It's beautifully soft and fluffy, and then you've got that marl effect there. So again, nice one for you to work with. Again, we're talking about maybe making the cocoon cardigan, £13.99 for your pattern if you're wanting that as well. And then the last one that you've got, and I think this is going to be a popular one, because this is going to be one that would take you from day right the way through to evening, and this one is that gorgeous black sweatshirting, the black inside with that as well. So yeah, nice soft fleecy feel to that one too, and that again is one that you could very easily be making quite quite an elegant look to your cocoon cardigan if you're wanting to go for that. So again, 1/2 metre pieces. If you're needing your 2 metres worth, then you're looking at 4 increases, and that's 4 quantities, or 5 if you want to be on the safe side, covering you 2 metres and 15. So yeah, all beautiful fabrics and all ideal for that pattern. So where are we up to then,
So
Tracey?
we've done that bit, so let's put the sleeve in here, and then we've stitched down here, so that's going to be our underarm, and then all the way down. So excuse all my big threads everywhere. And I've done it in a contrast so you can see. And then that's gone all the way down the side seam. So that's put our sleeve in. So the only thing left to do is the hemming, which would be just like we did on the Amelia top, where you're going to fold it under and under again and stitch all the way around to hem it. If you've got an overlocker, you might want to just overlock it once and turn it under and stitch it. You can do that as well, that's fine. So that would be your sleeve put in, and then you do exactly the same on the other side. I just pop it on the mannequin what we've done so you can see. Ooh, so that was the top that we made earlier. That's the one that we've done.
So make a complete outfit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was just the hemming that we didn't do obviously earlier, and then this one I've just done one side just so that you can see, rather than, because then I could show you the coat again as well if we get a chance.
Yeah,
so you can see then that that all comes together really
Drapes
nicely, and it just gives you that nice drape that I've got on. So none of these are long projects or difficult projects to do or take a lot of fitting. All going to be size 10 to size 28.
Yeah. I love it. Thank you so much. Of course, a couple of ways for you to get hold of that pattern. Let Tracey get herself ready again. So the pattern, if you want it as a paper pattern, it's available on its own at $13.99. So you can shop for that by itself. You could team it up with fabric, or maybe you've got other fabric that you've got earmarked for it. $13.99, sizes 10 through to 28. So really good selection of sizes. And as you saw, it comes together beautifully easy. It's also part of the paper pattern pack. And this is a bumper pack where you have got 4 garment patterns, but you've also got a fabulous complementary clutch bag pattern in there as well. So if you like in the look of the garments as we're seeing them come together, this will be one of the most economical ways for you to get hold of the paper patterns. £49.99 for all of those. But if you want complete convenience, then this is potentially the way for you to consider getting hold of your patterns. There's a USB in this case that has got all of the different sizes and all of the different garments, as well as the clutch bag, but rather than getting paper patterns, you will get this, which you can print off on your A4 sheets. The beginning of this hour, Tracey explained how those pieces are put together to make those overall pieces that you use to cut out your fabric, but you're only investing £38.99, which I think personally is a brilliant price considering what you're going to get in there. And this, we've seen many of these coming together during this hour. So yeah, we saw the Amelia top, which is the one with the little tie waist. Very clever use of fabrics there, like that one. Of course, we just saw the cocoon cardigan coming together. Oh, that's that one down at the bottom there. Now this time, I think, are we turning our attention to the coat again?
Yeah, I'm just going to do a little bit of that if we get a chance, just to show you the neckline, if I can find it. There we go. Okay, so the coat again is the one I've got on. So now we're looking at something that's just, we've done it in a heavyweight fabric. So this is a more, you can wear it out, but you can wear it in as well. A thicker one, but this kind of time of year, it's great, isn't it? We've got pockets on it. We never know quite what the weather's going to be like. Yeah. So it's a simple, quick, unlined jacket, but it's got a nice facing on it. It's got that lovely little collar detail. And what that does is it draws, like we were saying earlier, it draws your attention down, because this whole line is really clean here, straight down. You could obviously put fasteners on it, you could put brooches on it, you can put frogs on it, but I tend to just have it open like that, just as that lovely extra layer. And I love having pockets. So you've got nice
pockets.
But they're not ones at the front that can look a bit bulky. I've put them into the side seam, so it's just a nice layer that you can just throw on top and just look a bit stylish. And I'd wear that in the house if I was going to someone's house and it was a bit chilly, and then when you get warmer you can take it off. It doesn't look out of place inside or outside.
Perfect.
So to do that collar, because that's the bit that sometimes people worry about, you can see it's just got that nice little stand-up collar. It's actually going to be very easy. So we're going to take our 2 front panels here and we're going to lay them together. This is our back panel. Here, I'll move it down so you can see. So this is our back panel with our back neck, and these are our front panels. And you've got this bit that looks funny, but that's going to be our neckline. Okay. Put those 2 together, and I'm going to stitch the shoulder seam. So just like before, you start on the shoulder seams, we're going to stitch across here, and I'm going to stitch across there to hold those. So I'm doing it in a wool fabric, but you could do it in a fleece fabric. You could do it in a nice tweed. Just have fun shopping. I always think the most important thing is that you get nice style patterns. Absolutely. The patterns will tell you how much fabric you need, and then you can enjoy going out fabric shopping once you know what you're going to need.
Absolutely, and this is the one that I was just looking at here. You only need 2¼ meters for any of those sizes, so good quantity of fabric. Quite often when I'm shopping for fabric, I'll buy 3 meters because it'll cover and have a little bit extra. So anything that's left over, potentially you could be making a bag to coordinate with it, couldn't you, if you wanted to? Yeah, nice idea. If you've got a nice fabric that's kind of got a look to it on the front as well as the back, I'm guessing would be good with this one as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just having fun. You know, once you've got those patterns, then you've got the fun bit of fabric shopping.
Absolutely, that's
so many amazing fabrics out there. So I always do it that way around. Get your pattern, get the nice basic stuff. Like this is, if you get it all together as a collection, you've got a really nice capsule wardrobe there, haven't you? And obviously you're getting it at a great price as well when you're buying them all together. So I've stitched those 2 shoulder seams.
Okay,
like that. And now I'm going to join these 2 pieces together, just across there, just this short edge here. And then this will all start fitting together to give our collar. There is a facing to be added afterwards, but the face is done the same way as the outside. All the way down.
Oh, I've had some lovely comments come through. I keep forgetting that I've got the tablet here, so I don't know when this message was sent through, so I'm sorry, Liz, if you sent it the last half an hour. I've only just looked again. But what a lovely little comment there. Great start to the week. 2 ladies that are both knowledgeable and helpful. Oh, that'd be me and Liz. Oh, that's nice.
Well, I really do want everyone to enjoy and use these patterns. So when you bought them, if you've got any questions, you need any help, we've put as much as we can on the website. We've done lots of blog posts down on sewingcat.com, and it's so lovely when we do get photos, so thank you, and for seeing all the people at the show. And I'm in London next week at Stitch Festival.
Yeah, that's Anne in Islington, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's a great one too. And it's lovely because lots of Sewing Street viewers always come along and show me what they've made, so please do. I love seeing it when it's made. So yeah, we've made the patterns really simple, easy for everyone to follow, inclusive with size in, size 10 to 28. And if you need any adjustments or any help, just let us know on social media and we can always help you.
Perfect.
So what we've got then looks weird because we've got a little hole here.
Yes.
But this is now our back neck.
Okay.
So it's very dark, so you can't really see. But I'm going to put the 2 layers together, and then I'm going to stitch the neckline, and that will then give us our collar piece.
Clever.
So it's not difficult. It's not a separate collar piece. It's very, very easy to do. Pockets down the side, and then we've got a front facing that's going to go on, and the sleeves are going to be put in more or less the same as we've just done on the cardigan. So don't worry if you've never done dressmaking before. It'd be really lovely to have lots of you come on board, because I know sometimes we get stuck in a bit of, I only do patchwork. You're like, well, if you've got a sewing machine, do some dressmaking, and vice versa. Try it all. If you've got a lovely machine, then why not go on a sewing journey and explore?
I think what you've shown us today as well is you don't have to worry. I mean, we've got so many beautiful fabrics that we can get hold of now. I mean, we stock loads of gorgeous fabrics here. Or you might have stuff that you've bought. Sometimes we have fabrics that sit in our sewing rooms for years and years, and you're just waiting for the right project to come along. Well, this is the kind of project that would be perfect if you've got any of those stretch fabrics that are waiting to be used. But I love that technique. That's a really clever technique for that collar. It's yeah.
And it just gives you that nice stand-up collar without making it tricky or difficult
as well.
Yeah.
And of course, when you've got fabric that's got a little bit of stretch in there, it can be very forgiving when it comes to kind of doing different parts of your sewing for your garment. It kind of all slots together beautifully, which is exactly what's happening here. We've probably got about, where are we? About 10 minutes or so, just shy. Yeah. Tracey, keep going.
Well, I'll just kind of stitch the collar on, and then we can have a look and see where we're at, can't we? So the facing is going to be done the same way. So that's just a smaller version of what we've done that goes on the inside, and that neatens our front edge, because where on the cardigan we folded under and under again to give our 1 centimetre seam allowance. On something like this, we want it a bit smarter. It's a different look, so I've put an inside facing onto it.
Oh, I see. So that folds
like this,
round.
which is what that is a panel that goes onto the inside. You make it exactly the same as the outside, but it doesn't take that much fabric, so it's a smaller piece. That's what we call a facing that comes from the neck all the way down to the bottom to neaten that front edge. So you don't need to worry about that. Obviously, you'd neaten your inside seams.
Perfect.
So that'll give us our neck. Let's see, we might be able to get a sleeve in, and then I could put it on the mannequin to have a look. Let's see.
We've covered a lot in this, haven't we?
Thinking about it, the sleeve, I'm going to do it a slightly different way. So we're going to fold the sleeve in half, and I'm going to stitch that long line down there.
Oh, so this time it's slightly different.
Yeah, thinking about it, because it's a curved hem on the top. None of these are things that are going to take too long. None of them is going to be beyond... Yeah, I would teach this to a complete beginner quite confidently without any problem.
And I love this because obviously Tracey's got her. I mean, how did you get involved with dressmaking in the first place? Was it through a hobby or through necessity? I mean, how did it all come together?
Yeah, my mum had always dressmaked when she was younger, and she started making stuff, and it's always just been around fabric. My granddad had a haberdashery shop, so there was like bundles of ribbon around. I just remember, like, every time I went to the house, these big bags of ribbons and buttons and things, and just playing with that. If you're used to being around fabric. And then I studied fashion design and went on and worked for a designer in London for years, But it's kind of changed what you do throughout the years. I do a bit of everything, like you saw earlier. We were doing bag making. So I think it's really nice to have that variety of what you do. Anyone who can sew can make bags, can do dressmaking.
And of course, as we get into spring, I'm not sure when it all kicks off, but of course we've got shows like the Sewing Bee, that will be back on the TV. That will ignite everybody's kind of passion for dressmaking. But the thing is, it doesn't have to be tricky. I mean, quite often in shows like that, the challenges are laid down to really kind of make it tricky for people. But when you strip it back, if you've got a quality pattern, then you really do not need to worry, because it's the tuition and the way that the pattern has been designed that will end up with that gorgeous garment that is so achievable. And I think that's the one thing that we've learned in this. Tracey's patterns really do that. Do go back and have a little look at the 8 o'clock show this morning as well, though, because of course we've got patterns that we're covering bag making in that hour as well. And just very quickly, just as Tracey's just stitching that scene there, I'm just going to reiterate that we've got the deal on the screen, which is the pattern bundle. So you've got 4 beautiful patterns that are going to take you through all seasons throughout the year. It's going to be a capsule wardrobe that you'll find yourself creating for many years to come. We're looking at the coatigan at the moment, which is brilliant to wear as a jacket, coat, cardigan. You've also got the cocoon cardigan that we saw coming together, a lovely kind of slouchy feel, really leisure kind of style wear that you've got with that one. Then you've got the Lexi top, which is a beautiful top. Love that little kind of pleat that you've got in the front there, which again is very forgiving with that extra fabric there, especially if you like to go out and in the evening, then that's going to be something that's perfect. The Amelia drape top, we saw this one coming together. Such a simple design, just a front piece and a back piece that you're stitching together on the side seams and on the shoulder seams. Very clever bit of stitching goes on to give you that main body shape that you've got and to separate the sleeves out. And a little optional tie belt should you want to do that one. And then when you shop for all 4 patterns, you're going to get a bonus pattern for a clutch bag, which could be made to work with any one of those outfits that you are creating there. So absolutely brilliant. All 4 of them. Now, if you were to shop for them individually, $13.99 is the price for each of your dressmaking patterns. The price on your screen is way less than the full cost of those patterns, and you're going to get the bonus of the clutch bag as well. So it really is a brilliant way to shop for them. And then the other way that you can shop, if you're choosing to, is to go for your USB. So what you will actually get is the USB, which is got all of the details on there for the different sizes of the garments, but also you've got your full instructions in a separate folder. So you've got everything that you need for you to be creating your fabulous garments. And the beauty is you don't need a fancy printer. Just your regular A4 printer will allow you to print off your pattern pieces. You've got a nice template guide that will show you how they come together, like a bit of a jigsaw, but it's only probably a 6-piece jigsaw, so it's not too tricky. And then you've got your patterns that you can then cut out your fabric with and create your gorgeous garments. So all of the garments are there, all 4 of them, and your clutch bag is in there as well for just £38.99. It means that rather than paying £13.99 for one pattern, you are printing off a pattern that is the equivalent of a little over £5 that you're paying for, which I think is phenomenal value for money. And you've popped your coatigan on the mannequin.
Yeah.
Now.
So obviously we didn't quite do the facing, but you can see that we've got the sleeve in there.
Perfect.
So nothing tight fitting, so you've still got room for a jumper or blouse like I've got underneath here. You can pop pockets in there and you just do the front facing, but really importantly is you've got that nice flattering
I love that kind of, it's almost like a funnel neck, isn't it? I like that.
Yeah. Simple to do,
very
all
elegant
sizes, and just have fun choosing your fabrics then when you've got these patterns.
Absolutely. Now do go looking for our lovely Tracey if you are heading down to Islington next week, or it's the tail end of this week into the weekend, isn't it? Go and say hello, and if you have got the patterns, or you get the patterns in time, I mean, we've seen they can come together very quickly. Maybe you'll be wearing an outfit made using Tracey's patterns to meet and greet her at the weekend, I have to say. So there you go, brilliant value. Please keep keep bringing the patterns to us, Tracy.
Oh, well, we've got so many more in work. So yeah,
and do we know when you're next due back on our screens?
I can't remember the date. It's next month, but keep an eye on our social media. We always pop it up there. So Owl and Sewing Cat. But yeah, next month with another new collection.
So hop over to the website, subscribe to the newsletter, and you'll get all that information as soon as Tracy's able to share it. So thank you for that. I'm going to team up with you in the next 2 hours. I've actually got 2 hours back to back. We're talking about getting yourself organised and maximising the space that you've got within your sewing room. It's very durable. So if you fancy the idea of getting yourself organised and maybe having your dream layout in your small area of sewing, then here you go. This is definitely what you need. Storage for Crafts coming up after the break with the lovely Jo, and we will be taking you through right the way through until 1 o'clock. I'll see you after the break.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to, I think, an hour that you're really going to value, because this is an hour that almost maximises whatever area that you have for whatever craft you find yourself in, or in fact any area really. It's not just about craft, is it, Jo?
No, there's something for everyone.
Absolutely. Now we are talking storage for crafts, and if you've not met Jo before, I will be introducing her to you in just a few moments. But I feel we need to open the magic doors, because they are like a pair of magic doors, aren't they?
They are, yes.
So literally you pull this open and you have a look at this wealth of space that you are going to have, that you're going to be able to fill with all sorts of goodies. So much so that I've disappeared out of the studio, look at that. But you've got all sorts of fabulous storage boxes, you've got shelves in here as well. We've got some amazing drop-down areas, and this is going to be something that's going to really maximise the area that you have at home. And Jo, I mean, Storage for Craft, you've been creating these fabulous pieces. Well, I don't know, tell us about the company.
We formed 19 years ago this year.
Okay.
And basically came about because I was a messy crafter. That is the bottom line. Like many of us, you know, you lose the dining table, you get a frustrated husband, and before you know it, he's trying to tidy you up.
I love it. So all of this literally turns into a little bit of a craft room. I mean, what have you got over to the side of you there?
Okay, so this, if I can just move that out of the way, this is going to give you more workspace.
Okay.
I drop that one down.
Oh, that sounds so solid when it sets in place.
It's not going to go anywhere. So you can put your sewing machine on here and it's not going to vibrate or cause you any problems at all. And you've got lots of storage in behind it.
Perfect.
So you've got space for your balls of wool. You've got, these are fat quarter size. If you're trying to gauge the size of the box, or CDs. If that's easier.
That. You've got a little overlocker tucked away in there as well.
Space for an overlocker. And all these shelves throughout the unit are adjustable as well. So if you've got any bigger pieces, or you just don't like the configuration that we've put in, you can customise it and make it your own.
I love that. Now, the plastic storage boxes, these are all included when you are shopping for this. So
they are,
they're all there ready. But like you say, you can get the layout to whatever you personally like. I've got a lovely section over here as well with more of those boxes. We'll show you this centre section in just a few moments, because it's going to give you a lovely sewing area. But over on my side over here, you've got, again, all of the different drawers. So these will come out, clip together, which is brilliant, pop in place like so. You've got somewhere where maybe you'll be putting your books on the shelf there as well. You've got more and more down here. Over here, you've got a perfect place for things like your spools of ribbon. It could be threads that you're keeping. Literally, if you're setting this out for a sewing room, everything is perfect.
It is. And what I like about it as well, you can make it your own little crafty cocoon, because when you've set the tables out, you don't necessarily have to have that door out flat. You can pull it in at an angle.
Come in a little bit more.
Yeah, so everything is then to hand. So you're not twisting, you are just crafting. It's great.
That's really, really clever, because literally you could have that, like you say, almost like a little kind of boxed in area. I love it. Yeah. And hanging space for things like your scissors as well. I think it's brilliant. Lovely. Now, let's have a little look at this centre section here. So are we able to access this in the position that we're at?
We are, yeah.
Right, so do I just unlock this?
You just unlock the bolt, yeah.
Okay.
And then the desk, if you just give up.
Can you hear that solid click?
And there you are, workspace.
Look at that, workspace. Sewing machine's tucked away, so if I was sewing at home, I'd bring that forward. And then I've got that area where I can put my chair underneath and open up all the space. Everything that you need is close at hand. Now, let's chat about this, because when this is not going to fit through my letterbox, Jo.
No.
So
Good if it did, but no.
How does it all come together? What happens?
So it is flat packed, and what we've done, we've included our assembly service with it. It's not to say you have to take advantage of it. You don't have to if you don't want to. The lead time on assembly service is 10 to 12 weeks.
Okay.
And unfortunately, everywhere from Devon is a long way. So
oh, gosh, yes, yeah.
we only go as far north as between Glasgow and Edinburgh. If you draw a line there, that's as far north as we can assemble.
Okay.
And we can't take the van over water as yet. I haven't got it to float.
Okay, fair enough. Don't test that one out.
No. But if you do opt for putting it together, as with all of our furniture, it is really easy to do. It's just a crosshead screwdriver.
Okay.
And just allow yourself time and space to do it.
So if somebody was a little bit impatient and they didn't want to wait for your team to go around, they could put this together themselves.
You can do that. I mean, Kevin, my husband, designs them all. I sort of tell him what, as a crafter, I need from a piece of furniture and where I like to keep things. And then he designs them so they can be put together by me.
Oh, okay.
I'm not great with flat pack furniture. Okay. I've got better over the years, but they are really easy to do.
So do we need to drill any holes or anything like that?
No, everything is pre-drilled. All you do need is a crosshead screwdriver, whether it's on a drill or by a manual
like an electric screwdriver if you want in, or manual. I love it. Now, with regards to this, I mean, obviously we've got things like the strip lighting that's included with this one. It's a little rocker switch at the top there.
That's it, yeah. And then you've got two lights. So you're not going to be working in shadow. So you've got one directly over where you're working at the back and one above you. And it's a nice white light.
Yes.
So you're not going to get any orange and yellow tinges to your work, so you can colour match perfectly. And because it's an LED, it's not going to get hot either.
That's a really good point. And I love the open area that you've got. I mean, obviously we had the sewing machine there, but there's nothing stopping you having something like your tablet or something if you wanted to at the back there. I mean, you could use it almost like an office space. It doesn't have to be a crafting area.
No, in fact, mine is sort of workspace when I am working from home, but then I can just put my laptop away, it goes on the shelf, and then I can craft away to my heart's content.
Really good idea.
Yeah.
I love it. And I love the area that you've got over to the side with the overlocker there as well, because it's almost like you've got an ironing area if you wanted to as well. You could put your pressing mat there.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of space behind the desk when you put it up. So if it was going to be your dedicated ironing space, you could create your own ironing board and stick it on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a clever idea, isn't it? Brilliant. But literally, it all packs back together. Should we put it back together again for everybody as well? Because, I mean, that's how it would look. We've got a couple of different finishes that you might choose to go for. We've got the vanilla, which is the one that we've got in the studio here. But if you want that kind of wood look, that classic oak look, then we have got that for you there as well. So it depends on the kind of layout that you've got at home. That is the key thing. You just decide on that when you're actually placing your order. But you can see, I mean, I'm helping Jo here. I'm letting Jo take the lead, I'm not going to lie. I've got a little button underneath.
Little button on the end.
Oh, hold on. Where am I? Oh, there we go. I was too far in. So there you go. So the legs come down like so.
That's it.
And then I need to fold my little piece in at the side here. And then it's all on casters, so it's very, very easily comes together. What overall area do you need for this to actually be in your room?
When it's all closed, it's just under 3 foot square.
Okay.
And when it's fully open, you're looking at about 6 foot square, so it doubles in size.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this could just be the corner of your room if you've got, that's all the space that you've got, and then you just open it out. Obviously, you do need to make sure that you've got space at the side there, but if you fancy getting hold of this, I mean, you might have like a little spare room, a box room almost, that when you actually open this out, it turns it into the most amazing. You could potentially still have your bed in there for your spare room, couldn't you?
You could, because I mean, not many of us are lucky enough to have our own dedicated craft room. We often have to share the space with our partners, kids in their playroom perhaps. So this would also enable you to have everything out because you haven't got to keep getting your sewing machine up and down out of the box, but it keeps everything away so little fingers can't get into things as
So
well.
easy as well, literally fingertips with regards to these, opening up that area as you can see. Right, so this is a brilliant deal that we've got for you. Obviously it's adaptable to whatever you need it to be. You can open it up or keep it quite closed if you're wanting to as well. But I will need to tell you that the price that you've got on your screen is not the price that you're going to be paying for this. Now obviously this is going to be delivered to your home. With regards to this, is it pretty much flat packed or is there anything already constructed with it?
No, it is all flat packed.
But you could be putting that together yourself if you want to, or the team will come round and put that together for you. But you've got a 5-way split on this, which means that you've got a very affordable way for you to get hold of this. And you could turn your unorganised area to look incredibly organised like this. You're going to fit a lot within here as well when you consider all those different containers.
You are. I was quite surprised how much I actually fitted in mine. I really should have photographed the before and after.
All over the place.
All over, chaos to organise. But it is deceiving how much you can get in, especially when you start organising your fat quarters, your jelly rolls and things like that. And you can organise your threads. You know, you can have a whale of a time just doing that.
It's brilliant. And now we did launch this not too long ago. We launched it and it wasn't at this price, but you know what? We're going to bring you that price as well. So if you didn't manage to shop for it at that time, you have got the ability to get hold of it now for £2,499. Now you may well have been looking out at our schedule and you might have seen that Joe was on the horizon and today is the day that you're choosing to shop for this. But you can see you are going to get all of those fabulous storage boxes there, a variety of different sizes. You're going to get your fabulous Knight's Hay set. I don't know what to call it because I feel as if a wardrobe might be not the right phrase, really. What would you call it?
We just call it our Knight's Hays.
Well, there you go, yeah. Doesn't need anything else, does it? There you go. But it's almost like a portable craft room, isn't it? You've got everything in there. So £2,499. If you want to go for it all in one go, you can do. Or you have got your split pays with these, which is £499.80 with this. Now, it's interest-free, so you don't have to worry about any additional cost. There's no setup fees or there's no additional fees that you're going to add. It's literally, you go for it. No credit checks with this one, which makes it a very, very easy way for you to get hold of these. And, of course, the beauty is you've got all of your different areas. Is there a specific order that you need to open the areas up in? I mean, this time we're opening the table up to start with.
No, you just open whichever desk you want. I mean, to open this one, it's got to be open fully.
Okay.
And if you're having them both out together. If you're just having this one, you needn't open it quite as wide.
See, I'd be tempted to maybe get some blackboard paint or something like that and turn that into a blackboard.
You could, or put some magnetic paint on it as well. So then if you're doing appliques with dies, you could put those on there.
That's a good point, isn't it? Yeah, just pop your dies on there out the way. Oh, I'm loving this more and more. Now, I've got a fabulous question come through from Penny. So I have several storage for crafts units. I have Dymo. Oh, good idea, Dymo.
Good idea.
Labelled the boxes so I can always find what I'm looking for. And I think that's the key thing. I've got lots of crafty stuff and it's all over the place. Some of it is in kind of like kitchen cupboard type units that I've got, but I don't know what I've got. So I end up going out and buying it again.
Yes.
Sometimes because it's quicker to do that than it is to actually go hunting it down. So something like this, you'll be saving, won't you? Shirley, hello Shirley, good company. So glad that you have storage for crafts on Sewing Street. I have 2 of the cabinets, great quality and excellent white glove service.
Thank you, Shirley. It's nice to hear.
I like that white glove. Do they actually come with white gloves on?
I'd like to say yes.
But no. I just have this vision. But it means that they're going to look after you when they arrive. And I'm guessing a cup of tea and maybe a biscuit is always welcome.
Always goes down a treat, yes.
Love it. There you go. But you can see here we've got so many different compartments. I mean, what sort of feedback do you get from your customers when they're all set up and ready to go?
They're all really excited because maybe they found things they'd forgotten about.
Yes.
Because I'm like you, I can often double buy things, or they found kits they've forgotten about, and then they find they craft more because the sewing machine is there.
Yeah.
The overlocker is there. They're not bending down, then trying to find somewhere to plug it in. It's there, pull forward, switch on, play.
And this is the thing, sometimes we don't have a huge amount of craft time or work time.
No.
You're literally getting little bits when you can. So if everything is laid out ready, and I suppose you could be midway through a project, just pack everything away and then open it up and you're back where you were.
This is it. You're not running around the house trying to find the thread that you bought last weekend at the show or 6 months before that. It's on the thread rack where where it's there ready
Absolutely,
to go.
I love it. We've got LED lights as a strip across the top here. We've also got lighting in this area here. So if we drop the lights down in the studio, this is brilliant. I love it. Look at that.
Yeah, so you can have this in maybe the corner of the lounge and be
Yes.
crafting away with the light on, and the rest of the family could be sat watching telly in the dark.
That's a really good point.
You're not going to
yeah.
disturb each other because it just focuses on where you're working. It doesn't bleed into the room.
I think that's a brilliant idea. Now, we're going to put the lights back on in the studio. Oh, my goodness, they're bright when you look at them like that. Over by you, you've got obviously that drop-down area. And this is the thing that I love about this, because it's almost you've got your sewing area, if we call it a sewing area on this occasion, laid out perfectly. Because we often talk about sewing and pressing and things like that. And I just think this is a brilliant area to have alongside.
It is, and it's easily accessible as well, so you haven't got to get up, move or anything. It's just a quick twist on the chair.
This is it.
And
Now,
away you
if
go.
you imagine, this is me sitting on a chair, sewing away here, and then I could literally come to this area and press or cut or whatever I need to do.
This is it.
It's all there.
It is, and you've got a hole in the back of the main section, so you could
okay.
always have a 4-bar on the back there. So you could
Also,
have
put
your
that on
machine plugged in, you could have your iron plugged in, and it's so much easier to work then.
That was something I was going to ask, but I didn't know what the answer was going to be, so I was going to ask you on one of the breaks. But, I love that idea. So all your cables can come through there for everything that you need.
Yep.
Maximising the storage underneath as well, because this is a wasted area usually, isn't it, if you've got a table?
It is,
You haven't got the storage underneath.
No, and what we've done is we've added a couple of bigger boxes. So if you've got fleece, if you've got wadding, cushion inserts, that sort of thing, they fit in there nicely. There is another cheeky little space for another machine, because let's face it, we've all got more than one.
Look at this, all this storage space underneath as well. Oh yes, I see what you mean over here on your side, yeah.
And there is a little sort of hole just to the right of those boxes where you could put a smaller cutting mats.
Can you see there? In
And
fact, let's
rulers.
fold it up and so we can show you that area as well,
Yeah.
because it's probably easier if we kind of get the table out of the way. So you've got your little button there. Now I should be able to find it easier. Like so. Now, I don't know, have I done that? No, we did do it that way before, didn't we? And then drop that down afterwards.
If you lock it up first, it's a lot easier to get.
Perfect.
Yep.
So this is the area that you're talking about here.
Yeah, so you could get smaller machines in there, or perhaps your die cutting machine.
That's brilliant for your wadding.
It is, yeah. Or if you've got anything on bolts, they would fit there too.
That's a good point.
And then you've got a little space for cutting mats
Oh,
and
there
rulers.
you go. Look at that.
Yep.
You really have maximised every square inch of this, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I kind of looked at what I had to store, and then it was like, well, if I've got it, someone else is bound to have it.
It's fair.
And
Fair point, yeah.
it's always handy to have the most things that you use all the time accessible.
Yes, yeah.
So you can still access your mats under there. You know, you can still put your threads in here and access these boxes whilst you're sitting down.
Lovely deep boxes as well.
They are, yeah. So they are the height of Gutermann threads, if you're trying to picture that.
Yeah.
But knitting needles length. So if you could organise your needles, you could organise your threads, scissors go in them brilliantly as well.
That's a brilliant idea. I mean, you've got your different kind of depths of these as well. Everything is the same length, so everything neatly sits flush as you're sitting with it. How many actual storage boxes have we got within this?
You have got, I think it's 12 trays.
Our Ben might know that. I don't know if you got that
I
listed.
should know this. I counted it over the last few days at
Memory now.
NEC.
The boxes that we're getting, the trays. Or put you on the spot there, Jo.
Yeah.
Can you remember? I mean, you've been at the NEC for 4 days.
My brain is a bit frazzled.
Probably saying it in your sleep.
Yeah. So you've got, you're looking, I think, everything together, you've got over 50.
Yeah. Because if you were considering going out and shopping for 50 boxes, that's a considerable amount in its own right.
It is. And then you've got to get the right size boxes for the compartments that we've made as well.
Yeah.
And I know from looking previously, you can't get some of these sizes on the high street.
Well, I don't think I've seen them as long as this. I must
No.
admit, with the size that we've got. I love the here as well. I mean, this is brilliant because you've got the baskets on the top there, so for easy access of things. But even that little tiny shelf, well, it's not a tiny shelf, but that little shelf, maximising the area under there.
This is it. So I keep everything I use the most in these.
Okay.
So in these, I've got my seam rippers, living one all on their own.
I use mine a lot.
And then I've got one with scissors, my little embroidery scissors. I've got one with spare bobbins in. I've got one with my clips in and that kind of thing. And then in here, I've got one full of pens and some full of rulers and that kind of thing. So everything I use to hand go in the trays. Things I want to keep tidy go in boxes.
I love it. Now, Ben, bless him, he's been counting up all of those boxes, and we've got 59 boxes in total there, which is brilliant. And of course, you might add some of your own in there as well, if you wanted to. So, yeah.
There is space to put other little bits in there as well. And these shelves you can take out. So if you've got any of the bigger embroidery machines, these aren't set in stone. You can take them out, use the baskets elsewhere, and then you can get your bigger machines in there.
I think it's brilliant. Brilliant idea. Now, if you've shopped for one of these in the past and you've got it in your craft room and you fancy sharing pictures of where it is sitting in your home, do message us through studio@sewingstreet.co.uk. Is it .uk or is it .com? It is .com, sorry, .com. And then we will be able to share those pictures with everybody. I mean, there's so much storage space within here. Do you know what? I think that a lot of people could probably be hard-pressed to fill all of these boxes because, like you said, there's a lot that you'll have within your craft room.
This is it. And once you start organising everything and you realise how you can organise it, you'll have some empty boxes, and then that just means you go shopping.
Absolutely. There you go. I'll always love an excuse.
Exactly.
Brilliant value for money. We're looking at the vanilla finish with this one. The vanilla one I think is a nice one as well because it's kind of fitting in with any decor really, isn't it?
It is. The vanilla is perhaps the more contemporary of the two.
Okay.
And also if your sewing space is in a darkened room of the house, it doesn't get so much natural light, it's a nice one to go for because the colour does reflect the light much better than the oak.
This is the key thing. But if you want the wood finish, we have got that fabulous oak finish. Can you actually change the colour by painting these if you wanted to, or do you shy away from that?
You can do if you want, because I mean the material we use is melamine face chipboard, so it's the same as your kitchens and bathrooms.
Okay.
So if you decorate those, you can decorate this.
Right.
In fact, my daughter, when she was younger, used to go a little bit mad with pens on hers.
Yes. Which
was fine, and we just use kitchen abrasive cleaners, clean it all off, and you can start again.
Oh, there you go. So that's another idea, isn't it? So, yeah, very, very clever. It's very sturdy as well, because this is the other thing. When you're working with a sewing machine, sometimes you can kind of get those vibrations. So here you've got a really, really firm surface. I mean, this would make a lovely area to cut with your rotary cutter as well, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. It'd be really good for that. And again, because you've got space behind, you could stick a cutting mat on here if you wanted to.
Good point, yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Do like that idea. It's just got everything that you need, hasn't it? I mean, you can see the sewing machine's out the way, opening up this area. Easily pull that forward if you want. And like you say, if you've got an embroidery machine with the embroidery arm on, plenty of room for that as well.
There's so much space to be creative in here. I think it's fabulous.
I love it.
Yeah.
And then when you're finished, all you need to do, turn that light off, as you can see there. We're going to lift up the desk area, like so. Lock it in place, little bolts, nice and easy. Got your little easy release buttons, drop that down. Joe's already got the table folded up at that side, and literally just fold in and fold in again. And what that means is you are maximising that 3-foot square area, which you've got here, where you've got that kind of area. So the footprint, you're looking at 3-foot square, did we say?
Yeah, just under 3-foot square closed and allow for 6-foot square
That's like
open.
When you think about like your yardstick, when you're measuring your fabrics, isn't it? That's pretty much that, yeah. And this is brilliant because that's the footprint. Obviously, when you're opening it up, it needs to be, again, that depth, but 6-foot wide area to fill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't ever close mine, but equally I don't have it fully open either. I do have the other door at 90 degrees.
So you could just literally have that just at that area if you didn't want to. So
you
just
could.
Have it to that open so far.
Yeah, because then once you're sitting with the desk down, you can access everything quite easily.
Fair point, fair point. I love it. So there you go. Biggest decision to make is which colour do you go for? Do you go for the vanilla or do you go for the oak? I think I'd be tempted to go for the vanilla because, like you say, it's got a very contemporary look to it, hasn't it?
It is, yeah. My Knight's Haze is an oak one for my paper crafting, and my sewing one is vanilla.
Oh, there you go. I love it. Why did I know you'd have to? Well, you kind of invented this, really, didn't you, the partnership?
I did, yeah. And my craft room is our showroom, so I kind of have to try and keep it tidy for a start, which is difficult. But I have most colours of most units in there, yeah.
I love it. There you go. Now you could get hold of yours as well. It's easy as picking up the phone or jumping onto the website. You've got all the information that you need on the screen. We have honoured the launch price on this one, so you're saving in the region of £500 with this one. 5 split pays, went into an old place for a moment then. Spread the cost over 5 payments. No interest, no charges, no credit checks or anything at all like that. You just simply speak to us here and we will get this on its way. So for anybody that's thinking about this, timescales from ordering to delivery of these, what sort of time are we looking at?
If you're going to go with the assembly service, which we are including, you're looking at about 10 to 12 weeks.
Okay.
If you're going to opt for putting it together yourselves, it'll be 8.
There you go.
So it depends how quickly you want to get hold of it.
I love it. So, yeah, post and packing. See, post and packing, £3.95 on this one.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah, just makes me chuckle, that one. And if you already shop with us today, no additional post and packing. So, yeah. Oh, we've just checked. So it is. Mm. My goodness, can you imagine that? £3.95.
Take this to the post office. I'll pay £3.95.
Absolutely. So when people go, I'm just thinking about the process now. So people will place their orders for this, and then obviously you receive the order. Do you contact them then to find out which they want the white glove service or whether they want to construct it themselves?
We will, yes. So once we get all the orders come through, we usually give it a few days after the shows because some of them can take a while to come through.
Yes, yeah.
Then we put them onto our system and everybody will then get an email saying, we've got your order, thank you very much, and these are the next steps. So if you've gone for one of the pieces that hasn't got the white glove service, then this is what's going to happen. You'll get an email saying it's coming out with FedEx and you'll get a tracking number.
Okay.
We do have next day delivery, so we'll get that date set in for you. Obviously life happens, as with the assembly, so if things happen, hospital appointments, the kids get sick, something like that, we can change it.
Oh, okay, that's
good. Or if you want to lock in the price and you're going on holiday in, say, 2 months' time, we can delay it. If you've got the builders coming, we can delay it. If you don't want it delivered until the kids have gone to uni in September, we can hold it till then.
But that price might not be around.
That price won't be around by then, no.
Now that's worth thinking about, isn't it? So even if you're not ready for it at this stage, shop for it, and then when you are ready, Joe and the guys will sort it out for you.
Yep.
Love it. There you go. Details are up on your screen, and we have confirmed it is our post and packing on this one, so £3.95. £3.95, can't get over that. So I'm going to leave those details with you as we're going to look at some of the other range that we've got from Storage for Crafts, and we're going to talk about the Insto.
Okay.
Is that the one that's around the back there?
It is.
Right. Okay. So obviously we've had to kind of move things around so we can bring everything just to the front here. And Joe has got this. Now this I know is always very, very popular, and we do struggle to keep this one in stock. Straight away you can see it coordinates perfectly. And this is just brilliant. The amount of storage that we've got is phenomenal. Because I'm looking at it, the actual area that you kind of, your footprint, for the want of a better phrase, you're looking at a little over A4.
This is it, exactly. So if you can put a piece of A4 on the floor, next to your chair, behind the door, which is usually a dead space, this is where it's going to fit because the storage is vertical.
Absolutely, and you maximize. I mean, look at the amount of storage you're going to turn that little area into. Does this come with the boxes as well?
Again, this comes with the boxes. So you've got 7 of the shallower A4 boxes, and then you've got 3 of the deeper ones.
Okay.
So you could organise everything in here. You could go by season if you wanted to. You could fill one with thread racks. We do actually put a thread rack in one of them for you.
Oh, okay.
So you have got one little thread rack. That will hold 70 threads of Gutermann, the smaller rolls.
Yeah.
But actually it'll hold more than that because you can pop one in the space in between.
That's true, actually, yeah.
But these aren't set in, so you can take them out and move them about.
Oh,
so if you've got any
chunkier
ones, you can put them in there.
Perfect.
And then in the other box, we've got some divider trays. So if you want to sort out your sewing feet, your buttons, sequins, bobbins.
Oh, I like the look of that.
So you've got 15 compartments on each tray.
And they're set in place, aren't they? They're not kind of moving around.
No, but what I have done with mine, because I use mine for my jewellery making as well, is I've put a felt mat in between just to stop them moving about and getting damaged. Yeah.
I love it. brilliant idea. And they're all included with this as well.
You get these in this one as well, yes.
Now, with this one, is again, is the construction required with this one, or is this delivered as we see it?
Yeah, no, everything is delivered flat packed.
Okay.
Just for safety and so it arrives in one piece. But they all go together the same way.
Okay.
And very simple to do. Just allow yourself space on the floor, put the back down first.
Okay.
And attach to the back. Don't try and do it standing up because you'd need to be an octopus
okay,
to hold
fair
everything. So attach the sides and the top and bottom, then put your casters on.
Okay.
You might need someone to help you stand it up,
okay.
but I can manage to stand it. It will take you longer to put all the shelf pegs in than to put the carcass together.
And decide, I guess, at which height you want them to be at. So
yes, yeah, this is it. So you can put them how you want, but generally the bigger boxes are going to be heavier, so you would naturally put the deeper ones at the bottom.
Now, details are up on your screen, but I will let you know you're not going to be paying that price that you're seeing on your screen at the moment, £339. Price is coming down. You've still got your split pays on this one as well, so you're looking at £269.99, which is a brilliant price, And you've got 4 split pays with this one as well, remember this time. So 4 split pays on this one. So for just £67.49, this could be on its way to you. Are we talking a similar sort of timescale with regards to the delivery of these ones?
You're looking at about 6 to 8 weeks for this
so
one.
not too long.
Not too long at all. So it gives you time to decorate, organise your room, move things around a bit, and then it will arrive for you.
And you can get your 10 storage trays in here.
Obviously,
you've got your some of them are kind of your double depth, as I would say, with regards to those. Good size. Now, I'm going to do something that I'm going to, and this will resonate with a lot of you if you have bought flat-packed furniture in the past and put them together, because I've certainly done that myself. And obviously, a lot of attention is paid to the front and what you can see. But can I turn this round? Because if you're like me and you have bought furniture in the past, quite often you'll get just a piece of hardboard that you slot into place with little tiny pins.
Yeah, that you spend ages down one side tacking in and haven't got enough to do the other side. Yeah. We didn't want to do that because we know, well, I knew that it was going to get a lot of wear.
Absolutely. Well, pushing those, if you push them too hard, then it's going to hit that back.
Yeah, you don't want the back to pop off. And crafting isn't a 6-month hobby. So whatever I wanted to use for storage had to last for as long as I crafted.
Yes.
So the back had to stay in place. So this enables the whole unit to stay rigid and square. So your shelves are going to stay in place. It's not going to twist or anything. So the back is made out of the same material as the rest of the unit. It's all 18mm thick melamine face chipboard.
There you go. So it's all been thought about. That's the key thing. You're going to be able to buy with confidence. And these are kind of pieces of furniture that if you do find yourself in a situation where you stop using it for whatever storage you have used it for, it's going to be something that's very easy, it's transportable to another room with regards to this. Now, this is a very popular item, I have to tell you. So with regards to this, the stock quantity that we've got isn't enough to satisfy all of the interest that we've had with regards to this. So if it's in your basket, can I urge you to check your basket out? It's one that regularly sells out.
It is, yes. It's a popular one. This is actually the first unit that Kevin ever made me.
Oh, really?
This is where we started. Yeah, so this used to be my craft room.
Okay.
And then I think to what I've got now.
But do you know what? I think many of us start off with that, don't we? A little box of goodies, and then you go on to more and more.
This is it. Once you start buying machines and patterns and bigger waddings and things, then you need extra space.
That's it. Now, vanilla, we've only got 5 opportunities for you to get hold of these. I'm going to pull out a couple of these trays as well, because this is something else that's worth mentioning. The actual shelves that you've got in here as well, those are solid shelves. Because again, the boxes can have a reasonable amount of weight in there. And the shelves, if they're of a lesser quality, can start to bow.
They can. And I've had some of my furniture for getting on for probably 18 years since we started. And the shelves are still fine. They're not bowing or anything. And as you say, they do take a lot of weight. And I don't just sew. I do paper crafting and jewellery making. So some of these boxes get really heavy.
Yes, yeah.
If you're filling them with glass beads or you've got punches in them and things like that.
Paper
can be really heavy depending on your grade. And these are absolutely fine. But equally, you can take them out, take a couple out. You could put magazine files in here with your patterns in. or you could put scrapbooks in here of your work, that kind of thing.
That's a nice idea. You can see the little pins that are going to pop in place, and you decide where those pins are going to go. So it might be that you want a larger area, so don't put those pins in, and that will make that more of an open area there. But like you say, if you want them to be open, then you can literally just put them in there. If getting a box out is too much of a hassle, then it could be a case that you just have them open and away you go. I don't know. Does it matter which order they go in? It's just the angle that I'm doing it at. There we go. Now we're looking at single figures. Single figures with regards to both colourways. So lots of you liking the oak idea. The vanilla, that we've got less than 5 of those, got a few more of the oak finish. Don't forget, again, this is going to be on casters, so if you do need to move it around, you can do. And of course, it's completely solid all the way around. You know you've got quality with regards to these. So yeah, we've got at least 10 people missing out on these. So yeah, the back, that is a big thing for me, because the amount of furniture I have bought, and it's just people, it's almost as if they've forgotten about the back. It
is, and because I think craft rooms can be split with home offices, this will enable you to maybe put it in the middle of the room.
Yes,
so therefore as a divide, because then you could put magnetic boards on one, you've got a cork board on a side, and because they're nice and thick as well, I have put a couple of cup hooks on mine, screwed them in.
That's a good
Hang
idea,
your rulers on here.
Rulers on the side,
because I'm a nightmare for losing those, but if it's got a bit of ribbon stuck on the end and I can hang it up, 9 times out of 10, I put it back.
I love it. Now, with regards to the actual wheels, obviously you've got those, and are they 360 swivels with these as well?
They are.
Loads of.
There's lots of movement, and 2 of them are lockable as well.
Okay.
So once it's in place, you can secure it. Because of it's so easy to use, once you're sat at your desk, you might want to pull it forward and have it close by.
Yes.
And then you've maybe got a little desk tidy on wheels, so you've got all your favourite sewing bits and pieces and notions to hand.
I love it. Brilliant value for money, incredibly popular, and I suppose it's almost modular, isn't it? So it might be that you can't stretch to that kind of the dream that we were looking at earlier on, as you saw with the Knight's Haze. It could be that you're going for this one, and then as time goes on, you'll be able to get more and more of these. The actual finish and the style of these, I mean, are these something that we're going to be able to get more of in the future?
Yes, I mean, the colour won't change. So if you bought a piece of furniture from us 6 years ago at a show, perhaps, in vanilla, this is going to match.
Perfect. And likewise, if I want to shop for one of these today, but then in 6 months' time I want to shop for another one, then I can
It'll match. Yeah, be fine.
It's worth doing it as well. Now, now the red line, can you see over here? Down there? There. Now, the red line there is kind of like a bit of a warning for you. It's a warning to say now's the time to check out your basket, because that means that these are now limited in stock. So both the vanilla as well as the oak, you can see both of them have got that red line there, which means this is potentially going to be your last opportunity to get hold of these. So yeah, if you're wanting them, now is the time to check out your basket. You don't have to commit to the £269.99 if you don't want to. It could be that you are spreading the cost of these over your 4 split pays. Joe may well be back in 4 months' time, so you can think, right, I'm going to do that all again. I'm going to get another one. Hopefully we'll have 4 split pays next time round. So you can find yourself buying several of these over the period of 12 months if you wanted to. Each time Joe comes, spread that cost, and then you can literally get hold of as many as those while we have stock available. And that is the key thing, isn't it? Yep. It's been a very, very busy week. You've come to us on the back of the NEC.
Yes.
Obviously, we've got the shows here at Sewing Street. We've kind of got the last opportunity for you to get hold of these before they do sell out. So, yeah, it's your decision. It's in your hands, really. And with regards to these, I mean, I guess with people, it's one of those scenarios and those adages that I often say, that people say the only regret that they've got is that they didn't shop for it sooner.
This is it. I heard that a lot in the last few days, actually, from people that were saying, oh, I didn't know you existed. I've just done my sewing room.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness. Well, now is the time. I mean, you could be creating... Obviously, we've been looking at the larger unit earlier on, but this is exactly the same colouring. So if I move that to the side, you could imagine this could be potentially being another area. Maybe you've got more than that 3 inch, not 3 inches, 3 foot that we were talking about, or the 6 foot when you're opening it up. And this could quite easy. I mean, we had it earlier on, sat at the side. So that could be sat at the side, but when you come to actually open up, you just move that out of the way, and then that that could be sitting almost on the edge, I suppose, as you open up the door. Even more storage space.
This is it, exactly. And then
I feel like I need some music. It's dancing. Sorry, Jo, you were going to say that.
So because it's on wheels, it does give you that flexibility to put it anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and because of the height, it's not intrusive in the room either.
That's a good point.
Next to your chair in the lounge, so you could have your projects on the go, because obviously we've all got more than one, if you're anything like me.
Always.
So you could have many projects in here. I'll take them into the garden, and so hopefully spring is coming on the way, so we can sit out in the garden, cross stitch on our knees, with a hand sewing, and then it's all tidy in these boxes.
Now, do we need to think about the room that they're going into? Because I'm thinking, you saying about the summer, what about if you're putting this into somewhere like a conservatory or anything like that?
Absolutely fine. Because we have used the same material as your kitchens and bathrooms, it's going to be fine, because you already know that that material takes heat, it takes moisture, it takes a fluctuation in temperatures as well. So this is going to be the same. This is slightly thicker material.
It seems quite chunky when you actually look at the different levels.
Yeah, so this is 18 mil thick. Traditionally, kitchens and bathrooms are 15.
Okay.
So 3 mil doesn't sound a huge amount, but it does give you that little bit more rigidity.
Yeah.
So it's going to be okay in conservatories. It's going to be okay in the attic. If you want to put it in your she shed at the bottom of the garden, your sewing cabin, it'll be absolutely fine. And then if you do make any spillages, you can just wipe it and clean it with anything that you use in those rooms.
Absolutely, I love that idea. Now, the vanilla has sadly sold out, so we're down to the last option now, which is your classic oak. We only have 4 of those left now as well. And we've got 18 people that have got these in baskets. So some people are going to be a little bit disappointed and maybe trying to find out when you're next going to be visiting us. We've got Ollie in the gallery today, and he's talking about his wife is a baker, and this wouldn't look out of place in a kitchen with all kind of baking bits and pieces in there.
Not
it's
at all.
like making your kitchen bigger, isn't it?
This is it. In fact, in a previous life, we had a tea room as well. And I did use these boxes in our commercial kitchen.
Oh,
absolutely fine. I had my caster sugars, icing sugars, all the little bits and pieces, and these go through the dishwasher. Absolutely fine.
Perfect.
So even if you spill paints or anything you want to spray into them with fabric paints, you can put them through the dishwasher. No problem.
And of course, with these, you're looking at A4 in size. So, of course, it could be your crafting papers. It could be organising, I don't know, contracts or sheet music. It might be that you've got with these as well. So you can put whatever you like in there. So electrical equipment. I mean, in a garage or somewhere like that, I mean, this would be brilliant if you haven't got a lot of room in a shed or a garage.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, you could put your seedlings in here. I did that last year. I had some broken boxes in the warehouse.
Really?
So I got Kevin to drill me some holes in the top and a couple in the bottom. And I did actually put my seeds in them last year. But yeah, you could do that completely. You could put, you've got your bigger boxes, so you could get some of your bigger power tools in there if you wanted to, or you could fill it with your dog leads, your dog treats, put it in the utility room. By the front door, so you've got gloves and umbrellas and that kind of thing.
We've got, we call it now the cupboard under the stairs, although it's not under the stairs, but it kind of, when we moved house, it was everything that was in the cupboard under the stairs has now gone into it. So it's a cloakroom. But this could be somewhere where you've got, I mean, you could potentially put things like umbrellas in here and potentially shoes and things like that, maximising that smallest area that you've got.
This is it, because new builds are great, but they don't come with much storage. You know, there's very rarely a built-in cupboard anywhere. So to be able to have something like this, where the storage is vertical, it's going to give you a little bit of space back.
I love it. Now, if you wanted to get hold of this, we've only got one option left. The fabulous kind of ivory look that we've been looking at, that has gone. So classic oak, which to be honest, is a very modern look as well. More and more of you are trying to get hold of this, but more and more is selling out. So we've only got 3 opportunities left. We've got over 20 people with this in their baskets. So I think we better say goodbye to this one, because we will be saying goodbye to the stock before very much longer, I have to say. So there, if you fancy getting hold of it, giving you all the information you need to be as quick as you can. Now, I'm going to move that. In fact, I'm going to move that over there, because I don't think we'll be going to be coming back to that particular one. So that is going to be gone. So the marwood. Now, the marwood is one that you've got to your side. So we're going to bring that one in. Ooh. Now, that little noise there, was that because of the wheels are locked?
Yeah, the brakes are on.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Take the brake off.
smoothly moves in. So this is brilliant. Now this, again, coordinates perfectly. So if you are wanting to go for this one, maybe you missed out on the last one. Well, this, again, has got that vanilla colour, and you could shop for this one and know that at a later stage you can go for the taller one. But you're looking at kind of maximising the area. Again, this time we're looking almost like an A3 footprint, I suppose, with this one.
Exactly, and this is a nice comfortable work height as well. So whereas that one is about 130 high, this is just over 1 metre. So you could put a sewing machine on here quite comfortably.
Or a die cutting machine.
Die cutting machine, So you could also have all your die bits and pieces in here.
That's a good idea.
So you could keep your vinyls in here if you wanted to, all the tools to go with your die cutting machine.
Yeah, because I've got a silhouette and I've also got a scan and cut. Would a scan and cut, have we got a scan and cut handy?
It does fit, yes. I've tried with mine and my silhouette. Yeah, they both fit.
Oh, there you go. That's how we know.
Yes.
Because that's the thing, you gather up all the vinyls and things, don't you? The scan and cuts. And
you've got space for your instructions, all the leads, your spare blades.
That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Brilliant idea.
And a couple of hooks on the side, and then you've got space for your mats as well.
Fair point, Yeah, because of course they've got that little kind of loop bit. Oh, thank you. Oh, Kat, you're a little darling. Thank you very much. Just in case you don't believe us. Heaven forbid that would be the case, but there you go. Look at that for your scan and cut. And then, of course, you can drop that down at the front there. You can work in the way that you would normally work. Your mat would come in and out. In fact, you could actually take it back a little bit further if you wanted to. The only thing that you need to be careful of is your clearance, I suppose, isn't it? So on the back. But you could pull it out away from the wall when you're cutting.
You could quite easily, because it being on the casters, it's quite easy and light to move about.
Yeah. Brilliant idea. Or it could be a sewing machine that you're putting on there. I tend to sew standing up.
A lot of people I've heard do that,
Whether that's through my exhibition days when I used to kind of go to the exhibitions and teach people. But yeah, you could put your sewing machine on there very easily, or do your cutting with your rotary cutter and your mat on here as well. So yeah, and you've got all of your boxes. So boxes, similar sort of size to the ones that we looked at.
Yes, so you've got exactly the same 2 sizes in here, but you've got 6 of the deeper ones, and then you've got 8 of the shallower ones. Perfect. So you've got a nice combination in there. Again, you can move them about if you want to, take them out, put them elsewhere.
Okay.
But there is so much storage in here, and again, it wouldn't look out of place next to your chair in the lounge, behind the door, in the kids' bedroom, you know.
Absolutely. And also as well, I mean, we've got the scan and cut there, which I've closed up, but you've still got room that you can put your box on there and access it. So it's got a good depth to it as well, so yeah.
It has, yeah. It's almost like an extra bit of workspace, because no matter how much desk space we've got, we do tend to fill it quite easily. So to have that extra bit that you can just pop your work on to pin perhaps, or as you say, cut, is always handy.
I love that idea. Let's do it. Let's do it, darling. She's got a cutting mat there as well. So I'm going to pop that on there. I'm going to take the scan and cut away. So if we're looking at maybe a sewing environment, let me just pop that over there. In fact, I've got a pressing mat here as well. So this could be your little ironing area. So you could take your sewing machine off, and then you're turning it into your pressing area. You're turning it into your cutting area. Or I suppose you could go side by side, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
You could quite easily, yes. Yeah.
I love it. Brilliant idea. The price, we haven't even spoken about the price. I'm busy talking about the benefits of it. I forgot about the price. Price has come down £359.99. That is a phenomenal price. It's not taking up much of an area, the equivalent of 2 sheets of A4 paper, so you're looking at A3, roughly, a little larger than that. But you can see you've got your A4 trays in there, so if you put A4 side by side, a little bit extra, you can see, and the depth of them, again, really good depth with regards to these, the same as your A4, so you're probably looking at a little over 30 centimetres, I'm guessing, with this, the depth.
This is it, yes. Yeah, and if you're trying to picture the depth of these, think of a ream of paper. The stationers.
Okay, yes.
A whole ream will fit in the shallower box.
Perfect.
Or the height of a Gutterman thread, whichever's to hand.
Well, if you're a sewer, these could be projects, couldn't they? They could
quite
be quilt blocks that you're working on.
Yeah,
or a
bag
bag or
quite
something.
Easily. Yeah, because there's space for all the material, your tools as well, your scissors, that kind of thing, and for your threads. And then you can go and sit in the garden with it.
Absolutely. I'm just wondering which, because I've actually got like a big cutting table, and I need to maximise the area that's underneath it. And I need to figure out the height, because I think it might be this one that would fit underneath it. So anyway, that's me personal shopping. Don't take any notice of me. But you've got your 2 colour options with this one. So if you did miss out, then you can get hold of this one now in that gorgeous vanilla. Again, split pay on this one makes it incredibly affordable for everybody. £89.75 on your split pay. It's a 4-way split. You may well have missed out on the taller one. You might not want the height of the taller one, because with the taller one it's brilliant, but you can't use the top bit of it really, can you? Well, I certainly can't.
Not that
easily.
You
might be able to.
No, and if you're in the attic, perhaps, that might not work underneath your eaves, whereas this one would perhaps go right underneath, because that can be an awkward space to try and fill for storage, whereas this should fit quite nicely.
Do you know what? Ollie's just come up with a crack. He's firing on all cylinders today.
Well,
he was talking about what if you were to get 2 of them, you could put them back to back and almost turn it into like
a little island.
Yeah.
That would be really good, actually. Yeah, you could bracket them together so they don't move.
Yeah.
Put a big cutting mat on top.
Really
like
good
it.
idea. I love it.
Model kit, you could then use it as modelling.
That's true, yeah.
That's an idea.
And the beauty is, it's all pretty much modular. So it might be that you decide to do that in the future. But starting off with the first one, using this obviously in whichever way you use it in your everyday life. It could be in your office, it could be in your craft room, it could be in your kitchen, it could be in your conservatory. A lot of people use conservatories for kind of like almost like a kid's playroom.
They do.
That'd be brilliant for this, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah, because the boxes are easy to use as well. So even if you've got maybe arthritis coming in your fingers and your hands, they're not hard. There's no twisty tops to try and grip. They are really simple to use. And you don't take too much pressure either to close them, which is quite
that's
nice.
the thing, yeah, you don't need to really like Popeye with your muscles.
Not at all,
That's
no.
a good thing. I think the thing is that it's just you, I mean, we're talking about all the different opportunities. You guys at home, you will have many of your own opportunities. Yeah. And I think the thing will be, you'll use one of these and then you'll suddenly think, do you know what, I need another one for there because it's so useful in the different room. You'll end up with one in all the different rooms of your house, I think.
It's like when we do the shows at the NEC, coming back off one, there were so many repeat customers as well, which was really nice because they might not have space for this, as you say, or they're happy with their craft table, they need the storage. So they start off with the little tower thinking that'll sort it. But it never does because we keep buying. We always want the material, we want the thread. So you need more storage space. So then they perhaps either go for another tower to put them side by side, or they go for a slightly different size because maybe it's under the stairs.
Yes, yeah.
So if you've gone for the 130, then the 100 next to it, you're going to get a natural gradient. So it fills that space up nicely.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Very, very useful. And I think this is the key thing. You just need to decide on the colouring that you're going to go for. I'm going to move these out of the way because these are kind of serving suggestions, but I don't want you to think that those are included. But it doesn't matter what you're using this for, whether it's in your kitchen, your conservatory, the spare room. I've just got to turn that round because that is irritating me. That one there. Let's turn it round because the label wasn't showing. There we go. Now we're okay. But we're looking at single figures. Not only single figures for the vanilla, which was the first one to sell out when we were looking at it a few moments ago. We're also looking at single figures for the classic oak. I'm intrigued to know whether this is your first item that you've gone for from Storage for Crafts or whether it's the kind of additional items that you've gone for. So I think this is the key thing that many of you will come back, as you said there, repeat customers, because it makes sense, doesn't it? And of course, we are now broadcasting on Virgin, which means we've got brand new viewers, so welcome. Might be the first time that you've seen Joe and Storage for Crafts. And of course, these are items that you might not normally have shopped for. You might have shopped for us for fabrics and paper and things like that. And it could be a little bit different way of ordering from what you experienced previously. So we've got a little video to show just how easy it is to shop from us here.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
There you go. As I told you, it's really, really easy to order from us. And of course, delivery is such an affordable option. I mean, we're looking at pieces of furniture here, and quite often, if you're going for almost like the white glove service, as somebody mentioned earlier on, you've got people coming to actually put this together. To think that you're getting that included within your £3.95.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Absolutely, my goodness. In fact, they could bring this, you could give them a cup of tea and a biscuit, and probably the cup of tea and the biscuit is more, well, £3.95. That's actually less than they'd be paying if they were to pick that up at the service station. Now, this is brilliant. Every home, I know, and I know this because I see people looking at them and I hear the conversation at the exhibitions. This is a proper dream area for you to have in your home. Now, it could be that you're setting up as a sewing area. It could be that you're using it as a home office. It could be that you're using it for your general crafts. It could be a multi-purpose area, to be fair, Jo.
This is it. There's so much space and storage within this that you don't have to just be a sewer to use it. You could, let's face it, not all of us are particularly one craft, so you might have other bits in here as well. There might be space for the grandchildren to have a couple of boxes to keep their smaller sewing machine for when you're teaching them how to use it. You know, there is so much space, and with 2 tables, 2 people can potentially work on here as well.
And the thing is, with this, you've got that kind of confidence that not only the quality of the craftsmanship with this, but also the fact that it's going to last you a long, long time. I mean, this is going to be one of those situations when people will say, well, when you move home or whether you downsize. I mean, if you downsize, you can take this with you, to be fair.
You can.
But people will be like saying, oh, can I have it when you've finished with it?
Well, this is it. I mean, we do have mothers and daughters come to the stands and they're all looking at it because they both sew. And I had one over the weekend and the mother very kindly bought one, but she got her daughter to choose the colour that she liked because she's
going to pass it on to her.
She's going to pass it on to her daughter, which I thought was
that's lovely.
Quite sweet, but also a little bit,
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. And I mean, it is a considered purchase for anybody, but I know there'll be people that maybe you've had a policy that's matured. It might be that you've taken retirement from work and you're going to have more time to actually work with your crafts and things like that. Then why not kind of go for something that you can see for your money? And I think that's the thing. It's timeless, isn't it? Maybe you're not going on holiday this year for whatever reason. Then the money that you would normally be spending on a holiday, invest it in almost like a staycation, I suppose you could say.
This is it. And also the other thing to think about, which scared me when I did it, is think about how much you spend on your craft hobby, how much we spend on our sewing machines, die cutting machines. The last thing we want is for it to be in a box on the floor and the dog to knock it over, to chew through the lead for it, you know, little fingers to get in and take the papers out. So if it's looked and stored away, it's all going to be workable when you pull it forward. Really your scissors are going to be where you want them. The papers aren't going to be dog-eared. Your material hasn't had the cat sleeping on it for 2 nights.
That's a really good
It's what happens in my craft room if I forget to turf the cat out. So, you know, this will look after you're already invested in.
That's it. And, of course, you've got the area where you are, Jo, as well, which is going to fold down. I'm thinking about the amount of stuff that I've got literally, as you've just said there, just piled high. It's not organised. It's kind of shoved in the corner of a room. And it's like, oh, one day I'll get to that, I'll organise that, I'll put that where it should be. And you've got things that could get, fabrics that could get damaged, you've got tools that could get damaged, patterns and paper and things that can get damaged. And we spend a lot of money in our kind of hobbies and interests, don't we? And I just think it's a brilliant idea. And I know that if I've got this at home, in the spare room, could still have a single bed in there, so it's still a spare room. But if you put your chair here, a little wheelie chair maybe, then you could be sewing in this area, and then over here you could be doing your pressing or your cutting You just literally got it all there.
It is. It is a sewing room in a box.
Absolutely.
Because then when the grandchildren come over or your kids come back from university, you can just close it all up and they have still got their space in the room.
That's a really good point. Now, with this, I mean, we're talking about all the different possibilities. It's been a very, very popular item. We've managed to keep that same price, the launch price that Joe spoke of. Don't forget, if you are shopping for this, you've got a couple of different ways. You can get this home and put it together yourself if you're wanting to. Or you can use that white glove service where the Storage for Crafts team come and they actually put it together for you so you don't have to. If you want to put it together, it's really easy. You don't need to drill any holes or anything like that. You just need a screwdriver. What type of screwdriver was it?
Just a crosshead screwdriver.
Nice and easy.
No Allen keys, no nothing.
A Phillips key. I can never remember with the Phillips is that one, isn't it?
Is,
the flathead is that one. So that's all that you need with regards to this one. But you could be putting it together yourself. But the thing is, you could kind of put that putting together on hold. So you might be in the process at the moment that you're getting your space ready. You've got the spare room that you're going to be decorating, or you know that it's going to happen in the next 6 months. Well, you can shop for this. You can place your order for this, whether paying for it all in one go or spreading the cost, and then you can liaise with Storage for Crafts and Joe and delay the actual dispatch so it's there when you're ready.
This is it, because I mean this is a good price and I don't honestly know when we will be able to do this again. So thinking ahead, you've got your cruise coming up perhaps, or you've got some big party in the summer, you're redecorating, you're having a conservatory built. The last thing you want is to try and manoeuvre this to keep it safe or to even have the boxes around for the delivery. So we'll just won't make it until you're ready.
I love that idea, but you are still taking advantage of that deal price. Now, this is a serious time because we are about to go to a break, and this is when many of you will place your orders. We see it time and time again. Both of the options, remember me talking about the red band on your screen? It is back again there. So we now have single figures. Across both options, it's no more than a handful of opportunities. So you've literally got 2 in your vanilla, 2 in your classic oak. And we've got double figures for both of those options in baskets. It's a considered purchase. We appreciate that. The price is something that is key. The price, you're saving in the region of £500 on this one, and you're not paying any interest, you're not paying any credit checks, any fees for this either as well. You could literally be placing your order for this, make that first payment with your split pay, spreading the cost over 5 payments, and then in 5 months' time, this could be delivered and constructed in your home. That's how it works. That's how it works. Details are on your screen. Joe, thank you so much. Joe's not going anywhere, though. We're going to be straight after the break because we've got lots more to share with you from Storage for Crafts. We'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello there and welcome back. I'm having a jolly good time here at Sewing Street. I don't get here as often as I do, but I like to take advantage of the shows when we do. I've been doing a bit of personal shopping in the break as well, so it's cost me money being here today. But you guys, you have been shopping in your droves for everything that we've been looking at. And Storage for Crafts, I mean, they literally are turning our space into so much bigger space than we had to start with.
Yeah, and I think the difference is because I'm a crafter, we design them as well. So if I've got it and I use it and I need to store it, then there's chances someone else has as well.
So are you kind of almost like the tester for the different products that they kind of roll out to see whether it works?
I am, yes. Yeah. And also I'm kind of the inspiration that nudges Kevin to design them a little bit different because, you know, different machines are different sizes. I might then suddenly go and do mixed media, so you might need slightly different boxes, which is why I'm not allowed off the stand at shows anymore, and I have to do the shows on my own.
Love that idea. Now, on the back of the NEC, I mean, you're very, very busy at the NEC, and we'll talk about conversation that we had there. But for anybody that's new to Storage for Crafts, tell us a little bit about yourself, your company, and these fabulous products that you bring to us.
Well, I came into crafting literally by mistake.
Okay.
My mum and my mother-in-law are big crafters. One's paper, one's sewing.
Okay.
I went to our local show in Exeter just for a day out. Thought I'd spend the day with them.
Okay.
Be the donkey and carry everything. But it was coming close to Christmas, so they persuaded me to make some Christmas cards. So you buy the glitter, don't you, and everything. And then it sparkles and you think, oh, I like this. So you buy a bit more. Then Mum tried to get me into quilting.
Okay.
So then I sort of fell into that in a big way.
Okay.
And you buy everything to go with that, and then you lose the dining table.
But this is so true in people's homes. It's not a dedicated area.
No, we didn't. I didn't have any space, you know, and I didn't know how much more space I was going to need. But I then, with animals, you know, you need to put things away.
That's a fair point, yeah.
So I bought boxes, which was easy enough to do. But then how do you stack those? Because you can guarantee it's the one at the bottom.
Every time.
Every time. It doesn't matter how logically you think you've done it.
Yep.
So Kevin built me the tower,
Lovely.
which we've had previously.
Perfect.
And then, you know, I thought, oh, I could have a desk, please. And then can I have it so that I can store my sewing machine with it, or my die cutting machine? So these came about.
Twists and turns.
This is it. And then it's like, well, I could do with a cutting table.
Love it.
So there we go.
There you go. Well, we're going to be looking at this table in just a few moments. But before we bring the details up, obviously everything that we're looking at here is delivered to your home. Now, when it comes to you, it's flat packed. You have a couple of options, though, when it arrives, because you've got a service where some of the items are put together, and then some of the items you will put together yourself.
Yeah.
But also as well, I mean, you're in Devon, so where am I able to get these delivered to?
So we will deliver to the whole of mainland UK.
Okay.
So even the Highlands and Islands, we will dispatch it to you. We can't come and assemble it to you up there.
Okay.
I can't get the
fine.
van to float yet. I've tried, doesn't work. So if you're going for our assembly service, it's between Glasgow and Edinburgh. If you sort of draw a line there, that's as far north as we can go.
Fair enough.
And we can't do, what have we got? We've got the Isle of Wight and the Isle of Man. We can't get to those, but we can dispatch it to you. You can put it together yourself.
Perfect. And everything comes together relatively easily if you do that?
It does. Kevin's designed them so I can do it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So I'm
No
not great.
disrespect, sorry.
No, I was rubbish. I have got better now over the years, to be fair. But they are put together and made so that anyone
And you just
can
need
do
a
it.
screwdriver,
You do just need a screwdriver. Some of the pieces one person can do. In fact, most of them one person can build, because I recommend you build them on the floor.
Okay.
But you might need help stand
turn
them up,
it up,
because they've
yeah.
got casters, and the last thing you want is
That's a good point. I love
damage
it.
you
Now,
with that.
we've been speaking about a variety of different ways that you can work, but I love this idea because this is almost like you're going to be able to use this as a table, but you've also got storage with regards to this. Now, we've got two different options with these, because not only have we got choices with regards to colour, because we've got the gorgeous vanilla that you can see here. I know this isn't a table, but that's just for the purposes of the colour. And then we've got the table in front of us in the oak. So we've got choices with regards to that. But then we've got one leaf and two leaf, or table one, table two.
This is it, a one leaf or a two leaf, depending on the size of your room.
Okay.
Because this is essentially a gate leg table.
Okay.
At the end of the day, but we've just adapted it to include some shelves, which are
Perfect.
adjustable, and you can fit sewing machine
Nice,
in there.
nice width with regards to that.
And then you've got 8 boxes included as well.
Okay.
3 different sizes of boxes. So you can organise the feet for your sewing machine if you're going to keeping that on here, or the bits that you use the most. Or maybe the kids have got their bits in here because they use this.
And it's on casters, so you can kind of have access all areas with this if you need to as well.
Yeah, and you can lock them. So once it's in place, you lock the casters down if you want.
It's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere. Yeah.
So the sides, these are the pieces. Now, I've never seen this before, so this is literally me doing it as a complete novice. So these lift up, do they?
These lift up. So if you just put one up, it's the one leaf table.
Okay.
And then the leg is this side.
So it kind of swings out like a gate leg table
Exactly
would.
like a gate leg table.
And then that
middle.
kind of it just goes as far as it can go.
It just goes as far as it can go.
And that's it.
So there you go. That's our
That's
one
not
leaf.
difficult, is it?
Not at all. So if
So
you're
that's-
limited in space, this is perfect because it can stay up against the wall.
So this is your first option, just having the one leaf.
The one leaf,
Okay.
yes. Yep.
I'm going to pop the details up for this one to start with. So if you're wanting to shop for this one, we've got a saving on this one for you. So rather than £499, we've got a saving price on this one, bringing it down. And of course, the beauty is you're going to be able to split the payment on this one as well, 4-way split with regards to this one. So it's actually, now this is going to be a quirky price. There's obviously a reason for this, but £399 and 20p. So there you go. That's the price with regards to this one. Vanilla or the oak is entirely up to you. Personal preference, personal choice. It's a good solid table.
It is nice and solid, yes. Yeah, one of the lads in the warehouse sits on it, so I know it rotates his hands, his weight, so it's good.
Love it. And of course, this could be a cutting table. It's a good size for you, actually, if you are cutting. I've only got a small cutting mat here, but you've got a good area that you've got there. So if you have got one of the sizable cutting mats, then that could be the whole area that you're using. Or it might be that you're using this area for your sewing machine. You could have your sewing machine on this side. You could have your pressing mat on that side and kind of utilising the area that you've got there. You kind of make it into whatever you want it to be, really, I suppose, don't you? Whatever area you want to work with.
And if you are currently using the dining table, as many of us do, this isn't going to take up too much space in that room, perhaps with your dining table as well, because it folds up quite small.
Yes, yeah.
And also, it's a spare table at Christmas.
That's a really good point, actually.
It's the kiddie table that
You always need one of those, don't you, for that extra little bit of buffet?
Exactly.
I love it. So that is your single leaf. Details on your screen. So £399.20 if you wanted to shop for this one. This is your one leaf. As you can see, the details are on your screen. And you can see on your image there, you've got that fabulous vanilla look, which is a really lovely, very contemporary look. Do like that. And of course, you've got that storage area that you can see that is so useful. But then we have another option for you if you're wanting to go for this one. Oh, split pay. I didn't mention split pay on this one, did I? 4-way split. My goodness. Wow. That is good. That is good to have your 4-way split on this one as well. So if you wanted to take advantage of this, the details on your screen. Dundee's lower than Glasgow, isn't it? I think. I'm not very good. Got you in geography. But is it between...
There should be a list.
Do you deliver to Dundee?
There is a list on the website of postcodes that we don't deliver to.
Okay, fair enough.
Dundee is sort of on the cusp
so
of where we will assemble.
Postcode.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you can check that out. We'll try and find the answer for that during the course of the next hour, because we're here right the way through to 1 o'clock. So this is your one leaf. So that's your one leaf if you wanted to shop for this one. But you've got another leaf over your side.
This is it. So if you've got that extra bit of space and you want bigger pieces, maybe you're doing curtains and quilts.
Yeah, this is brilliant.
Then you've got much more work area.
Absolutely. So now, literally, you can see we've opened up the area here, and this is a sizable cutting area now, isn't it?
It is. You're looking at about 6 foot in length here.
Yes, yeah.
So you're going to be able to do a lot on here.
Well, it's perfect if you're doing your dressmaking, because you could pin out all your pieces, couldn't you, with regards to that as well.
Yeah.
Quilting, you've got all that area there as well. So, yeah, really good size. But the key thing is it's solid.
It is. It's not going to go anywhere. You can lock the casters, so it really isn't going to move. And it's going to take the vibrations of your machines too.
Good point, yeah. Good point. It's just a really good look. I mean, you can see you've got access to both sides. So we've got the little containers, obviously, at the front here. And it comes with all of those. Did you say 8 containers?
Yeah, there's 8 in total, yes. Yeah. So you've got 4 of the sort of ruler-shaped ones, 2 of the deep A4 ones, and 2 of the sort of fat quarter DVD size.
Like those. Brilliant idea. Plenty of storage space that you've got there. And you have got access on this size as well. So details on your screen for this one. But of course, the price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying for this. You know how it works here at Sewing Street. So rather than that £599, I'm wondering, are we going to have an extra 10 pence, an extra 20p? An extra 20p, there you go. £479.20. I love the way that they figure these out. So 0% interest if you're wanting to spread that cost. You've got your 4-way split yet again, £119.80. Now, this particular one, it's one that you're going to put together yourself at home.
It is. Again, one person can build it on the floor, but because you've got quite a lot of hinges to put in places, you might need someone to help you
extra
do
pair
that.
of hands. Yeah. Perfect there. But you're not looking at something that's going to take you like a week to put together.
Oh gosh, no. This one you're probably looking at, I'd probably allow myself an hour and a half.
Okay.
To do it, because it's not actually that many pieces.
Yes,
once you get down to it. It will be just putting the hinges in the right place. And
I love it. But everything is explained to you.
Yeah.
Then when it's all put together, you've got something that's incredibly sturdy, as you can see there. So whether it's your sewing machine that you're going to be putting on here, whether you're using it as a cutting table, whether you're using it as a spare table at Christmas, I think that's a brilliant scenario. Or just an extension to the area that you've got in your conservatory, your spare room, your kitchen. Because don't forget the quality of the, well, I was going to call it wood, and we can't call it wood because it's kind of, well, I don't know, can we call it wood?
Essentially it is. I mean, it's melamine faced chipboard.
Okay.
So it is all the fibres together. And I know I had to look this up the other day. The fibres inside are made up from 80% recyclable material as well.
Right, okay.
So it's a nice quality, thick, solid piece.
And it is thick because you were talking about it being 18 mil, I think you said.
It is, yeah. So it's 18 mil thick, whereas most kitchens and bathrooms tend to be around the 15 mil mark. So it's going to give that little bit more rigidity. And because it's used in other rooms that have moisture, they have heat fluctuations. Yeah. This is going to be absolutely fine in the shed, in the garden room, in the conservatory. You know,
the shed, I wouldn't even think of it, that it would be okay in a shed, but yeah.
Be absolutely fine. And if you do spill anything on it or mark it, you can just use exactly the same cleaners and abrasive cleaners that you use in those rooms on this.
And I suppose you should kind of respect it in the same way as you would your dining table. So if you're using anything like as ironing, use a pressing mat with it and all that kind of thing that you would normally do. So don't cut directly onto it, don't iron directly onto it. But you wouldn't do that anyway. You know that's what a pressing mat is for, because you've got that cushioning there to help you anyway. But what a brilliant idea, really maximising the area. We've got the 2-leaf option that is on your screen at the moment. We have got a single leaf option, so if you wanted it to go up against a wall, you could do. Yeah, it's personal choice. That is the key thing. But either way, you have got a quality piece of furniture that's going to be with you many, many years to come. So 4-way split on this one. So that means it's a very affordable way for you to get hold of this. Spreading the cost, there's no interest, there's no fees, there's no charges. You haven't got to fill out application forms and then wait 48 hours for somebody to get back to you. You can simply get onto the website, speak to our call centre and get this ordered. Now, delivery-wise, what sort of length of time are we talking with regards to
You're looking at about 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, perfect. But again, if somebody needed to delay that, is that okay?
Absolutely fine, because we do make everything to order. We don't batch make it all, then come up and do these shows, and that's it. We do make it as the orders come through, so it's not getting damaged in the warehouse.
So it might be that you're going for this alongside some of the other pieces, or you're in your head, you're kind of laying out that spare room, ready to turn it into your craft area or your hobby room. Or again, it might be that your shed's not even built yet. Or you're not even in that house yet, you're moving home, so you can delay it. And if it's a case of that, you might, I mean, let's talk about moving home, you might have a completion date that gets put back. You don't have an issue with us putting back delivery on this either?
Not at all, no. Just give us as much notice as you can. If you're putting it together yourself, 48 hours notice is probably the least amount of time I need.
Most people would know a week at least in advance.
This
I would
is
have
it,
thought.
And likewise, if we're coming to assemble it, a couple of days notice. Equally, if we've put it on hold, don't give us like 2 days notice that you want it, because we have got to build it for you. We have got to make it. So we would need a few weeks notice for that.
Perfect. And of course, the beauty is you've got that large table. It's almost like a large desk area when you look at it. But because you've got those supportive areas at the side there, so this one is the 2-leaf. They're on casters as well, so you're not lifting them up and kind of trying to put them out. Because in the past, I've had these kind of gate leg tables where there's no wheels on there and you're dragging it along the carpet and it goes all skew-whiff and everything.
Yeah, and then it's not level and it's uneven. And you don't cut straight then either.
That's true.
So, and I think being a crafter, I knew what I wanted, so that's what Kevin had to make.
Brilliant idea. And of course, you've got your option. We've got the 2-leaf, which has got the 2 sides that will open up to maximise the area. But again, if you are limited in space, maybe you can have it up against the wall where it's a case of that you need to just have 1 leaf. Then we have got that 1 leaf available, both of which are available in the classic oak that you've got on your image there, and obviously we've got in the studio. Or if you prefer the vanilla, or maybe you've already shopped and you've got the vanilla, this is the colour of the one that you will get if you are ordering your vanilla. So it's another very popular item, this one there. So it's up to you, 2-leaf or single leaf. Personally, I would probably go for the 2-leaf, even if I was going to put it up against a wall, because you've got the option then to pull it out, haven't you, I suppose?
This is it, exactly. And because of the height of it, it would fit underneath the window quite nicely, so it will tuck out of the way.
Yes,
As you say, go for the 2 if you can. If you think you might only use the 1 most of the time, you can guarantee there'll be an occasion where you do need to have that extra space.
And you don't want to kind of almost regret that you didn't pay that little bit extra, because there's not a huge difference between the 2. I think it's about £80 between the 2 if you are comparing them. And to be fair, for kind of peace of mind, I'd potentially go for the double leaf one. So storage boxes, if you have just joined us, they are all included. You're going to have 8 of those in a variety of different sizes. And of course, you can put different combinations of where you want to put them, or what you want to put on the shelves, I suppose.
This is it, and the shelves are removable as well if you wanted to.
Okay.
So you could take out some and put a sewing machine in there if you wanted to. I did for a while. I kept my embroidery machine in here because I didn't use it all the time.
Oh,
but
that's
then
a good idea.
One of the boxes had the very important instructions, and the hoop and all the leads and everything were in that box, and I knew exactly where everything was.
Get straight to it, I mean, there's a huge amount of area that you've got under there, and you can see the boxes are kind of almost like longer than you would normally. I don't think I've seen boxes this kind of length.
No, you can get a 30cm ruler in there if you're trying to gauge what you can get in there. It's just slightly longer. So standard knitting needles will fit in there as well.
Perfect. Love it. Single figures. Single figures in both colourways. So we're looking at the 2-leaf at the moment. I think most of you are kind of thinking the same as I'm thinking. Even if it's 1 leaf, you've got the option, haven't you? You can have a single leaf out if you need it. You've got double the kind of size if you want to use the 2 leaves. But whether it's the classic oak or the vanilla, you really do need to start making your decisions with regards to that. So yeah, please place your order sooner rather than later. So I think that's the key thing. I think we've pretty much covered everything. So should we go back to the beginning?
This one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, which one? Sorry, which are we looking at? The Insto. Which was the Insto?
The Insto was the big,
the tall one. Oh, okay. We've got a couple of those left. Now, this is something. We did think that this had sold out, so this is something that you could be taking advantage of. Let me just wheel this in, and this is the beauty. It's just so easy to move everything around. So easy. This is something that we thought that we weren't going to be able to bring to you in this hour, but they didn't all get checked out in the previous hour. So we've given those people the opportunity to come back and place their order, and they haven't done. So just to let you know, I have got the vanilla here. We only have the classic oak left. So if you're still looking for the vanilla, then sadly you're not going to be able to shop for this at the moment. We will see them back again in the future. But we have got a deal price for you with these. So that price might not be the same next time you do see these. So we've got the classic oak with this one. So the classic oak is the finish that we just saw with the table. It's a nice look, to be fair. And if you've already gone for classic oak, then you're going to want everything to coordinate, really.
You will, really, and they will match throughout. So it doesn't matter how long ago you bought a piece, maybe, or if you're thinking you're going to add to it in the future, the colours will all match.
Yeah, and so this is the thing. Go for what is appealing to. If it's your first piece, then yeah, are you going to go for the contemporary look, or are you going to go for the wood look? So yeah, brilliant idea. You've got obviously the stackable area. The thing that I love about this is now the boxes are included, and you will get, there's a couple of kind of inserts that we'll chat about as well, but that is a little over A4 in size. Well, that is the size of your unit. So that means the footprint, the space that you need on the floor, doesn't need to be much bigger than an A4 sheet. And many of us can find that space.
Yes, so behind the door, where you normally just chuck everything.
Yes.
You could now organise and store things, or maybe you've got that little bit in the alcove or next to your chair. And this will fit, and you have got lots of storage because it's vertical.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe you've got a little cupboard under the stairs, a cloakroom. It could be, well, any room, because this is the key thing. Because the actual wood that it's been made with, it's the same that you'd have in kitchens and bathrooms, so it's very durable.
You can use it anywhere. You could put it in the bathroom if you wanted to. You could have your cosmetics in here.
Nice
My
idea,
daughter would probably fill it with all of her makeup and her hair products and things like that. But think utility rooms, the shed, the garage. You know, with the inserts, you'd be able to organise all your nuts and bolts and that kind of thing.
Actually,
They would go in there quite nicely.
All your wall plugs.
Yep. You've got space for power tools as well. But equally, it could be your... We've all got a junk drawer in the kitchen.
Absolutely,
You could have it organised in here, so you've got all those leads for things you probably haven't got anymore, your instructions, your documents, your bills, that kind of thing.
It's all there.
It's all there.
I mean, home office, I'm thinking about in my crafty cabin, I've got different sizes of envelopes that I use for when I'm sending things out to people. But one of the things that struck me most about this is the quality of the build. But if you're like me and you've bought flat packed furniture in the past and you've put it together, when you turn it around, quite often you've got that almost, it's like a piece of hardboard, isn't it?
It is,
Quite often you have to kind of slot it into 2 grooves, which is an achievement in itself.
It is, yeah.
And then you've got little tiny tacks that you have to kind of put it in place. This is solid.
This is the same material used throughout, because Kevin and I have bought pieces of furniture like that, especially when we got our first place.
Yes, yeah.
The last thing you want is to put a box in.
Well, yeah, especially if you're as heavy-handed as I am.
Yeah,
literally
the last thing I wanted was a box to go through, and then buttons and glitter to go all over the floor.
Absolutely,
that would have been an absolute nightmare. So it's locked in place. It's the same thickness. It's the same colour throughout. And so you can spin it and use it this way in the room if you wanted to.
That's it. Now you've got the top area. So we've been talking about the maximising that area. If you're using something like a Gemini 2, we've only got one left now with regards to these. The Gemini 2 could quite easily sit on here, and you don't have to worry about the height then, do you? But
no,
it's gone. It's gone. So yeah, thank you. We've had a very busy hour, and I'm going to move that out of the way. What are we talking about next? Sorry. The Marwood. Now I'm going to move that over there as well. Now all of these different units that we're bringing in and taking back out are available in 2 different colourways. Obviously, sellouts when they've gone, they have gone. Now this one, the vanilla, has proved to be very, very popular. Limited quantities of these are available now. We're okay at the moment with the classic oak, but I like this one. I like the height of this one. I think this is one of the most affordable ones to go for today.
It is, because you've got more boxes in here. So you've got 14 boxes in here. So you've got 8 of the shallower A4 and 6 of the deeper one. So you've got more flexibility. Maybe you've got a side for you and a side for the kids, the grandkids, that kind of thing.
That's a good point, actually,
or one for all your soft crafts, one for your mixed media or paper crafting if you wanted. But you've got work area on top.
Now the work area, it could be that you're utilising that maybe as a cutting mat if you want a cutting area, if you're doing your fabric cutting. It could be that you're using it as a pressing area. So if you've got your sewing and you're doing a little bit of pressing, you put a sewing machine on there. We've even had a scan and cut sitting on here as well. So it could be all your rolls of vinyl are in there or your paper, and then literally you are cutting things out on the top.
This is it, and it's all together.
Yes.
The last thing that I absolutely hate doing is having to spend time trying to find things when I want to use it to make something. You know, I might only have half an hour to take up the trousers or to make a card that I've forgotten. So I want to use that whole half an hour for crafting, not 20 minutes looking for something.
Finding the components that you need.
This is it, because 9 times out of 10, if you spent so long looking for something, by the time you have collated it all, it's like, oh, I can't really...
It's the frustration. You're not in the right frame of mind.
You're not,
are you?
no.
So,
And crafting is my happy place,
yeah.
you know. I like to relax, and I can do it because everything's to hand.
Absolutely, I love it. So with this one, something else that I love about it, the construction, obviously the solid back that we spoke of previously, but also when you take the boxes out, you have got solid shelves with these as well, really sturdy shelves. Yep. Again, that's not going to bow under the weight of whatever's in the box.
They're not, no. And when we construct these, I say we, when Kevin does them, he puts little nodules in.
Okay, right.
So the pegs are going to sit in these, so that regardless of what weight is in the box as you're pulling it in and out, the shelf isn't going to come out either.
It locks in.
It's going to stay in place.
And you've got your little kind of pegs, I suppose, or pins that are going to go into the side. And then you've got that good solid. I suppose if you wanted to, you don't have to put the boxes in there if you wanted to put...
No, you could put your papers in there on the shelf or your patterns directly onto the shelf if you wanted to. You could take out 2 or 3 of the shelves and put lever arch files in there.
That's a good point.
So if you go through your magazines and take out the projects you want to do and file them away, you can do it that way.
And also as well, I mean, because of the nature of the unit, you could give it multi-purpose. So maybe you're using it in a certain area of your home, but then you move home or you suddenly think, well, actually, I could do with this, and I could put something, I don't know, you could even put pots and pans and things like that in here if you wanted to.
Quite easily, I mean, these would work really well with cutlery in, with your kitchen knives in, that kind of thing. Keeps it all nice and safe.
People fainting in the studio. You all right, Levi? Yeah, he's fine. But I have to say, I mean, multi-purpose. My little head has gone into overdrive of where this would sit within my own life.
Yeah.
And I know you guys will be in exactly the same situation. Now, you may miss out on the previous one. I love the previous one, but I must admit, for me, not being a little bit vertically challenged, this size, I think, would be more comfortable for me to use that top area as well. I mean, we spoke about the scan and cut sitting on here. It could be your Cricut, it could be a sewing machine, it could be your Gemini 2 that you've got on here. It could be that you've almost got, I don't know, maybe you're stacking something else on top of here.
This is it. I mean, if you craft in the spare room as well, you could put your telly on here.
That's a good point.
In there, if it's in the lounge, you could have a nice lamp, you could have your pictures on here.
Well, this is the thing, because it's very appealing in style, isn't it? So it would look like a lovely piece of furniture if you did want to use it in that way at home.
It would, yeah, because I mean, some of us still have DVDs and things like that.
True.
They fit in the deeper boxes, so you can put those away. CDs as well.
Yeah.
Your stereo on the top.
Perfect.
Shelves out and vinyl. Really.
And also, some rooms, you don't have huge amount of space. So maybe you've got a conservatory or almost like one of those extensions to your home. It's almost like a little kind of lean-to, not a proper brick-built conservatory.
Yep.
Well, you've got the ability that you can maximise the area that you've got very, very easily. I mean, these could be drawers that the kids have got there I don't know, their Lego bricks in, or their books in there, their pens, their crayons. You said earlier on it could be that you've kind of got one side for one member of the family, another side for another, going into the garage, going into the shed, going into the bathroom. I mean, it really is multi-purpose.
It is as well, and as you say, it's not just one craft specific either. So I mean, I had this at the show last week. These are the perfect height for Warhammer, I was told.
Okay.
So if you're into models as well,
things,
collectors, train enthusiasts, make your own sets. They fit in here. And then you've got space on top to construct, to leave it to dry as well.
Love Dolly's idea about getting 2 of these, maybe putting them back to back. And you can put them together if it doesn't come with a bracket allowing you to do so, but there's something that you could quite easily get hold of. But you did speak about, if you wanted to, you could actually put hooks on the side for things as well.
Yeah, I have on quite a few of mine because I'm terrible for losing rulers.
Okay.
So I have just put a couple of little brass cup hooks in.
Okay.
And then you can hang your rulers on there, you can hang your squares for your quilting, that kind of thing. Your mats for your die cutting machines, your scanning cuts.
Brilliant idea, yeah.
Adhesive mats all fit on there quite nicely. And then the beauty is with your mats, they're going to stay flat. They're not going to curve either.
Absolutely. And also as well, we were talking about changing the colours of these. So you could potentially put something like, we were talking about magnetic sheets or magnetic paint, blackboard paint. I loved your suggestion of magnetic paint. If you've got your die cutting machine on here, you can just literally take your dies and just
put it on
slap
there.
it on there.
Exactly, yeah. Or you could have a memory board, mood board on there,
nice
memory
idea,
board, cards to make this month, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I love it. Vanilla being one of the options has now gone, so you can only go for your classic oak. So there you go, your classic oak there. There's only half a dozen opportunities, so you've got 6 of those now available. 15 people with these in their baskets at the moment. So I appreciate that it takes a little bit of time. It is obviously a kind of a commitment of anybody's money, so you want to be sure that you've got the right one for you. But the key thing is, on this occasion and with these prices, we're looking at launch prices because Storage for Crafts relatively new to us here. Yep. So we've got launch prices that we're honouring from when you were here in the last show, which is probably about a week ago, a fortnight ago, something like that.
Last month, yeah.
Was it? Really?
Yeah.
Where does the time go? So yes, now if you want your marlwood, you've only got your oak option now. Oh, I've got a message. Just ordered the 2-leaf table. I already have the Knight's Haze, which is brilliant.
Thank you, Julia.
Oh, see, this is the thing. You buy and you extend what you've got as well. So, of course, this is a brilliant way for you to get started if you want to. But if you are... Who was it who messaged through then? I've forgotten what the name was. Julia. Yeah. If, like Julia, you've invested in part of this and then you kind of go on and buy the others, then you're kind of growing with it. Yeah. We will tell you about the Knight's Haze in just a few moments. But if you're a little bit nervous, not too sure, never shopped with us here before, lots of viewers from Virgin Media, this is how you place your orders.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Sewing Street is now available on Virgin Media, channel number 754.
if you are new to watching us here at Sewing Street and you've got any questions at all, we're very approachable. Just email in or message us through the website and we will certainly help you as much as we can. Now, we were just talking a few moments ago about Julia, who's shopped for the 2-leaf table.
She has,
and
yes.
she's already got the knight's hay, and you were saying that's a perfect choice for her because the table is the same height.
This is it, it's the same height, so maybe you're going to do bigger projects or there's more of you going to craft, you can wheel it up and the tables all match.
Now, I don't know whether Julia realised that or whether that's going to be a bit of a bonus when it arrives, but the knight's hays, this is something that we all dream of, and we see the images of these and we think, oh gosh, I just love the idea of having that at home, because the beauty of this is for pretty much a metre square or 3 foot square, you are going to be able to open up so much space. You need to have an area that is 6 foot wide in order for you to open it up completely, but you don't have to open it completely if you don't want to, because these little kind of cheeks that you've got on the side, you can open them up fully or you can have them at an angle. And this is the table that you're just referring to, that it's the same size.
It is, yeah. So if you can pop this down, and then you can add the craft table either to extend it further.
So it could come out this way if you wanted to.
Yeah, or put it as like a T-shape, so more of you can sit around it perhaps, yeah.
Right, it's incredible, absolutely incredible. So obviously we've got this sturdy table here. Now you can see that we've opened up the area. I'm going to pop the light on so as you can see. So this could be a sewing area, it could be a cutting area if you wanted to. Incredibly sturdy, and obviously you've got your knee hole space there, so your wheels from your chair could take you right the way under there. But you've also got an extension to this area with the table over by Jo.
This is it. So then you haven't got to keep moving your sewing machine out the way to perhaps press your seams open or to cut anything. You've got dedicated area.
I love it. And you've got obviously space there for an overlocker. Jo's got that tucked away. But it does remind me very much of almost like an ironing board that you've got here. So you could have your pressing mat on there, you could have a cutting mat on there, and you've got a port there where you can actually run your cables through if you have got anything that you're wanting to plug in, like your sewing machine as well. This is the vanilla option that we've got. Now, the vanilla option you can see on your screen is limited in stock. So again, it's one of those situations that, yeah, you need time to think about it. But can I give you a little kind of pointer? And I don't want to call it a sense of urgency. There's 2 things that you need to consider. First of all, the price. You're saving on this one. So usually you'd be paying in excess of £3,000 for this. We're honouring the launch deal from last month. So £2,499 is your price today. You've also got your 5-way split on this one, which makes it a very affordable option. We'll talk about delivery and timescales, but you can also put this on hold with regards to delivery. So if you're not ready to accept this at the moment, then that's fine. Place your order. The guys at Storage for Crafts will just wait for you to say, yeah, I'm ready for it now, and then it will be the wheels will set in motion. And I think that's the beauty of this. There's the urgency with regards to getting hold of it at that price, but not with the urgency of getting it in your home.
This is it, because life happens, but equally you might have that special holiday coming up in a few months' time that you don't really want this arriving beforehand. Maybe you're waiting for the kids to go to uni so that you can take over their bedroom. Yes. And then this can appear, you know.
There's nothing like counting down the days, is it? Until like, oh, when do you start? Off you go. But that's really useful to know. And obviously people will speak to you with regards to that.
Yep.
When it actually comes to putting together your knight's hays, how does that happen?
So we have included the white glove service with this, but that's not to say you've got to take it. If you want it earlier, so in about 8 weeks, you can put it together yourself.
Okay.
So it looks quite daunting, but it really isn't. What I recommend is starting with the main section.
So this kind of centre section here, yeah.
Put the backs on the floor, add your sides and the top and the bottom. Then add the centre pieces.
Yeah.
And then stand it up.
And that's going to give the stability, isn't it?
It is. So one person can build it while it's on the floor, but with this you will need someone to help you stand it up. Just with the casters on, you don't want it to run away from you. Yeah. Once this one is standing up, you can put the desk on it.
Okay.
And then do the doors in the same fashion. Once it's standing, you can add the door and attach it with the hinges. And then you've got to put all the shelf pegs in, which generally takes me longer than actually building them.
Then filling it and getting
and then filling it and finding everything and then working out where you want to put everything.
I love the idea. We had somebody who was talking about one of the Dymo label printers and utilising that, which is a really clever idea. One thing I will draw your attention to is it's going to come with in excess of, was it 59 boxes did we count up? Ben. Yeah, you've got the depth of these, and these are longer than some of the boxes that I've seen previously, I'm sure of that.
Yeah, these are really good. So for your rulers, they're perfect for your knitting needles if you want to organise those. And the heights, there's a variety of different heights of our boxes in here as well. So you're not going to waste any space in boxes. So you've got fat quarter size, you've got bobbin size, you've got thread size. There's something for everyone.
Absolutely. And if you want to change them around, it might be that you're wanting to add in an extra taller box, and there might be one that will fit in that space there. Well, you can play around with that layout. It's entirely up to you.
This is it. This is just how I've figured the unit to go. Like with the others, you can take these out. You could move this section up if you wanted to put something bigger in here. Maybe you've got a bigger embroidery machine that's going to sit in the back here. So you'd want to take out this shelf at the back, perhaps.
Yes, yeah.
You can use these trays elsewhere, give them to the kids, use them in the garden, in the shed, that kind of thing. And then there's plenty of room for your machine to fit in there.
Absolutely. And the beauty is the actual footprint, when it's all closed up, is just 3 foot square. At the moment, we're looking at it in its most, well, not quite its most extended, because this piece that I've got here will open up even further to give it that 6 foot width if you're wanting to. But because that extra piece that I've got here is kind of on casters itself, you don't have to have it all the way out. You could have it angled. And that means, I suppose, that if it was at that position and you're sitting in your chair, you can still access and still reach things.
This is it. In fact, mine at that angle goes into the corner of the room.
Okay.
So it's nice and compact.
You've kind of got a flat wall against the back
This is
of
it, yeah.
Oh, okay,
and the dog bed is actually just down there. So
it's a nice little dog.
Nice little cubby hole for the dog.
Yeah. Somebody will be very happy with that. Now the side bit, I'm going to roll this in so as you can actually see. But here you've got things like somewhere where you could be storing your threads. So you've got lots of spools there. And again, you can pop those in yourself.
Yes. So if you've got any of the fatter reels, you just miss a couple of dowels out if needed.
Like it. We've also got obviously your dowels here for putting your ribbons in place. You've got areas at the back. I mean, you could quite easily leave it like this, and then when you need to access those boxes, open that up, and then you can get to those boxes and then close it back up again.
You could quite easily, yeah.
It's whatever you want it to be. That is the key thing. You decide. Now, obviously, when it is opened up, you have got the hooks that will allow you to hang your scissors. Obviously, if you're wanting to have access to those, you need to open it and get those in there. But I suppose if you wanted to, you could put the hooks on the other side. I don't know whether it would close up okay if you put the hooks on
depending on where your machine was in here, because that bit...
It's going to stick out a little bit,
It would stick out a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. But it's all about figuring it out for yourself. That's the key thing. But the key thing is you've got the space. You've also got space underneath. So your table, obviously you're going to be able to use that as your sewing table, your cutting table. Could be an office table if you're wanting to, because this isn't limited to crafting. Obviously, it was born from a crafting idea, but that's not necessarily the way that it is. I mean, if you've got a child that's got like the box room, quite often the youngest child ends up with the smallest room, don't
yes,
they?
yeah.
But this is a lovely area, maybe an area for them to do their homework. I mean, you've got the lighting on the top here, which is key, illuminating that area.
This is it. So they've got space to put all their school books in here, but there is space for them to have their gaming stations in here as well.
True, yeah.
There's space for them to have friends over and use the same space. I mean, the most sort of bizarre thing that I've heard that someone bought this for was for fly fishing.
Fly fishing?
Yeah, he made all his own bits and pieces. So he
I suppose, yeah,
filled it all up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it could be anything.
It could, absolutely anything.
We've been trying to give you a few serving suggestions, but I'm sure that you'll have come up with some of your own ideas. Whether it's going into a conservatory, a kitchen, a bedroom. We don't need to worry about whether it's a hot room, a cold room.
Not at all, because it's made out of the same material as your kitchen and bathrooms, and that already takes massive fluctuations in temperature and can adapt to moisture. This will as well. So your conservatory, it's going to be fine. The cabin at the bottom of the garden, in the garage, if you can get it in the attic, it would be absolutely fine up there as well.
You might need to open up the loft hatch.
You might, just a little bit.
But it's a good point, though, especially with some of the smaller units that we've been chatting about. It might be that you are planning an extension to your home and you're wanting to maximise the area. Well, because obviously you can shop for this today and delay the actual delivery of it, you can kind of wait until everything's in place, all the decorating's been done, and then get it delivered. But you will be paying that lower price. The launch price that we've got on the screen has been brought down to celebrate the fact that we have got Storage for Crafts here. So if you're wanting to go for your night's haze, vanilla, I think have we only got 1 or 2 of those left now? There's only 2 of those left. We've got 4 of the oak, so there's 6 in total. And we had a reasonable quantity of these. We've got 15 people shopping for these. I don't know which options they're going for, but I do appreciate that it is one of those things that you might want to just double check with your other half that you're making the right decision with this one. In fact, talking about that, at the NEC, I know you were very busy and you had people coming onto the stand.
Yeah.
Did you come across situations like that?
I did, and that is exactly how we started. You know, husbands get a little bit frustrated if they can't sit at the dining room table, perhaps, or they're fed up of stepping into pins and the carpet.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You know, they want to reclaim some space back. In fact, one husband did actually buy this for his wife. She was umming and ahhing, and he went, "No, we've got to tidy up."
I love that.
So that was her gift for the year, I guess.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And I know we do that naturally, don't we? It's a sign of respect, isn't it, I suppose, asking your other half. But I'm sure that when they realise that that space that you've kind of overtaken, which could be the spare room, it could be a room that everybody shares together. I mean, when it's actually closed up, should we close it up again to show what it looks like? So if you are kind of finishing up your day of crafting and you're popping everything back in situ, doesn't take long to do. As you can see, Joe's taking that longer, slender area and popping it away. We're both going to put this together, but although you don't need 2 people, it's just convenience and it saves me standing in front of the camera. But everything just literally pops away like so. You don't have to unscrew anything. You don't have to undo like Allen keys or anything like that. Literally will all fold up. So this could be in the corner of your bedroom. It could be in the corner of the conservatory. It could be in the kitchen. It could be any room.
It could, and it's a craft room in a box.
Yeah.
So if it is in the spare room, they're going to think you've just got a rather large cupboard to keep your winter coats in.
Yes.
They're not necessarily going to know that it is your crafty world in there.
But you'll still have room for the spare bed, so it's still purposeful. It's still, you can put this all away when the grandkids come round and you need, I mean, you could have bunk beds in the same room, couldn't you? So it's still using that space in the way that you planned, but it's maximising that space. That is the key thing. But to be honest, if you are looking after the grandkids and they know what's inside here, you better put a lock on those doors.
Exactly.
I love it. Brilliant idea. Obviously, we've got the 2 options still available to you. Could potentially be your last opportunity for you to get hold of those. So please do it as quickly as you can. The vanilla, incredibly vulnerable if it is the vanilla option that you are shopping for. But as quick as you pop it away, you can actually bring out all the different elements. So you can literally bring all of that area together. As you can see, you've got your illumination should you need it. The area over by Joe will drop down. If you've gone for any of the leaf tables that we were talking about earlier on, perfect height to work alongside this because you'll have that transitional space. So yeah. Good idea.
The other thing, I'm not sure when I'm going to bring this one back either. So this is probably the last time this is going to be on air for a while because I've got so many other bits to bring.
We'll get back into kind of exhibition mode, aren't we?
Yeah.
Now we have had somebody who's asking. They're actually based in the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
Now we spoke about this. So delivery is one thing, but delivery with the white glove service is different.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with the Isle of Man, you will have to find someone or put it together yourself. We can't come and assemble it to you, but we can ship it to you.
And it can be shipped to you
for
£3.95.
But you will have to build it, unfortunately.
So £3.95 delivered to your door if you are on the Isle of Man. Yeah. And quite often, I know it's the Royal Mail, it's not classed as kind of offshores, but it is quite often when you come to courier services. So for you to be able to do that, and it's only £3.95. If you already shopped with us, it's not even £3.95 because you've already paid your post and packing. One of the key things for me though is the price. Obviously, we're paying the lowest price because we've got that fabulous deal that you've brought to us. But the fact that I don't have to put pressure on myself to get it, to have it now. Obviously, order it now, but I could be September time, like you say, when the kids have gone to uni. That's when you pick up the phone and say, right, now I want it delivered.
Yeah, so you've got time to decorate, you've got time to rearrange rooms, you've got time to organise your stash. Because maybe you think I might need to just sort through and donate some to school clubs, that kind of thing. Yeah. But yeah, we can hold it and then life happens and you'll get it when you're ready.
And no additional cost for storage either, that's
Nothing.
the thing. So if you have these, if you had to have it delivered straight away, you're going to have kind of a sizable delivery that you're going to have to kind of walk round and it's going to be in the way. Don't worry about that. If you're not ready for the delivery yet, then just put that on the back burner until you are ready. Get that room decorated, get those kids off to uni. Mind you, do tell them once they've gone, that's it, they can't come back, because obviously you've reclaimed your spare room.
This is it, the sofa's for them now.
That's it, yeah. They can have that little spare bed in that room now.
Yeah.
But just look at the space that you've got here. It really is maximising your space. And you know what? It's giving you the opportunity to enjoy your time. Enjoy your time, whether it's crafting, whether it's fly fishing, whatever you're doing. You're enjoying your time because it's all there readily available.
This is it. Your crafting time is crafting time. It's not running around the house trying to see who's nicked your scissors.
Yes.
Or where the die is that you bought at the show 6 months ago. It is in the box. It's there. Your project you started 4 months ago is in the box where you left it, and now you've got time to finish it. You haven't got to lift your sewing machine up, find the cables.
Set up and dismantle all the time.
You've just got to pull it forward and push on, and away you go.
I love it. It's such a brilliant idea. But you personalise it, not only just about where you're going to put the boxes and the shelves, you'll be able to put those in where you want them to go. But then it might be a case that you want to utilise the area by Joe and turn it into almost like a pin board or a blackboard or a magnetic board where you can put your dies. I love that idea.
Yeah, quite easily, just a little bit of paint on here or maybe on the inside. You can add it on the inside here as well. You know, it is completely customisable. I mean, I've gone back to my teenage years and I have pictures up on the inside of mine.
Fabulous.
Of bands and concert tickets, memories get put on the inside.
That's nice.
Because it's my space.
Space, yeah. Yeah, that's a really good way of explaining it. So I love it. Brilliant, brilliant. Whichever of the options that you're going for, obviously we've been talking about almost the deluxe here. This might be your first purchase. It might be that you shopped for the table that we were looking at earlier on. You've got that already at home and you're wanting to maximise the area, go even further. Well, this is a perfect time for you to do so. 5-way split. Can't emphasise more that you need to make those final decisions. We're getting to the end of today's show, so I know lots of you will make your decisions potentially between now and midnight, but you've not got long if you're wanting to go for the vanilla option. There's only one single opportunity for you to get hold of the vanilla now. So, yeah, if that is your colour of choice, for me, I think it probably would be, because I love the contemporary style.
Yeah, it's quite neutral. This is going to match everything, really, isn't it? Yeah.
But it might be that you traditionally, you've got other, it might be that you've got a cabinet that your sewing machine is in that is in that light oak look. I know my mum had one that was similar to that. So that oak, that classic oak look is going to look perfect alongside that. But whichever way you shop for this, whether it's the dream, as I call it, that we've got here with the Knight's Haze, or whether you are going for one of the tables or the multi-stack units with the drawers in, just enjoy it. That is the key thing, because it is going to give you the opportunity to enjoy whatever hobby it is you're choosing, or just to reclaim your space.
This is it. You'll instantly tidy up that junk room that everyone seems to call.
Yes.
It's now your sewing space, but it's a craft room in a box.
Everybody kind of has a dumping space, don't they? And they can say, oh, don't go there. It's kind of everything gets dumped.
Yeah.
This is something that's organised. I love it. Jo, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Are you heading back home, or are you up
No,
for a couple of
I'm
days?
here tomorrow on Hobby Maker.
Oh, are you? Oh, right. In that case, so we can go looking out for you there. Have a safe journey.
I will, thank you.
That last vanilla one has gone, so thank you, whoever placed your order for that. But Jo, thank you. Till next time.
Till next time.
I will say goodbye. Now, don't forget, 1 o'clock is when we finish off our day here at Sewing Street, but don't go anywhere, because at 1 o'clock you're going to find Hobby Maker. Oh, I better tell you what's happening tomorrow, hadn't I? Forgot about that. It's not all about me and my day here. Tomorrow we've got a rainbow of fabrics. Oh, that sounds like fun to start with. Lovely Stuart is back. I know many of you have been asking after him, and he is back with us here. Then 8:30 we've got Alison here with, again, is she working with those fabrics? She might be here for both. I don't know. But she's appearing. Then we have got Maria coming up with a gorgeous embroidery kits, which I know you're going to love. Mummy, Dolly and Me apron. Like the sound of that. And then we are talking, not needles and pins, we are talking needles and threads from 12 o'clock through to 1 o'clock. I'm going to give you a shameless plug for my show on Sewing Street on Wednesday, when I will be there with the Tallulah Shacket. So if you do fancy joining us, I will see you on Wednesday. But in the meantime, take care of yourself. Yourself included, Jo.
You too.
And we will see you very soon. Bye for now.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or